Hello guys, welcome back to my channel. As you can see in the picture today, let's start the story of what if Deku has inventor Quirk and came back for revenge. Let's begin. Inko Midoriya sat back and was confused, relieved in some sense, but it was the confusion that reigned supreme. This was not what she was expecting. She always knew her son was bright, not to mention curious. He loved taking things apart, but he always put them back together, and 9 times out of 10, it worked better afterward. There was that one time with the toaster, but they didn't talk about that. She had expected his quirk to be something like hers or his father's, attraction and fire breath. Maybe some hybrid of both, not whatever the doctor explained to her. Mrs. Midoriya, he snapped his fingers to bring her attention back to him. Your son can visually perceive mechanical energy in action. I believe this unique power enables him to instantly recognize the potential and functional uses of any machine or technological device in his visual range. Inko stared at the doctor, seeming more confused. He knows what any machine he looks at does and how it functions. He leaned forward, steepling his hands under his chin, his bushy mustache twitching in excitement. He can be the greatest inventor of the Quirk era. Inko looked at her son, who was sitting playing with his All Might figure. Does this mean I can't be a hero? You could, but Inko paused. You could design things to help every hero in the world. You can make the world better. I could still save people? His words came out slowly. But more people? Yes, Inko said, maybe a little too quickly, but Izuku was 4, he didn't catch on. You could save so many more people and heroes as well. Izuku seemed to be in deep contemplation about the whole situation. Inko felt terrible, but she was very protective of Izuku and didn't want him to get hurt, so if he was in a workshop creating things, what could go wrong? The god of fate began to laugh maniacally. Plots were hatched, and the unforeseen was ready to be put into motion. How dare she call him out? She would dare mock him. An unforeseen smack up the back of his head made him turn first in anger. There before him was his wife, the goddess of love. An immediate kibosh was put on anything evil or sinister. Instead, a new plan was put into motion. She reached and distributed 3 marks, and with a smile, she kissed her husband's forehead to soothe the pain she had caused him. Inko suddenly felt hopeful for a future where she had many grandkids. Not knowing why she felt this way, she dismissed it as just a passing fancy. Do you have any suggestions, doctor? Yes, mechanical, electrical, fabrication, blueprints, anything you can get into his hands and into that brain of his is going to do nothing but benefit him. The doctor's mustache was still twitching. Yes, let him create. Inko nodded, taking her smiling little boy's hand. She led him from the office. Mom, since I got my quirk, can we have Katsudon? He asked. Of course, anything for my little inventor. The next day. So, what lame quirk did you get? Kacchan or Katsuki? Bakugo asked his friend classmate. Something about mechanical energy. I haven't thought of a name for it. Izuku replied as he wondered what he should call his quirk. That doesn't sound like something you can be a hero with. The boy with the quirk explosion pointed out. His quirk was perfect for being a hero. He could blow up the villains without a problem. No, my mom says I am going to be an inventor, that I can make stuff to save heroes and everyone and stuff, Izuku replied, holding his arms wide. I can save more people that way, she says. Yeah, how? Kacchan put his hands on his hips. How would your lame quirk help me? Izuku thought for a moment. How could he help Kacchan? Maybe help him make bigger explosions. He likes to make bigger explosions. Kacchan's quirk used to sweat. The more sweat, the bigger the explosion. So he just needed something to collect it. The image began to form in his head, and as everything came together, Izuku felt like he could make the item if he had the stuff. Gauntlets, he said. Kacchan looked at him, confused. Izuku grabbed a stick and made a crude drawing of a hand with a big old grenade around it. You can store your sweat in the gauntlet. There can be chambers so you can store up for a super mega explosion or just a super one, and we can put a pin that releases the sweat like a real grenade. That would be super cool, Kachin said as he thought about what Izuku had said. A super mega explosion sounded great. Can you make them? Not now, but if I get the stuff one day, I can, Izuku said with a smile. And I can make something for your ears, so maybe they won't hurt when you make the super mega explosion. Kachin's ears sometimes hurt from the explosions. Okay then, you make my stuff, and I will be the best hero ever. Even better than All Might. No one is better than All Might, Izuku stated the undisputed fact. You just watch Deku. I will be, Kachin said, striking his best All Might pose. No more Deku. I have a quirk. I won't make your stuff if you call me Deku. Izuku turned his back on Kachin. Kachin wanted to protest, but he wanted those gauntlets. Fine, no more Deku. But you better make me those hand things. Home. Hisashi, that is what the doctor said. How dare you? Fine, you want a paternity test, you can have one. Inko slammed the phone down. I wonder why I married that man. Inko took a deep breath. She needed to calm down. She was looking at possible schools for Izuku to attend when he got a little older that would specialize in the kind of thing he would be doing, and they weren't the most expensive things she had ever seen, but it wasn't going to be cheap. They said he would need a workshop and couldn't have that living in an apartment. They were going to need a house, something that had a shed or a garage he could work in. I wonder if inventors make any money? She mused, then laughed. It was not like her little Izuku would make something that would change the world anytime soon. He was 4. The god of fate giggled into his hands before his wife would notice. He just gave things a little push. That would teach this mortal to mock him. Izuku. Izuku was lost. He wasn't sure how he got lost, but he was lost. He didn't know where to go or what to do, so he started to cry. He was, after all, just 4 years old, and all around him were broken things, cars, and pieces of things, like washing machines. He was looking at the broken stuff, trying to calm down, thinking of how to fix it or maybe make a better one. Thinking about that kind of stuff made him calm down. The washing machines caught his attention. He wondered how to improve them. Maybe he could make a washing machine that washed and dried clothes so you didn't have to put them in the line outside. It would save so much time. He stopped crying. He started looking at the broken machine slowly. He walked over to a broken washing machine. He could do it. He would need to take this piece from here, maybe a piece from there. What are you doing? A voice rang out, making him jump. He spun around, ready to scream for his life. Instead, he saw a girl his age. She was a relatively short girl with salmon pink shoulder-length hair styled into thick dreadlocks and swept to her right side. Her eyes are wide and sloped upwards, with notably long upper eyelashes. The irises are green-yellow with a cross in the center, giving them the appearance of scope lenses. A pair of goggles sat on her head. She wore overalls and a t-shirt. And nothing. I got lost and was scared, but then I looked at this washing machine and wondered if I could make something. Maybe a machine to wash and dry the clothes at the same time. Kind of stupid. He looked down. No, that is kind of cool. It would be cooler if it had laser guns and maybe a rocket launcher. She moved closer to him. But it's a washing machine? He was baffled. Yeah, but it could also defend the house if someone comes in to rob the place. Wouldn't you wish your washing machine could fight? She was even closer now. Nobody would expect it. I mean, keeping your home safe is important. He kept looking at her. He tried to look away, but he couldn't see anything. Her eyes were mesmerizing, and he noticed she was staring at him until he looked away. I win, she proclaimed. Wait, win? Yeah, we were having a staring contest, and I won. She put her hands on her hips. Undefeated grand champion of the world. But he began to protest. Nope, it's done. You can only challenge the champ once a day, then the rules, she proclaimed, looking at the washing machine. Where do you live? Izuku recited his address. Nope, I have no idea where that is, but I am sure my dad does. He knows where everything is. She grabbed his hand and began to tug him along. Wait, I don't even know your name. She was surprisingly strong. Oh, I'm Mei. She didn't look back or stop moving. Izuku, he managed as she led him through this maze of parts and broken things, past piles of all kinds of stuff. He knew it all, though, what it did, how to fix it. He could do a lot here till they came around a hill of televisions, and he saw the lights of a house. As they got closer, a woman with the same hairstyle but red stood in the doorway. Mei, what did you find now? The woman called as she wiped her hands on an apron. He was lost and wanted to play with the washing machines. He says he can make one that washes and dries like those fancy ones on TV. I asked him where he lives, but I have no idea where that is, so I was bringing him to Daddy. Mei said with a hint of pride in her voice. That is a good idea. Why don't you take him to your daddy then? The woman smiled at Izuku. Don't worry, young man. Her father may look big and scary, but he is a teddy bear. Izuku just nodded as he was pulled along again. Now Mei's father looked nothing like a teddy bear. The man was a giant and as wide as the door frame. Izuku watched him turn sideways to get past a door. He wore a pair of overalls like his daughter, his voice as deep and booming. Who are you? And what are you doing with my little Mei? He bellowed. He did not intend to yell, but as something had just blown up, his ears were still ringing, and he couldn't hear right, so he wasn't even aware he was yelling. Izuku's bottom lip began to tremble. He had never been yelled at before, except for the time with the toaster, but he would rather forget that. I am sorry, sir. He began to panic. I got lost somehow and ended up by the washing machines, and I just want to go home, but I am lost. Tears started to form in the corners of his eyes, gaining in size rapidly as her father began to panic. And Mei pulled me over here. And she said you could help me get home. Tears began to fall. I just want to go home to my mom. Please don't eat me. Mei hugged Izuku tight, looking at her dad. You can't eat him, Dad. Why would I eat him? Her father was confused and getting flustered at the boy crying and the look his daughter was giving him. He is going to eat me. Izuku yelled. I won't let him eat you. Mei grabbed him and started to run. I don't want to be eaten, he followed after her. I am not going to eat him. Why would I eat him? Does he even taste good? Her father was not helping the situation. He wants to know how I taste. Mei. They blindly ran right into her mother. What is going on? She yelled. Dad wants to eat Izuku. He wants to eat me. I do not. It took her 10 minutes to calm everything down and convince her daughter and this poor boy that he would not be eaten and that they would walk him home this very second. Inko was outside her apartment building, looking up and down the street frantically, hoping to catch any sight of her darling little boy. He was late coming home from school. He was never late. She didn't expect to see a tow truck pull up with the words Hatsume Towing, Reeking, and Repair. When the door opened, a woman with red dreadlocks stepped out and helped her son out the back. Izuku ran over and wrapped his arms around her legs. Your son seemed to get somehow lost in our salvage yard, the woman said quickly. My little girl found him, and after a small misunderstanding with my husband, we brought him home to you. Small misunderstanding? Inko tilted her head to the side. She said as the driver's side was open, and a massive specimen of a man walked around the truck. I am very sorry, ma'am. I may have scared your son. And things escalated until my better half could make sense of everything and calm him down. He extended an extra-large skillet known as his hand. I'm Daiki and my wife Hana. Inko shook his hand. He was very gentle. Mei, come say hello. A little girl about Izuku's age said, hello. My name is Mei Hatsume. It is very nice to meet you. Bow. Inko smiled as the girl very carefully said each word and said the word bow before she bowed. Hana stepped forward and handed Inko a card. This may be a little forward, but our daughter and your son got along well today. I would very much like to arrange a play date for them. Inko smiled, taking the card. I will call you later. Thank you so much for caring for Izuku and bringing him home safe. She watched as the strange family climbed back into the tow truck. She couldn't help but think how cute it was when Izuku and Mei waved to each other. Once they were out of sight, she got the long story from her son. He was 4 years old, after all. They ended up having a play date the following week. Then, a play date the following week, the week after, and so forth. Soon, Izuku was coming by the junkyard every day. He and Mei would explore the junkyard as they would talk about all the beautiful things they would build and how they revolutionized the support industry. Not they were children, they spoke of building fantastical stuff they saw on television in their cartoons. Robots were at the top of the list, big ones, and maybe even ones that transformed. Of course, mecha and power suits were just a little behind for crayon plans. They were very detailed. The two children's bond grew, drawing the parents together as their children wanted to spend every moment together. In truth, it allowed the mothers to pool resources together to enrich their children's lives and their thirst for knowledge. Inko had never been so grateful for her son getting lost and meeting the Hatsumes. They were such friendly people. Daiki and Hana were just good. They cared for and loved their daughter, and what was important to her became important to them. Izuku had become just that. After Inko submitted the proof to her husband that he was, in fact, Izuku's father, he quietly accepted a permanent post in America, and the two separated. It had become apparent that the two wanted different things, and the fact that he doubted Inko so much to ask for a paternity test was the final straw for both of them. It was simple, as Izuku did not know his father. He only had very fleeting memories of him, so his continuing to be gone was not something that he thought of. It was Daiki who told Inko about the house next to the yard that had come up for sale. It was run down and in need of a lot of repairs, a definite fixer-upper. Inko looked at it, and in her mind, she saw its potential. And with Daiki and Hana's offer to help her renovate with some sweat equity, she moved on it. The apartment sale was simple enough, and the Hatsume even allowed Inko and Izuku to move in while they started the renovation. He heard his mom and Mei's mom talking about the trouble of doing laundry and hanging, drying, and folding it. While the use of dryers had increased over time, it was still not commonplace. Izuku was thinking about it when the idea came to him. He and Mei went to work every day. After school they would head out into the junkyard, looking for pieces and scavenging for what they needed. They would talk about it at night after dinner, even when they bathed. Mei never liked baths but would consent to them much more readily if Izuku dragged her to the bath. They were children, so the parents didn't mind. It was a case of one positively influencing the other. Izuku ensured Mei cared for herself and helped him find his voice about what he wanted and liked. Nothing overly rebellious or anything of the sort, but he learned a mighty word no. He could say no to things, and it was okay, and if the kids in his class didn't like that, then he didn't have to be their friend. It was easier once he and Mei started attending the same school when Izuku moved in. For you see, in a society that revolved around quirks to such an extent, there were more specialized schools for the more support-based ones. While they didn't allow quirk training, some schools would start teaching about mechanical fields much sooner. Some schools catered to those with intelligence-enhancing quirks, etc. When Inko talked about him changing schools, she had expected him to protest, but she had to say that Mei was going to the same school, and he jumped at the chance. She had to sit and talk with him to find out he didn't have friends at school. There was Kaken, but they didn't play with him since he wouldn't be a hero. Inko kept her twinge of sadness to herself, knowing that she convinced him he could save more people, creating things that had put him in that situation. When he told Katsuki, the boy said not to forget his arm things. For Izuku, he had a best friend, an absolute best friend who wanted to do the same stuff he did, and their quirks worked well together. With Mei's Zoom quirk, she could help find and place the tiny gears that Izuku needed for their invention. The most challenging part of the project they were working on was the solar bulb. However, after seeing some broken solar panels, the invention was improved by cost-cutting power and still providing the UV light that most people felt made their clothes cleaner and more sanitary, which came from hanging the clothes outside to dry. Then they had to hook it up. They hadn't thought about how to move it, and that was where Daiki came in. He had been watching the children sneak off, and of course, he followed and monitored them. When he saw them start building something, he thought it was cute. Then he saw it coming together and questioned if it would work. He was addicted to watching them work together. When he saw them borrow some wet laundry, he followed and watched. Of course, the first time it didn't work, but Izuku smiled and told Mei it was an easy fix, and sure enough, Mei got in there and fixed it super quick. The second time, it worked, and the laundry came out folded and dried. Izuku? Mei asked, staring at their success. Yes, Mei? He responded with a sense of shock and awe that it worked. How will we attach it to the washing machine? She asked quietly. We need to cut a hole in the washing machine. How we aren't allowed to use the snippers, Dad said. I hadn't thought about that, he sounded defeated. Then how about I help, Daiki said, stepping out. The kids, of course, jumped, worried they were in trouble, but they could tell from the look on the man's face that they were not in trouble. So, Phase 2 began, designing a new washing machine to work with their invention. With Daiki's help, they soon became a little band of creators working every day on the creation of the machine. With an adult there, it helped as he could ask the questions children didn't think of, such as function, aesthetic, and everything else, water sealing the basics. It took a year before they were done. Daiki stood there and was amazed at how it had all come together. The washing machine would sit on top of the dryer folder, and after the wash was done, it would drop into the machine and be dried and folded. Daiki knew that his little girl was special, but Izuku, to not only conceive of this but build one out of junk, was beyond his comprehension. He did the best thing he could think of. He took all of Izuku's designs and sat down with the boy and redrew them in a professional blueprint, and then they took it down to get it patented and registered with the patent office. Of course, they demonstrated the whole thing for Inko and Hana, who were blown away. Even when they took the laundry, it had the faint odor of the outside. The women were already offering their suggestions for V2, with all the things Daiki didn't think of, and of course, there were no consequences to the children. Izuku, could you make them bigger? Inko asked. Like how big? The little boy asked. Big enough for an industrial washing machine? Inko asked, her finger near her mouth. Daiki and Hana looked at her questioningly. Hotels, hospitals, retirement centers, they all use massive commercial washers and dryers now. If they could be folded automatically, it would free up so much time for the laundry person. I don't see why not, he said, looking up at her. Do you want me to make one? If you could. Okay, Mommy. He smiled. The first offer for his invention came about 2 months after the patent was filed. They held out. The offers came in rather quickly, and they soon sold the rights to the Yaoyorozu Corporation for a life-changing sum. The Hatsumes and Inko couldn't believe what was happening. We should start a company for the kids to work under? Hana said, staring at the check with an ungodly number of zeros. That way, we can put money away under it for them. What would we call it? Inko, staring at the same check. How about Junkyard Support? Daiki said. The kids walked in very dirty from outside. What's Junkyard Support, Daddy? Mei asked as they were standing in front of the washing machine, stripping out of their clothing. We were thinking that could be your guy's invention company? He replied. Izuku smiled. It's funny since we got all the parts from the junkyard. I like it. Works for me, Mei said. The parents just started chuckling as the two children were standing there naked like it was nothing. We are going to go take our bath before dinner. They just walked down the hall. Would you mind if our children got married one day? Hana asked Inko. I think I can support that. Inko's face broadened into a significant smile. That was how it started, with a close folder and dryer. Mei began to call their creations their babies. It was all Hana's fault. She had offhandedly referred to their projects as their precious babies due to the care they were putting in, and her daughter just latched onto it. Izuku protested, but soon he was doing the same thing. Her father may have fainted when he heard his daughter ask her friend if he wanted to make a baby with her. Mei was either at Izuku's or her house most of the time. They were at her place, as she had the junkyard they could raid for their inventions. It was routine. They would come home, do homework, and work on whatever project they fancied. Often, it was spent huddled over a notebook, thinking of support gear for whatever new hero had just come on the scene. The first explosion happened when they were 8. Mei and Izuku came stumbling out of the workshop covered in soot and coughing. The answer had been simple. It was designed to blow up. It worked too well. The inventing became increasingly their lives as Mei and Izuku were obsessed with building and creating. Thankfully, Inko and Hana were right there to rein them in. They had only snuck out of bed once to keep working for the mothers to ground them from inventing and each other for a week for that to never happen again. Skip a meal, and they would face the same punishment. It was an effective tool. The problem or the wonderful thing about two intelligent, creative children is that one could figure out how to make anything. Even if he didn't understand how he did it, he could make things, and then he had no idea how they did it. Mei wasn't much help in that fashion as she was so dialed into what they were doing that she wasn't sure how they got there. That was how the capture grenade was created. They didn't know how the substance was made or even how it had all come together. They had to take it apart to figure out how they did it. It was Izuku's quirk. Izuku possesses an innate talent for inventing mechanical devices, further enhanced by his ability to perceive mechanical energy in action visually. This unique power enabled him to instantly recognize the potential and functional uses of any machine or technological device in his visual range. Combined with his and Mei's natural intelligence and aptitude, this skill allows him to conceive, design, and build highly advanced mechanical devices. He could also operate, modify, and disassemble existing technology or create countermeasures. It's worth noting that Izuku's superhuman talent for invention doesn't necessarily mean that he has a superhuman intellect. Even a genius inventor must consciously work out the theoretical principles behind their inventions and then design them through a series of logical steps. In Izuku's case, however, his subconscious mind works out many of these logical steps, meaning he might be aware of how the invention was created, forcing him to take it apart to figure it out. The capture grenade would burst upon contact with whatever it hit, causing a white foam to explode and harden extremely fast, trapping whoever or whatever it hit. Thankfully, they made something to dissolve it but couldn't tell you what either substance was made of. After that, video cameras were installed, and they had to record what they were doing as an audio log to revisit it to see how certain things were done. Once again, a patent and check soon followed after it was figured out. This was their lives. The parents took a tiny bit of money but put the rest away for their children's future when they were 10, Mei said. Izuku, let's make a robot. Their destiny was put into motion. As he was prone to do whenever she asked him for something. Okay, Mei. How big? I think we should make a small one first, like one that can do stuff around the house. Then we can make one that is super cool and can fight and stuff, Mei said, jumping up and down excitedly. Okay, Mei, like clockwork, he responded. At 11, the everyday vocational automaton came online, where EVA Inko and Hana nearly fainted at the unveiling, and Daiki just sat dumbfounded. "How?" was all he said. "You are going to have to check the tapes?" Izuku shrugged. "Why don't you invent a scanner that creates blueprints of what you make?" he said dumbfounded. "I hadn't thought of that," Izuku said sheepishly. "Next project?" Mei said, smiling. "Next project," he said, and they just walked back in, leaving the EVA sitting there. Now, EVA was round, kind of like a trash can, and had arms that extended out, allowing it to do household tasks. It had a computer screen that displayed a set of eyes and a robotic girl-sounding voice. It sounded like an old movie the kids were watching about trash and space robots. EVA patent was submitted, and once the blueprints were finalized, the kids used it for their final project in school. Blowing away the competition, they went on to win the prefecture and then nationals. This earned them a trip to A Island, and the two children were over the moon at the thought of going to the center of technological innovation. The announcement that first place at the national would earn the trip got them to submit EVA for competition. Of course, there were a lot of questions about how two children had done such a thing, but thanks to the video, they were able to submit it immediately and shut down accusations of cheating. Inko was sitting down with Daiki and Hana. "I think we should look into making these ourselves." Daiki whistled. "That would be a lot of work. How would we even set up a plant to do it?" Hana closed her eyes, thinking. This is going to be huge, like a game-changing invention. We are talking about a household robot capable of doing chores and helping around the house. I heard the kids talking about making it look prettier, and then Mei started saying how it should be able to fly. "And I bet without missing a beat," he said. "Okay, Mei," Inko added with a small laugh. "You know it," Hana said without missing a beat. "I know that it is his quirk that allows these things to be done and the material he has, but it is crazy. Maybe the Yaoyorozu Corporation would want to collaborate more, with the kids getting a percentage off every unit sold?" Daiki said, leaning forward. "There is going to be a lot of legal questions about these things being made and sold, and we frankly don't have the knowledge or the connections to handle that." "We can talk more about it later. We have to get packed for the trip to A Island," Hana said, getting up from the table. A Island. If there was a definition of paradise, this may have been it for the parents and the children. They stepped off the plane, happy to see a woman holding a sign with their names. The woman's name was Cece, and she was there to take them to the hotel and get them familiar with the itinerary. They will present the EVA in the main hall and on the expo floor. It was a 3-day event, giving them 4 days to enjoy the island afterward. The kids were more excited about walking the floor. Izuku was bouncing in his chair with such excitement that it was a concern that he might catch fire. The people of A Island didn't know what had been unleashed in their midst. Combined with Mei's curiosity, the two kids were about to explode. The problem was overload for Izuku, as they found out on the way to the hotel. With all the technology around them, things that didn't exist in Japan, his quirk was filling his head with all information about everything he was seeing. Mei noticed before anyone else and pulled him away from looking out the window, alerting Inko that he didn't look well. The bloody nose from the overload took them over an hour to calm down. Inko and Hana smiled from the doorway as Izuku lay in bed. Mei curled up next to him, holding his hands and telling him it would all be okay. They would have to take it slow at the expo. For Mei Hatsume, Izuku was her best friend and partner, one of the most important people in her life. They were going to revolutionize the world together. Every day was the best because they were together. He had helped stop so many of her babies from blowing up, thanks to his quirk. Seeing him hurt bothered her, as nothing could do about it. She drifted off to sleep holding his hands. He had fallen asleep, and out of habit, she had begun to match his breathing and soon was racing to meet him in dreamland. Izuku woke up feeling much better. He opened his eyes and found them immediately gazing upon the sleeping form of his best friend. Mei was peacefully asleep, still holding his hands. He slowly extracted his hands with skill, as this was not the first time. There was an issue when Izuku and Mei woke up with a perfectly round sphere in the middle of them with a red button, and neither of them was sure how it got there. When Mei, unable to control her urges, pushed Izuku to the side, laughing maniacally to press the button, it was pure chaos in the most fun way possibly. A small missile-like object launched from the sphere, followed by hundreds more. The explosions of confetti and mini fireworks were excellent and very loud, waking the whole house as Mei and Izuku were on the floor looking at everything in awe. A banner suddenly unfolded. "Happy birthday, Mei!" From Izuku. Izuku wasn't allowed to watch Star Wars for a month the second time. The thermal detonator was still buried somewhere in the junkyard. If he couldn't see, then he couldn't reverse engineer it. A lightsaber was still on the table. They didn't discuss that. So, to stop his night building, Mei started holding his hands. Her father was not too pleased. The birthday bomb was still pending final review. He sat on the edge of the bed, his feet dangling just above the floor. He rubbed his eyes and yawned, gingerly putting his foot down and standing up. The pain in his head was faint but much more tolerable. He knew he needed to get it under control to avoid another situation like yesterday. As he opened the door to the room, he heard the parents' voices coming from the small living area of the suite. He walked out to see a few trays with food, different juices, and the holy grail of breakfast, chocolate milk, and strawberry milk for Mei. "How are you feeling, sweetie?" his mother asked. "Much better, it only hurts a little bit." His eyes never left the chocolate milk. Daiki walked over and lifted it into the air. Izuku was tracking it with his whole head. Hana and Inko laughed. "Go wake up Mei, and you can have some," he said. Izuku bolted over and jumped onto Mei, eliciting a grunt. "5 more minutes," she muttered, throwing her arms around Izuku and wrapping her legs around him like a spider monkey. Mei, strawberry milk," he said. Her eyes bolted open. "Dad says if you get up right now, you get strawberry milk. I saw it. There are like 4 bottles. Mei Hatsume loved strawberry milk. Now she would trip a small child to get to strawberry milk or trap Izuku with a capture weapon. She could also be trapped under a box with a stick holding it up for the stuff. The last one was a proven fact but should be kept from polite company. "She is up," he yelled, scrambling off the bed to claim his prize. He came out to see Mei tearing the top off a bottle and guzzling it. He soon did the same. Their parents held the other bottles hostage. It wasn't fair. Japan didn't have this brand. Shialone's farms had been the most heavenly mixture they had stumbled across. Aside from powder and whipping cream, it is a story not to be discussed in polite society. Once they were done eating breakfast, they got another bottle, made the bed, and took showers. Another bottle. They had a system for this one. It saved time if they just took a shower simultaneously. Like a well-oiled machine, they were washing and scrubbing, passing the sponge to get each other's backs. "We are going to have to stop that soon?" Hana said to Inko, who nodded. "We should do something about that now," Daiki grumbled. The 2 kids helped each other dry off and get dressed. They looked the other over and came bolting out of the room, ready for their next bottle. They were on their way to the convention with Izuku hunkered down in the back of the car as they rode in the car towards the convention center. Mei was down there with him, having a detailed conversation about her zoom, how she adjusts it, and how she keeps it from zooming in too far or getting stuck. She was going into great detail for several reasons. It distracted Izuku, and it may help him. She wanted to help him. Once they arrived, he and Mei tested it out. He smiled slightly as he grimaced. It would take some getting used to, but it was a start. Mei took his hand and led him inside so he could look at the ground. Once they arrived at their booth, they assembled their stall. "Eva!" Mei called out, "Come to Mama." Eva came right over to Mei. "Yes, Mother," it responded. "Help grandfather with the setup of the stall," Mei said. "That is new," Inko said to her. "We did some upgrades for the demonstration," Mei just beamed. "She is such a great baby." I want her to fly and look pretty though, Izuku. Yes, Mei, Izuku replied as he grabbed a piece of wood and walked over to Eva and Daiki. Mama Hana, do you think they have a scrapyard here? Probably not, sweetie. I bet they recycle a lot of stuff, but maybe we could find out. Would you like me to see? Hana responded, looking at him sweetly. She loved Izuku like he was her own, how he and Mei was precious. She knew she wanted two of them to marry and make real babies one day. Inko and she had talked about it one night. Daiki protested but saw her husband melt when Izuku called him dad for the first time. Hana moved off to explore as the rest of the group kept working. Inko was more of a supervisor, Mei was the foreman, and Izuku, Daiki, and Eva were the laborers. Inko kept her comments to herself as Izuku and Mei shared a water bottle as if it were nothing. She wondered how much longer this innocence between them would last. Hana came running back with Izuku. They grabbed a bin and ran off with Eva in tow. When they returned, their bin was full of small parts and this shiny, bendable white metal. Mei squealed, "Can we do it? I think we can redo her body, and I can make her hover but not fly yet." "Not with these parts, and her arms are far off, too," Izuku said. "Good enough for me," Mei exclaimed. "Where did you find this stuff?" Daiki said to his wife. "Dumpster in the back, recycling dumpster, but the same thing," Hana said with a grin. "We may not have all the fancy stuff, but our kids know how to make it from what they got." Once the booth was set up, they watched the kids go to work. They would rope in the adults occasionally. Inko used her attraction to help pull and shape Eva's new body. Daiki was called to punch through the seams so they could be secured in place. Hana was having fun working with her daughter, who had the same quirk. Usually, it was just the kids, but they wanted to involve the parents this time. Watching the kids work was so fascinating to behold. They were off in their world, using words that no one knew or gestures the other would react or grab what the other needed. The exhibit had opened, but the kids didn't notice as they kept working away on EVA. They would step back. Izuku would look something over and say what seemed like nonsense to Mei, who would nod and do the precision work. They didn't even notice the crowd gathered to watch them work. Hana and Inko had expected to hear some cutting remarks from those watching, but instead, they were all theorizing and talking about what the kids were doing. The ladies listened to the word primitive, which raised their hackles, but she heard others talking about what these kids could do with a proper facility. One little girl about Mei and Izuku's age, blonde, was at the front and mesmerized by what was happening. They even heard the girl say something, and Mei or Izuku nodded and did what she suggested. Izuku wiped some sweat from his brow and stepped back. Mei did the same. She looked at him with pleading eyes, waiting for him to give her the okay. When he nodded, Mei gave to command. "Time to wake up, EVA." With the command, EVA now resembled her cartoon counterpart more. She was slick white metal that tapered to a point, and spider-like legs held her in place as her display screen came on. The whole unit was one piece, so there was no floating head, but as EVA woke up, the legs retracted, and it was there floating. It maneuvered around the stall, some getting its bearings to the crowd's oohs and ahs. That caught the kids' attention as they finally noticed they were not alone. The blonde girl stepped up and asked Izuku and Mei questions. It became this rapid-fire exchange. When the adults started asking questions, that was when the kids shrank back some, so the adults stepped in to promote the demonstration in Auditorium B. Izuku was the first to realize that he didn't know her name. "I am Izuku Midoriya, and this is Mei Hatsume. What is your name?" "I am sorry," the girl giggled and stuck out her hand. "Melissa Shield, pleased to meet you." "Are you an inventor as well?" Mei said, jumping forward. "I like your hair color, it is beautiful." "Thank you, I like your guys as well," Melissa said. "Yes, I made a collapsible mechanical pogo stick." She pulled out a stick that was about 2.5 inches round and about 2 feet long. "I want to make it even smaller, but I haven't figured it out yet." Melissa tapped a button, and it sprang to life about the size of her. "It has an internal stabilizer making it harder for you to fall, and the mechanism in the base helps store and transmit the kinetic energy when you jump, allowing it to do 75% of the work for you. Melissa beamed. That is so cool, Izuku and Mei both exclaimed, looking as Melissa bounced around. I never knew that micro-chambers with that material would be able to store energy like that, Izuku said, making Melissa stop. How did you know that? She said. Sorry, my quirk, I can see the mechanical energy and how it flows and distributes. It also tells me how a machine works, he said sheepishly. You mean you can tell me how any machine works just by looking at it? She said in wonder. Izuku nodded, glad she wasn't mad at him, and it tells me how to counter it. What does your quirk do? Melissa looked sad. I don't have a quirk. She had been hoping to avoid the topic, but some people treated her differently when they found out she didn't have a quirk. It was not as bad as some other places. Island was a different kind of place. And the father has shepherded her from most to the bad parts. That is so cool, Mei said. That is what I love about making babies. If you put your mind to it, anyone can do it and make some amazing stuff. Mei pointed to her eyes. Zoom lets me zoom in, nothing all that special. It helps with precision work, but you know. I think it's amazing as well, Melissa, Izuku said. Do you want to walk around with us? Melissa nodded. After Mei and Izuku got permission, they walked off with Melissa, who volunteered to show them around the convention. Melissa was curious, though, when the woman told Izuku to go slow and not to strain himself, but she waited till they were out of earshot. What did they mean about not straining yourself? She asked. My quirk will automatically tell me all the information about any mechanical device I see, Izuku said. And there are so many awesome and new things on Island that it overloaded me yesterday when we arrived. So I told him how I keep my zoom quirk from automatically zooming in or getting stuck on zoom. Mei said, it helped some, but it is still a work in progress. Is your dad like David Shield of Shield Industries? Izuku asked. Melissa nodded. She wondered how they would react to that news. That is so cool. Did he make all of All Might's costumes and gear for a while? Did you ever get to meet All Might? Melissa smiled. I have met him a bunch of times when I was little. I didn't really know who he was, but I started calling him Uncle Might, and it just stuck. That is so cool. Mei said. I would love to meet him. Melissa smiled as Izuku nodded his head enthusiastically. The trio smiled and started talking about the differences between their lives. Mei and Izuku were so jealous when they discovered she had her lab. She invited them to check it out sometime. Melissa was floored when she heard that everything they invented and had made, even EVA, was from Mei's family business. They upgraded the robot with spare parts from the recycling bin. Finding out that they had already created things and sold the patents was astonishing to her. It lit a competitive fire in her. All this available material surrounded her, and she was making pogo sticks. Next year, she would make something to blow their socks off. Mei would lead Izuku by the hand, with him putting his head down some when it started to overwhelm him, cutting it off before it got too bad. Melissa and Mei would describe the invention to him so he could decide if he wanted to look it over himself. It wasn't too soon that Melissa led him around when Mei saw something she wanted to look at more. Melissa was a little self-conscious when Mei just passed Izuku's hand. She had never held hands with a boy, except her dad and uncle, but they didn't count. She found that she enjoyed it and that talking with Izuku was easy. Melissa wasn't surprised that they wanted to go into making support gear, not with what they were already doing. The talk of the UA interested her. She knew that was where her uncle had gone and graduated. Their support course was well respected worldwide. A few of the inventors and scientists that her father employed had come from the UA. They were sitting down, having just enjoyed a hot dog. Mei had excused herself to go to the bathroom. A question had been building up in Melissa. The more she heard about Izuku's quirk, the more she began to wonder. Izuku, do you think there could ever be a quirkless hero? Melissa said hesitantly. I think anyone could be a hero. A quirkless hero would have to work harder at it, he responded quickly. They would have to rely on gadgets. I would love to work with someone like that. I want to be a hero, Melissa said. Having grown up watching my uncle and all the great things he had done, I want to do that also. I want to be a hero. I think that is amazing, Melissa, Izuku smiled at her. I wanted to be a hero also, but I can help people more with my inventions. That's what my mom told me. Would you help me? Melissa blurted out suddenly. She wanted to retract it, but with Izuku, it was possible she expected him to laugh or say something sarcastic, maybe even mock her. Of course I would, he said quickly. Anything for my new friend. Friend? She muttered. You want to be friends? Even though that you are quirkless? Of course, why would that matter? It is someone's heart that makes the difference. Sure, a quirk helps, but if you work hard enough and have the right support, you can do anything. I will support you, Melissa, and I am sure Mei will, too. After all, we are Junkyard support. He smiled, and it pierced her heart. She heard he believed in her and was willing to help her achieve her goal. It didn't sound like a platitude or that he was humoring her. The way he talked filled her heart with joy. Impulsively, she hugged him before jumping back, blushing some. You need to start working out, though, he said, blushing from the sudden hug. You will need to train your body and mind. You're right. I won't let you down, Melissa said, smiling. What are we doing? Mei said as she walked back. Melissa wants to be a quirkless hero, and we will help design her gear. Izuku said, smiling. Oh, we are going to make so many babies together. Mei said excitedly. Melissa blushed. Babies? I don't know if I am ready for that. I mean, is that necessary? We are all so young. Izuku didn't quite understand the outburst from their new friend, but when he explained that was what Mei called their inventions, it seemed to calm their blonde friend down. For the rest of the trip, they were inseparable. The demonstration went off without a hitch. EVA performed great. Some of the adults in the room seemed to take it personally that two kids were up there presenting and, during the question section, came at the children hard, trying to prove them as frauds. Though the mothers were memorizing names and faces for revenge, Daiki put his hand on the kids' shoulders and whispered words of encouragement. Mei had no problem speaking up and defending their work. Izuku was nervous, and responding to angry adults took him a bit. Daiki noticed that Izuku found his voice after one person attacked Mei, and then Izuku jumped in to defend her. After the demonstration, there were private meetings with different companies and some of the corporations on the island. They talked more to the children about their process, schooling, and what they hoped to accomplish. They were scouting the children for the future. That was what the parents thought until one company shocked them. His name was Dr. Francis Baker, the head of the support division for OMNI support. The man was about average height, with green and gold eyes resembling circuit boards. I would like to extend an offer for you to move here to A Island, he said, opening a briefcase. We will enroll you here on the island in our technical course at the Future Academy. I can assure you that you will find no better curriculum. We will give you your lab to create anything you want. Room and board and plan tickets so you may travel home for the holidays. Like a boarding school? Inko asked. Yes, your child will be properly looked after and cared for, the man said smugly. This is a wonderful opportunity. Wait, her child? Hana said. Are you only extending this offer to Izuku? Well, yes. The man responded as if that was extremely clear. Izuku had the talent and quirk to be able to create anything. While I am sure that your daughter is talented, I feel we would be better off taking a wait-and-see approach. To see if she can grow and develop independently, independent of Izuku. Hana was about to tell this man off, but Daiki touched her shoulder. Honey, this is an amazing offer for Izuku. It is life-changing. Hana wanted to protest, but instead, she said nothing. Mei looked heartbroken for a second at the thought of being separated from Izuku, but she understood he was held back by what they had to work with. Inko looked at Izuku. It was precisely what Daiki said, a potentially life-changing opportunity, but before she could even say a word, Izuku spoke up, "You want me but not Mei?" Dr. Francis nodded his head. "Then no. I don't want to work with you and reject your offer." "Young man, you don't realize how big this opportunity is?" he protested. "Mei is more important to me than anything you can offer," Izuku said as he reached out and took Mei's hand. "She understands me, and she has been my friend before she knew what my quirk was and would be my friend even if I didn't. She is smart and extremely talented. She would go on to be a great inventor even if she never met me. I am happy we get to do it together, so if you can't see that, I don't want to work with you." The man was flabbergasted when he looked at Inko. She just shrugged. He has made up his mind. Daiki leaned over to Hana and whispered, "They have my blessing to get married." At that point, Izuku ignored the man and turned to Mei, who smiled sweetly at him. "I'm happy that I get to change the world with you too." She threw her arms around him and hugged him close. The ACH that had built up in her heart melted away. The man from Omni walked out fuming. "Is that the last one?" Izuku said, hoping the answer was yes, but he saw Hana shake her head and hold up one finger. The door opened, and in walked their final meeting. The man in question is tall and has an average build. He has aqua-colored eyes and light brown hair, which is short and messy with two prominent tufts for bangs and a short goatee. He has light wrinkles on his face due to his age. He wears wide-rimmed, square glasses, a blue button-up shirt, pale pants, and a dark belt with a metal buckle. His navy sneakers have a red accent and light soles. He wears a dark watch and a wedding ring on his left arm. Mei and Izuku immediately perked up, recognizing David's shield. David warmly shook the hands of the parents, introducing himself with a pleasant smile. "You two have become fast friends with my daughter," he said with a smile. "They are all she has been talking about for the last few days. I know you have been through a lot of these, and from the look of Dr. Francis, I assume he did something insulting, so I will make this quick. I want to offer both children a chance to attend our summer program." Like the man before him, he pulled out an envelope, but unlike the others, he pulled out two. The course will focus on improving all aspects of their invention process, from mechanical engineering to computer programming. Classes will be held in the morning, with lab work scheduled every day after lunch, weekends off, and room and board. If you like, I can even prepare accommodation for you and the parents. Mei and Izuku turned to their parents, pleading looks on both their faces. Hana said, "Give us a chance to review the paperwork?" "Of course," David responded. In the meantime, Melissa was wondering if the kids could have a sleepover tomorrow night. "I think that would be all right," Inko said with a smirk. Hana smiled at Mei. "That sounds like fun. I have been dying to go for a dip in the hot tub." The trio. Melissa was a ball of nervous energy. She had never had a sleepover. She had only been to two of them, and they didn't go well. But tonight, it was different. She was going to have two actual friends over. She had been researching games and things to do, picked out some movies, and procured snacks. And it was everything she hoped it would be. They stood up late, talking and laughing. They shared stories and started working on ideas for Melissa to be a quirkless hero. She was just so happy when they all finally fell asleep. She was surprised when Izuku lay down with Mei, and the girl grabbed his hands. After an explanation, it seemed like the best idea for the night. Seeing how they were talking inventions, Izuku would have access to so much stuff where they were. Melissa smiled when they invited her to join them. The feeling of being included was something she had longed for. The rest of the time, there was a blur of the three of them running around the island and just being kids. Melissa was sad to see them go but excited when she learned they were returning for the summer program. They exchanged numbers and emails so they could stay in contact. The island would be lonely without them, but at least she wasn't alone. Home. They slipped right back into the familiar routine of their lives, though they may have been on the phone a lot more. Izuku and Mei up a giant screen in their work area with a camera so Melissa could dial in whenever she wanted. Soon, Melissa had the same thing, and despite the difference, they worked on small projects together. When he turned to Daiki, Izuku was frustrated with the metal he wanted to use for a piece. "Can you teach me how to forge metal?" Daiki thought about it. He had enjoyed doing it in his youth, and in fact, he had done so for years after he got married, but now he was just so busy with the business that his shop had turned into a storage unit. It took them 2 days to clean the thing from the clutter. That was how Izuku learned how to reforge metal for their projects. Things began to shift one day just after Mei's 12th birthday when she rather calmly walked in and told the family she was bleeding from her lady parts and her stomach hurt. Hana sprang into action with Inko right on her heels. Their parents became very adamant that she wasn't allowed to take a bath with Izuku anymore. When they did anyway, they were grounded. They were grounded again when they found Izuku holding ice to Mei's chest because she said it was sore. Neither of them knew why. The introduction of the training bra followed shortly after that. Mei was not happy about the medieval torture device she was being forced to wear. Their parents didn't want them sleeping in the same bed anymore. They had Izuku design gauntlets that would keep him from sleep. Inventing it was a strange time. He and Mei seemed even more aware of each other they were before, but something about this was different. That summer, they returned to Ai Island with Inko in tow. She only stood with them for a few weeks. She returned home knowing they were safe once she saw that everything was quiet. Melissa was listening to Mei talk and complained about how weird her parents and Inko were being. Melissa tried to explain it to Mei, but Mei said she didn't care about that. Melissa sighed. She didn't understand the massive deal with it either. The two girls changed into swimsuits and headed out of the changing room. Then Melissa saw Izuku without a shirt for about a year. He had been working with the forge and working out in general. It had been Daiki's suggestion to keep him and Mei separated, but that was not the issue today. "He looks really cute." "Wait, what?" Melissa thought she managed to suppress her eep, though she did turn red. Mei just smiled. She liked seeing him without his shirt, but she was unsure why. Izuku failed to notice anything. Promises. Izuku was focused on the forge, working out a design to fulfill a promise in his mind. He sat in his desk chair, spinning in a circle with a pencil curled on his upper lip. He closed his eyes and let his mind drift with the singular focus of fulfilling his promise. Explosives and metal are a dangerous combination. His head leaned back when he opened his eyes. Mei stared down at him. They stood like that till he blinked, and her smile slowly spread. "Still the champ?" He sat up and spun to face her. She was wearing her standard overalls, but one of the buckles was undone, leaving it hanging down, revealing her bra to him. She had graduated from a training bra, and when it happened, Izuku couldn't have cared less, but the summer they turned 13, he noticed that both Mei and Melissa had bobas. He tried not to stare, but he couldn't stop himself, and when his body reacted unexpectedly, he fled into the water. It had been difficult. He had woken up, and his voice had decided it couldn't decide on a pitch. Daiki had the pleasure of sitting Izuku down and explaining the changes that were going on and would go on. Izuku was a scientist, an inventor, trial and error, plan and plans. This newly awakened appendage between his legs did not want to follow any rhyme or reason to its reactions. Seeing Melissa or Mei in a stage of undress or a swimsuit, other women walking around in that same style, people kissing on television, tight clothing, skits fluttering, a stiff ing breeze, and it seemed to decide that now was a good time for it to stand up and try and draw attention to itself. The worst was when he saw Hana in a bikini at the beach. He stayed in the water for most of the day. That wasn't the worst. He and Mei had fallen asleep together a few weeks while working on homework. When he woke up, she had done her impression of a spider monkey, but his head was nestled in her developing chest, and his not-so-best friend had decided to wake up and poke into Mei's parts. He felt like he was betraying Mei and her parents, so he did his best to ensure that didn't happen again. The only good thing about all this was that he had gotten slightly taller. So now Mei was staring at him with her bra exposed. He blushed and covered his eyes. Mei. Izuku. She yelled back sarcastically. Cover up. He said. What, they are smaller than Melissa's? She laughed when he protested. With that not being the point, she snapped the other side. They're better now? Mei had unsnapped the other part right as she walked in. She knew it would get him flustered and make him blush. For some reason, knowing that she did that to him made her happy. She wasn't pleased with him for refusing to let her sleep in his room after a scary movie last week, and even when they would spend the summer on Island, he wouldn't. It was all right because Mei could cuddle with Melissa for some reason. Melissa would protest but always give in the end. What are you working on? And will we finish up waste allocation loader excavation for the convention this year? Mei huffed at him. I want to finish the gauntlets first, then we can finish Wall-E, he said, readjusting how he was sitting. What is the problem? Mei walked over, threw her arms around him from behind, and leaned over his shoulder. He loved and hated it when she did this. The smell of her, mixed with metal and cleaner, made his friend stand up. She saw all the designs for the gauntlets, but she didn't understand them. For some reason, Izuku was laboring over this one. He could have let his quirk take over and made something, but he refused. Mei looked at the designs. You should combine this one and this one, she said, pointing at two different ones. This one will give it like a revolver-type function. The shots can focus his explosion, giving it a more concentrated targeting, and as he gets stronger, maybe even help with armor piercing. Then he can open all the chambers by pulling the pin and massive explosion. If you focus on the barrels, it can still be controlled somewhat. Also, the chambers are easy to replace and maintain if damaged. He tilted his head back and looked at her. You are so smart, but sometimes that big brain gets in the way. Thanks, Mei. He just laughed. Now get it done. I want to get dirty and make our baby. Mei yelled out. What? They heard Daiki yell from the outside. Bakugo. He stood there looking at Izuku. They had kept in sporadic contact over the years. He was surprised when he told him the gauntlet design was ready. He saw this lanky green-haired guy walking towards him and immediately recognized him. If the messy green hair didn't give him away, the diamond freckles did. He was just a smidge taller than Bakugo, but he knew he would eventually be taller. Bakugo frowned when he noticed Izuku's arms were slightly smaller than his. Yo, don't make me wait all day. Show me what you got. He bellowed. The others at the outdoor cafe looked startled, but he paid them no mind. Izuku apologized to the other patrons as he walked over and pulled out the blueprints. I thought you said this was going to be a grenade. He said. If you don't stop yelling, I will take these and leave. Izuku said. Bakugo instinctively wanted to pound this bastard into oblivion, but it didn't matter. Izuku was going to support or some stupid. This was probably going to be this poor bastard's only claim to fame. Fine, explain this then, he said, pointing at the blueprint. And why didn't you make one for me to practice with? Well, that would be illegal for both of us, and neither of us would get into the UA. Izuku sighed. Look, the chambers act like a revolver. As you sweat, it will collect in each chamber, with an automatic cutoff so the chamber doesn't overload. Once the chambers are filled, the backup chambers will then fill. You can fire your blasts like normal, but to fire a chamber, you are going to grab the gauntlet like so, and when you trigger your explosion, it will ignite the chamber, sending out your attack in a more concentrated manner. It is great for pinpoint hits and even armor piercing later. Once you fire your 6 shots, pull back here, and it will eject the spent chambers and quickly load the backups. Pulling this pin will release all the stored sweat into this chamber, which will be your huge explosion attack. I think with time, we may even be able to figure a way to focus that attack better as well. Bakugo looked at all he said. I seemed relatively calm. Will it work? I am sure I have a computer model designed to email you all the calculations, but if we both get into the UA, once they sign off on it, I can build it myself. But I wanted to keep my promise, Izuku said, getting to his feet. Bakugo reviewed the plan. Did you design this yourself? I had a hard time settling in on a design. My friend was the one who helped me cut through the mess and settle in on this one, he said. You mean that weird? Don't you finish that sentence, Bakugo. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Mei is my best friend and someone I care about. Bakugo smiled. The fire was ignited when Izuku spoke, and Bakugo was willing to go to the edge. Bakugo could see it in his old friend. He had changed over the years. He was not sniveling or hiding but ready to throw down if need be. Keep that edge, Izuku. It will help to take you far. Bakugo rolled up the blueprints and walked away. Melissa was a bundle of raw energy. She was so excited. Izuku and Mei were going to be landing any minute. This summer was going to be the best. They were going to have a cake and a little party for Mei, who had just turned 16. Izuku's birthday was going to happen on the island, and lastly, she was going to tell them how felt about both of them. No more hiding or beating around the bush. Yet, when she saw Izuku and Mei, that excitement dropped fast. Izuku was walking ahead of Mei and not looking back. Mei was looking at the ground, biting her lip. Yesterday. Hey Izuku, do you think I need a new swimsuit? I may have outgrown this one. Izuku had already turned when he heard his name, and standing there was Mei in her swimsuit. Her cup had run over to the point that part of her was peeking out for him. He had quickly turned his head, and in the process, his arm had swung, knocking over his drink all over the primary circuit board. He was doing some modifications, one completely frying it. He yelled, jumping out of his seat. He tripped over some wires, fell back, and hit his head. OMG, Izuku! She called out as she ran over to him, with things bouncing. Damn it, Mei! He yelled, holding his head. I'm sorry, I was just. She started to say. What, playing some game with me? He sat up, pulled his hand away, and there was some blood. Yes, no, Well, are you happy now? Was it funny? Did it give you the reaction you wanted? Huh? He said, his voice rich with anger. I'm sorry, Mei said, stepping back. He had never yelled at her. She was doing this, yes, to get a reaction out of him, but she was annoyed that he had seemingly been avoiding her, avoiding looking at her, spending time with her, and not wanting to sit on the couch and cuddle to watch movies. But he was talking about going to the planetarium with Melissa, working out with her, going on runs. They had invited Mei, but she didn't want to go, but that was beside the point. She just wanted the two most influential people to be with her always. Why was that so bad? She tried to get cuddled by them and take baths with them. Izuku wouldn't do it anymore, and that made her mad. Melissa would. She would take baths with her, though Mei would have to argue and pout about it. She just wanted Izuku and Melissa at all times. Why was that so difficult? They could share a bed, take baths together, and work on inventions all day. He wouldn't even hold her hand. Last year, she had seen Melissa and Izuku doing it while watching some boring movie about people kissing and stuff. But when they got caught, they jumped away from each other like they had been electric shock. You happy now? He yelled. Now I have to rebuild that whole thing before we leave tomorrow for Island. He grabbed a clean paper towel and held it to his head. Yes, Mei, you need a new swimsuit top. Your boba ass have gotten much bigger than last year. He turned and stormed out of the room. He didn't talk to her or text her for the rest of the night. His door was locked. He never locked his door. In the car with headphones, on the plane with headphones, and sleep. Today. Melissa plastered a smile on her face and ran up to her friends. Izuku gave her a weak smile when she came up, but with a good hug, Mei visibly brightened up and hugged her tightly. "Are you guys alright?" she asked. "I am just tired. I was up all night. I must get into the lab as soon as possible," Izuku replied. "Okay, I got a setup right across from our normal lab, so we should get going soon," Mel said, a little uncertain. When they got to the transport, instead of piling in the back like usual, she saw Izuku hesitate and get in the front seat while Mei and Melissa were in the back. Once they were in motion, she saw Izuku fire off a quick text, probably to Inko, before he put back on his headphones and just stared out the window. "What is going on, Mei? And who pissed in his Cheerios?" Melissa whispered. "I messed up," Mei said sullenly. "He was working on the main circuit board for the project, and I wanted to tease him." Her shoulders sank, the circuit board got fried, and he fell and cut his head. It was bleeding. He yelled at me. I have never seen him so mad at me. "Mei," Melissa sighed. "What, he won't hold my hand like he did with you? He gets weird about cuddling. He won't let me take a bath with him. He let me sleep with him. He won't join me in the hot tub. He won't stop talking to Asuka Yurai at school. He even went to her house. Without me." Mia was getting more upset. "I just wanted to tease him and make him get all red." "Okay, hold on, who is Asuka Yurai? And why was he at her house?" Melissa said. "I don't know. All he said was he needed to help her with something, and then the next thing I knew, she and her friends were inviting him to the movies. They wanted us to go to some pool party, but he said no because we would be here. And he got into a fight with Haido, and he won't say anything about why. I watched a terrifying movie, and he cuddled me till I fell asleep, then he got out of bed and slept on the floor." Mei was talking very fast and to the point of almost hyperventilating. Melissa wanted to know more about this Asuka, but that would have to wait. She put her arm around Mei, pulling her into a hug. "What if he doesn't want to be my friend anymore?" "Mei, he is upset, and maybe he has some reasons why," Melissa responded. "He cares about you. He is just mad, that's all. Let him cool off, and you try to relax. I will talk to him." Once they arrived, Izuku went to his door and just set his bag inside, grabbed a box, and went straight to the lab. Mei just went off to her room to unpack. Mel kept her company for a while before she ended up and went to check on Izuku. He was sitting at the work counter running the board through some calibrations and in a tight black compression shirt that read Shield Industries. It was a workout shirt she had given him. It was doing him justice. Over the years, while Melissa started working out, it took off once her uncle gave her a training regimen and whipped up one for Izuku, her workout partner. They would send each other messages daily after they worked out or to motivate each other. It was not an excuse to send a boy she thought were cute selfies of her abs or the cute workout uniform she had just bought. Nor was it encouraging him to return the favor so she could monitor his progress. The video from Mei was of him working in the forge at home, bare-chested, sweaty, with some soot on his face and chest because she was just curious about the type of work. She did not log into her camera feed to watch him and Mei in their overalls, all sweaty, working on some creation in the middle of the night instead of sleeping. Enjoying the way Mei would wear overalls with just a sports bra. She watched as he gave a weary sigh. "You okay there, cowboy?" Izuku smiled as he looked up. "Yeah, everything is good. We won't be set back in our timeline." "What's going on, Izu?" Mel said, walking over and leaning on the workbench across from him. She saw him look up, then look away and blush slightly. She looked, and her shirt was loose, so it dangled forward, giving him a nice view down her shirt. She blushed and stood up more. "Nothing, Mel," he replied. "Just trying to get this done." "You know it was an accident," Mel said softly. "It was, but she wanted to elicit a response without thinking of the consequences," he said with a note of hurt that she picked up on. "All the time she does stuff, it is just so confusing. Then there is you." he added, sounding exasperated. Me, what did I do? Mel said defensively. Nothing, I guess, but I don't know, he sounded frustrated as he flopped on the stool. Can we just fast forward a year and a half till we apply to UA? Sure, just invent a time fast forward machine. She immediately ran around the table and grabbed his hands. I am kidding, don't start. She stopped and looked down. They were holding hands again, and this warmth spread from her fingertips to her whole body. When she looked at his face, he looked at her. Tension between them was increasing. They both pulled their hands away with a shared deep, blushed, and looked away. Hey, if you are done here, why don't you get some sleep? I know we have a lot of stuff to do while you are here. Do you think you will be up to cake and ice cream for Mei tomorrow night? Melissa said a little shyly after a nervous cough. Yeah, Mel, that sounds fine. He stood up. She wondered when he got taller than her she hadn't noticed it earlier, but now she was keenly aware of it. Out of stupidity or habit, neither would be able to tell which they hugged. That warmth began again, and this time it went fast. She pulled back enough to tilt her head slightly to look at him. He was gazing down at her. Time slowed, and he started to lean down. She tilted up, eyes closed. The sound of the door beeping and opening made them nearly jump out of their skin. Melissa, are you in here? Her father called. The two teens jumped back from each other. Oh, hello Izuku. Happy to see you. Hello, sir, Izuku replied, ignoring the slight voice squeak. So, this is it, huh? Can you really get a prototype up and running here? David said, walking over to shake Izuku's hand. Yes sir, Izuku replied, with a firm handshake and smile. If it doesn't clear the benchmarks I set forth, then we are going to put a stop to this hero nonsense, he said, directed to Melissa. Sir, I understand your concern, but with the capture weapons we have designed and the amount of physical work Melissa has put in, Izuku countered. Melissa was surprised at his reaction. Typically, he was reticent about things. Are you her father? David said, his voice tinged with anger. No sir, obviously I am not. Keep to your inventing, and let me handle my daughter. David said, cutting him off. You can tell Melissa that she cannot be a hero all you want, but in the end, she will be 18 and can decide for herself what course she wants her life to take, Izuku fired back. She doesn't need your blessing or mine. All she is asking for is support in following her dream, something I pledged to her years ago. Listen, Izuku, I don't know what has gotten into you today, but I will overlook it, David nearly sneered at the young man. If you want to continue to run your mouth, then we can have another conversation about your stay on this island. Izuku was about to talk when Melissa stepped in between them and took Izuku's hand. She had her back to her father and pleaded with him with her eyes. I apologize, Mr. Shield, I am jet-lagged and tired, please forgive my outburst, Izuku said with a bow. I shall seek my bed, he said, stepping past and walking out of the lab. You better talk with him, Melissa, David said once the door was closed. I will, father, but nothing. You are my only daughter, and I will not let you risk your life foolishly. David's voice was raised. He paused and took a deep breath. Melissa, I see how hard you have worked and how much effort you, Mei, and Izuku have put in. I had hoped that this was nothing but a flight of fancy or a childhood dream that would run its course. But that doesn't seem to be the case with every passing year. You are going to be 17 years old this year. I wish you focus on the work here rather than chasing some dream of heroics where you can get hurt or possibly killed. But you said we had to prove it was viable. You gave us benchmarks we had to reach? Melissa replied. I did, he said. Melissa, I am a man of my word. It doesn't mean that I have to agree with a smile on my face. But if we do it? Then we can talk after that, David touched her shoulder. You should get to bed. He kissed her forehead before leaving the room. Izuku. He walked into his room and rubbed his face. What happened? He thought. Was I about to kiss Melissa? Jesus, what is wrong with me? Did she want me to kiss her? Do I want to kiss her? Do I want to kiss Mei? Wait, why am I thinking about kissing Mei? For just talking back to her dad? What is wrong with me? He sank to the ground on the other side of the door, his knees curled up. He folded his arms and rested his head on them. I wouldn't say I like fighting with Mei, but He got to his feet and stared at the empty room. He grabbed his hoodie and left the room. He exited the facility and walked off into the night of Island. This wasn't dangerous. The island was more secure and safe. They had invested heavily in their safety and security, and it showed. Not wanting to be around too many people, he headed to the shore. It was late, and he wouldn't bump into many people. The boardwalk on this side of the island was closed at this time of night. It catered more to the private residences on that side of the island. He wandered towards the shops, stopping to pick up a broken toy he saw sticking out of the bin. He grabbed a few more items he saw that he could use to tinker with it. Of course, he had a mini tool kit in his pocket. Sitting on the sand, he stared out over the water, not even looking at what he was doing, his quirk guiding his hands. It wasn't something he did often, but he liked to do it when his mind was clouded and he needed to drift off. The moon was high, still in the night sky, bathing the beach in its light. He looked out over the waves, trying to figure out what was wrong with him. It was about when his hands stopped moving that he realized he wasn't alone. There was a girl about his age, he thought, but she looked like she had stepped out of a beauty magazine. Her pale skin glowed in the moonlight, and a red flowing dress fluttered lightly in the night breeze. Her black hair trailed behind her, matching the dress. He would look for the fan machine and photo crew if he knew no one else was there. She hadn't noticed him as he was honestly enthralled with her. He had never wanted to take up photography, but he understood that desire. Then they noticed her wiping her eyes like she had been crying. She saw her look at her phone, and he could visibly see her steady herself. No, father, I have no intention of coming back to the party. I will not be marrying that disgusting pig. I am going to go into heroics. I don't care. No, father, I don't. If that is your wish, then that is fine. I will have to figure it out. I don't know. Tell mother I love her and wish you a wonderful life. She stared at the phone before wholly breaking down. She crouched down and buried her face in her hands, crying. Izuku set what he was tinkering aside and ran over to her. Miss, are you all right? She looked up, started, and fell back on her butt. Up close, she was even more beautiful. Her dress had a plunging neckline. He looked up as he offered her his hand. I am sorry. I didn't mean to startle you, but you were crying and seemed upset. She immediately put her hand on her chest, but when she noticed that he was looking away, she had to give him at least credit. Most boys or men, for that matter, took too much delight in looking at her like some courtesan or object. Izuku reached into his pocket and pulled out a tissue pack. Here, so you dry your eyes, he said. She looked at the simple gesture, and it made her smile. It reminded her of her books at home, of the knight coming to help the fair maiden. Home, she thought. She didn't have a home. She didn't have anything. She sniffed again. She took the tissue and his hand as he helped her up. She pulled one from the pack and dabbed at her eyes. Thank you, sir, she said. Are you always out along the beach at night looking to provide tissues to crying girls? No, I was just. He paused. Are you all right? There is a vending machine over that way. I can buy you a water or something. Why would you do that? She wondered aloud. You are crying, he said. I may not be able to fix or even help, but I can at least listen if you are willing to talk. She watched as he removed his jacket and offered it to her. Here, you can wear that if you are cold. She was a bit chilled, so she was grateful that she had taken the interesting jacket and put it on. Unlike anything she had ever worn before, she had seen it on television and some of the staff wearing them. She believed they were called sweatshirts or hoodies. It was very warm, probably from the boy wearing it when he removed it, she noticed that tight black shirt he was wearing. She also saw it said Shield Industries. A support company? He is probably being nice to cozy up for some contract and trying to use me. Do you work at Shield Industries? She said, ready to take his coat off and throw it in his face. No, he shook his head. My friend gave me this. Her anger softened. Would you like water? Yes, please. What is your name? She replied, following after him just off his shoulder. Izuku Midoriya. He looked back and smiled. And yours? She paused for a moment. Yanakamura, she said. Would it be alright if I call you Izuku? You can call me Ya? Sure, he replied. Once they hit the boardwalk, she noticed he stopped and offered her his hand to step up. Then, he moved to the outside as they walked along the road. She saw the vending machines a short distance away. She had to admit she was excited. She had never heard anything from a vending machine before. She had seen it on television and read about it. What would you like? He asked. She didn't know what to pick. She was looking at everything. Her eyes lit up when, at the prospect of a hot tea coming out of the machine, she pointed at it and looked at him. I would like that one if it is all right. His smile was nice. It was gentle and reassuring. He made the selection, and 2 cans dropped. He was about to hand it to her, but she saw him pause and open before doing so. Careful, it's hot. When she took the can, he noticed the curious look on her face. Your nails. She looked at her hand, then back to him. It looked like you just had them done. My mom told me that I should open drinks so their nails don't break right away or chip. She smiled. It was a very valid reason. She took a drink, and it was hot. The tea left much to be desired, but it was warm and more important to her. He motioned for them to sit. Once she did, he took a seat. Are you okay? No, but I am better, she smiled weakly. Thanks to you. Do you want to talk about it? He said. I want to be a hero, she said, looking at the can of hot tea in her hand. My father doesn't want me to. He wants me to enter a marriage arrangement. I am the only daughter, and I wouldn't mind doing so if any of these men supported the idea of me being a hero and didn't want to treat me like a meal ticket or an object. She sighed. Tonight, the person in question kept looking down at my dress and trying to lure me away. I may be naive, but I know better than that. You had the decency to look away when I was on the ground, offer me your coat, walk outside the sidewalk, and let me choose my drink. So your family must come from money, he responded. I don't know how things work for those in that position, but I have a friend, and she wants to be a hero. Her father has sent the benchmarks she must clear for him to approve. They are pretty high, but I think we can do it. Why is he setting such high benchmarks? Ya asked. My friend is quirkless. How is she going to go into heroics? She had been training. She is brilliant, so my other friend and I have been helping her design and build support items as a workaround. This summer, we are supposed to get a prototype suit ready to deal with the protection and integration all put together. He looked off in the distance. It's just today I got into an argument with her father. I told him that soon she will be 18 and she can do what she wants at that point. He sighed. Are you an inventor? She asked. Yes, I am. My friend Mei and even Melissa are. Melissa wants to be a hero. We met her on Island when we were 12, and she told us about her dream, and I thought it was amazing. He looked at Ya and smiled. Does your quirk help with inventing? She mused, taking a drink of the tea, wondering how it was hot, but the can was only warm. Yeah, I wanted to be a hero when I was little, but my mom told me that I could help more people by being an inventor, so I want to help people. If you have the heart and passion, you can do anything. You may need some help, but that doesn't make it any less tangible. I hate people telling others they can't do something because of something as stupid as the type of quirk you have. He was getting fired up and passionate. You couldn't help but be drawn in. I don't know what your quirk is, but if you want to be a hero, then you should try for it. He looked at her. Maybe you will pass the test, or maybe you won't. The same goes for Melissa. I don't know if she will pass, but I know I can help her achieve her dream. I want to help people, heroes or not. What if I asked for your help? Ya asked. Okay, how can I help? He said quickly. But I don't have money or anything I can pay you with? She responded. I am not getting paid now. He laughed. Not for helping Melissa. I am sure the patents and inventions will help me in the future, but that is not why I am doing it. But if you succeed, then she will be a huge advertisement for your work, you pointed out. Also, if she can do it with your inventions, then everyone can with your inventions. Suppose you can elevate a quirkless student to the ranks of hero and have that hero graduate from the UA, especially if they do well and break into the higher ranks. They will break down your door to get your inventions and help. Izuku looked at her, shocked he hadn't thought about that. I hadn't thought about that. You was shocked. One would assume he was lying. That he had hedged his bets on making this Melissa his key to wealth and glory, but the look on her face told her otherwise. Would you still help me? I also plan on going to the UA next year. What if you help me and your friend doesn't get in? Or what happens when she gets in, and someone else with a quirk doesn't? What kind of uproar will happen when the first quirkless hero takes the stage? You and your friends will set the world on its head. Then let the world be set on its head, he responded. Good, if a quirkless person can be a hero, why can't anyone? That is very noble of you, she replied. Not sound business but noble nonetheless. What makes you sure you can make something so your friend could be a hero? My quirk, he responded. I can make anything. Ya's eyes widened. Do you wave your hand, and it just appears? She said in surprise, wondering if his quirk was like hers. No, I wish, he said. I still need the materials. So if you have the materials, you can make anything? She said. He nodded. Do you need to know how to make it? He shook his head. After a moment of searching, he pulled out his phone and showed her a photo of the sphere with the red button. She saw a girl referred to as Mei and heard Izuku's voice, though it sounded much younger, as the girl dived forward, hitting the red button. The chaos that occurred made you jump some, but she was enthralled and laughing as many fireworks and confetti, the laughter and the happiness of the duo, then the birthday banner. Once it was over, Izuku smiled. I made that in my sleep. Ya's eyes widened. I don't even know how I built the rocket or designed fireworks. We had to reverse engineer it so I could understand it. So, with unlimited supplies, you could design anything? He nodded. A giant robot to smash a city? He nodded. Mei wants a mecha, so that is on the list. Mei and I already built 2 robots. EVA and Wall-E. He showed her pictures and videos. Last year, we finished the design for EVA. He showed the evolution to the triangle body, floating head, and the arms that came seamlessly out of her body, showing her flying. It is just like the movie, you said in wonder. What about SCHVRMMM? Kushu. She waved her hands around like she was holding an imaginary sword. Izuku leaned close and saw him dig deep into folders on his phone. A video filled the screen. It was shot at night and very dark wherever it was. Okay, it should last 30 seconds before the power source fries, she heard Izuku say. The giggling response must have been Mei, guessed. Do it. You nearly fell off the bench when it came alive, brilliant blue. She watched as it cut through some metal at a junkyard. It made all the noise before it sparked and died. You just stared at him. He smirked at her. I know, right? He snapped his fingers. I wonder what I built on the beach. Wait, you built something on the beach? Yeah, I found this broken toy and some other stuff, And I just let my quirk make something while thinking. Then I saw you and forgot about it. He rubbed his head sheepishly. Wait here. I'll go get it. You nodded as he ran off. He was nice, she thought, but most of all, he just seemed natural. And real was something you had a hard time encountering. He was naive in some ways regarding business but seemed sweet. She would agree to marry him. He would be a perfect support, and she could be his ideal support. She could provide him with any material he needed to make anything. Imagine if they had a child that possessed a merged version of their quirks. She had to be careful of what she made as she could destabilize the economy with fake gems. She grew a little sad at the thought of how empty her life had been. A boy she met on the beach who treated her like a person and not a thing was one of the best people she had ever met. But he didn't know her name or what she could do. She would tell him, but not now. She just wanted to be for a little bit longer. He came running back a few moments later. She was relieved to see him and wondered if he had ditched her. He was holding a metal white sphere with a silver band around it. Do you know what it is? She asked dubiously. He laughed. I do. My quirk will tell me what a machine is, how to break it down, counter it. Sometimes, it does it when I make something in my sleep, but we are okay this time. Hold out your hand. Somewhat hesitantly, she held out her hand, placed the sphere in her hand, and hit a small button. Sphere recognize new command owner. Recognize new command owner. A robotic voice resonated from the sphere. Okay, talk. Izuku told you excitedly. What do I say? You responded. New voice command recognized, the sphere said. You nearly dropped it. Tell it to activate, Izuku said. You activate, you said unsure. The orb suddenly lit up and floated off her hand. You moved her hand, which followed her palm, hovering away from it. You started to laugh and smile. Tell it to circle 2 meters out, Izuku whispered. Circle 2 meters out. You said. Confirmed. What else can it do? You asked in wonder as it circled her. She walked towards it, and it moved with her. Simple commands, he replied. Go and come back. It has a range of about 3 meters or so. It should last about 3 hours before the batter on it dies. This is amazing. You turned and had the sphere go up above her head. This would be amazing for rescue heroes in dark areas. It could help guide lost people. I would need some upgrades. I know, I was thinking the same thing. I also think I could give it a sensor to examine rubble looking for heat signatures. Imagine if a hero gets on a disaster scene and can let 20 of these things go and start looking for survivors. He said excitedly. Or checking for structural weaknesses in a damaged building. You responded excitedly. Or a body cam for police and heroes, so if they are not doing things right, the public has proof, or the hero can defend themselves from allegations. Some storage, maybe? He said, first aid or some small items? Two-way communication? You added, you can record a message and send it to someone as if the communications get jammed. I could maybe even give it a projector so it could relay visual messages or project a map that the other ones have made by scouting so the hero can see where things are, he said excitedly. Like a heads-up display, almost a floating map. You responded, her excitement growing. How much could you boost the range? I could boost it quite a bit. That is just limited by what I had to work with, he smiled brightly. This can be something cool. It could, that is amazing, Izuku, you returned his smile. I don't know why you were out here tonight, but I am glad you were. I still don't know what I will do, but I have hope. Do you have any money? He said gently. No, she said as she began to think more about being out in the world with nowhere to live and no money to survive. I could always make some. I know it would be counterfeiting, but I can give you some money. His voice brought her out of her thoughts. I can ask Melissa and Mei. They could help us get you some clothes, but that would need to wait until morning. You can't sleep out here. You can spend the night in my room. You was about to say something. There is a lock on the door, and I can sleep on the couch, he said quickly. It is like a small suite. I wasn't trying to do anything. He waved his hand defensively in the air and blushed. You felt relieved she had noticed him looking at her, but he looked mainly at her face and looked her in the eyes. He seemed so nice and decent that she worried he might be just like others she had met. Why would you do so much? She asked. You need some help, was his response. And I can help. I may not be rich, but I have some money. I can only ensure you are safe for the night. Melissa and Mei will help. I would love for you to meet them. I think I would like to meet them as well, you responded. She was about to say more, but headlights on the empty road gave them pause. She smiled when Izuku stepped before her, his attention on the car approaching significantly after it slowed down. You looked up and called the sphere back to her hand and told it to deactivate, which it did. The vehicle stopped before them. Izuku could tell it was an expensive car, and you could tell it was her family car. The front door opened and out stepped a bald man with sunglasses who was not welcome. Izuku knew that there was no way he could take the man in the fight, but maybe he could hold him off long enough for you to run away. They had probably come to force her to go home. The back door opened, and a woman with blue hair dressed in a maid outfit was out. Madam, are you all right? The woman said as the man and Izuku kept eyeing each other. Everything is fine, Oi, you responded. I have no intention of returning home if my father wished me to entertain the thought of this arranged marriage. He was quite upset with your disappearance, but after a heated conversation with your mother, he wishes to negotiate terms, the woman said. Her voice was so crisp and clear, and she had this natural soothing cadence but this hint of authority. It would work so well for the sphere, but he pushed that thought from his mind. He couldn't get distracted in case he needed to get his bum kicked so you could run. Has he offered any terms? No, he did not seem fit to send them with me, but your mother has. All she asks is that you come home this evening and sit down for the discussion in the morning. She gives her word that should negotiations fail, you will be allowed to leave and that Vigo and I will be allowed to attend you till such time you grow weary of our services and dismiss us from your sight. Oi bowed her head. She also promised a proper stipend until you graduate from the school of your choice or take a husband. Very well, I accept, you said. I know this isn't my place, but what if they lie? Izuku said, and the concern in his eyes made you smile. He was a good person. My mother wouldn't lie, you responded. She was about to remove the hoodie but paused. She began to fidget. Izuku, would you mind if I held on to this till the next we meet? I would like to have at least it cleaned as a thank you. That would be fine, he responded. Take the sphere with you, you can keep it. But it's your prototype, she protested. I can remake it. Besides, I need to improve it for everything we talked about, he replied, smiling at her. Then would you mind giving me your phone number? You blushed. I would like to be able to keep in touch with you. I don't have many. Of course, yeah, he said. He didn't notice Aoi raise an eyebrow. That way, you can call me if you need help or just need to talk. Like a friend? She said hesitantly. Like a friend. He pulled out his phone as she did. They touched them together, and she smiled, seeing his information on the screen. Are you going to be on the island for much longer? We are here for the summer? She replied, her heart filling with hope. Would you like to hang out again? He asked, feeling nervous. Yes. She said quickly, stepping forward. She blushed and stepped back, tucking her hair behind her ear. I mean, if you would like to, that sounds nice, she said, her voice soft and gentle. Too cute. He thought. Be safe, yet if you need any help, let me know. He bowed slightly to her, which she mimicked as he turned to walk away. You watched him leave until he walked around the bend. Then, she walked towards Aoi, patiently waiting, and climbed into the car. Once inside, Aoi sat across from her, and the vehicle went into motion. Yeah? Madam. He was an unknown person, as you and Vigo have told me that it wise to use an alias should we become separated to ascertain the person's intentions, you responded. He may have acted differently if he knew who I was. It was nice to be treated as a normal person. Lady Momo always said, but she stopped herself. I understand. Momo pulled out her phone. She couldn't stop the smile as she looked at the 7th contact in her phone. Izuku Midoriya. Her father, mother, Aoi, Vigo, Celine, and Duncan were in order. The last two were the chef and her tutor. She had a friend's phone number for the first time. She had a friend. As the car drove off into the night and Izuku made his way home, the god of fate rubbed his hands together in glee. His wife just smiled. Izuku slowly stirred to consciousness. He sat up, rubbed the sleep from his eyes, and sighed. Sleep is a beautiful thing. It helps to put things into perspective. It also brings moments of clarity that make him stop and stare at himself in the mirror. He was attracted to Melissa, and there was no doubt about that. Coupled with what happened in the lab before her father arrived, he sighed. Mei Hatsume was attracted to her as well, but he felt guilty about it. They were so close, friends for so long, and he felt bad for looking at her that way, like he was betraying her parents. Izuku took a deep breath and froze. Damn, he needed a bath. He grabbed his headphones and went about getting cleaned up for the day. Mei awoke, rolling over to find Melissa still asleep. The two girls had stayed up late, talking and talking. She liked waking up with Melissa. She enjoyed snuggling, playing, tickling, and even the occasional kissing practice. But she missed Izuku, their closeness, waking up with him, feeling him beside her, holding her, snuggling her. Why couldn't she sleep with him anymore? Why couldn't they take baths anymore? She loved how he washed her hair, combed through the conditioner, and scrubbed her back. She liked knowing he was looking at her. She enjoyed it. She liked seeing his eyes on her chest or when he would look at her bummer body. She wanted him to look just as she liked looking at him. He wasn't allowed to look at anyone but her, or maybe Melissa. Melissa would be just fine. Mei liked looking at her as well. Melissa would take baths with her and showers. Mei liked doing it, and it always made her stomach flutter when they did. She needed to close this distance with Izuku. It was too much, it hurt her heart, and she hated that. She slipped out of bed and snuck over, taking the master key from Melissa's bag, grabbed a change of clothes, tucked them under her arm, and sneaked out of the room. Mei walked over to his door, using the key, and opened the door as quietly as she could. Once inside, she poked her head into his room and saw the bed empty, but obviously, it had been slept in. She heard some noise from the bathroom, so she called him out, but there wasn't any answer. She walked over, peeked in, and saw him sitting in the bath with his headphones on. She smiled. She had made those for him for his birthday last year. She was going to close this gap between them. They needed to reconnect, and what would be a better way than taking a bath together? Sadly, she didn't need her hair washed. Mel had taken care of that last night, but she would join him in the tub. She smiled. Perfect, she thought. They could close the gap, she could apologize, and he would wrap his arms around her and hold her tight. She quickly threw off her oversized shirt, discarded her panties, and slipped into the bathroom. Momo. She emerged from the bathroom, wrapped herself in her towel, and went to the closet. She stopped and looked at the dark green hoodie draped over the back of her chair. She picked it up and smiled. Memories of the night before. The metallic orb was on her desk. She thought of how it felt to talk to someone about heroics, about how they could improve this simple thing and make it such a wonderful and amazing support item. The enthusiasm and excitement of a shared passion, of being able to express herself in a way she normally couldn't. She was going to see him again today. She wanted to see him now, but there were other things she had to do. She went to her closet and chose a nice, simple dress for the morning. She pulled up her hair in a ponytail and exited the room. Aoi was waiting. "My parents?" Momo said. "They await you on the east balcony, madam," Aoi said as she curtsied. "Good, Aoi, I plan on seeing Izuku again today. I would like you to find me some suitable clothes to hang out." Momo paused. "I would like some jeans. I believe they are called a t-shirt." Aoi's head was down, so Momo couldn't see her raise an eyebrow. "As you wish, madam." Momo took a deep breath as she headed to breakfast. She stepped onto the east balcony and saw her parents seated. Her father was reading the newspaper, and her mother was sipping her tea. "Good morning, mother," Momo said, kissing her cheek. "Good morning, father." She took her seat across from him. "Good morning, Momo," her mother responded, smiling. She received a hump from behind the newspaper. "Shall we have to eat?" "I would like to discuss terms first," Momo said as she placed her hands on her lap. Her father folded the paper and set it on the table, focusing on her. "Before we discuss terms, I would like to hear about the young man you were found with last night," her mother said. "I trust that he behaved." "Indeed, he did, mother," Momo said proudly. "I would say he behaved far better than any of the other suitors I have been forced to meet. He did not let his eyes wander. He extended his hand to help me step onto the road, walked along the outside, and allowed me to choose my drink." Her emphasis on me made her father's gaze harden momentarily. "And offered me his aid." "He probably did so in hopes of lowering your guard or earning favor," her father said dismissively. "According to Vigo, he was wearing a Shield Industries shirt." "Yes, I questioned him about that, and he said it was a friend's gift. Also, I gave him a false name, so he would have had to know me on sight. I didn't recognize his name from any of the lists you had me memorize." Momo responded, doing her best to keep her tone neutral. "What did he reveal about himself?" her mother asked warmly, trying to keep the conversation from descending into a fight before terms could be reached. "He is an inventor, a rather capable one, to be exact. If what he said in regards to his quirk, I dare say he may be one of, if not the greatest of, not only my generation but will find his place in the history annuals," Momo said, her voice much warmer when talking to her mother. Her father rolled his eyes as he took a drink of his coffee. "That is a bold claim. What evidence do you have to support that?" her father said, leaning forward. "He showed me some of his inventions as well as something he put together from components he found as he walked towards the beach." Momo picked up the bell on the table, ringing it lightly. Aoi stopped. "Aoi, please retrieve the sphere from the room." She looked at her mother and smiled. "There were also 2 robots he showed me, like the ones from the movie when I was young, Eva and Wall-E." Her father suddenly became very interested. "What is this young man's name?" he said. "Izuku Midoriya." "Did he mention a partner?" her father inquired. Momo knew that something was amiss. "Yes, a girl his age named Mei, I believe." "Isn't that the name of 2 inventors behind Junkyard Support?" her mother said, and her father nodded. "Junkyard Support?" Momo asked. "We already acquired some rights to their inventions, the Sunshine Laundry, the Capture Grenade, and the EVA Domestic Assistance Robot. We are going to be unveiling them for sale this holiday season. Their Wall-E units are already being used on our cleanup sites." Momo noticed the change in her father's voice. She could detect a hint of excitement. "What is he doing here on Island?" "He is here to aid a friend," Momo replied. "She is looking to enter heroics, but as a stipulation of her doing so, there are benchmarks put forth by her father that must be met." "Why is that?" her mother asked. "According to Izuku, the girl is quirkless," Momo said hesitantly. "They are designing items to demonstrate that she can safely pursue heroics." Aoi emerged with the orb in hand. She set it on the table before backing away. This is the device he created on the beach. In fact, he forgot about it and had to go back to retrieve it after he came to ensure I was alright. Momo held out her hand. Activate. Voice command recognized. Her parents sat back as the device illuminated and levitated up, floating over to their daughter's outstretched hand. They watched as it hovered and began to follow Momo's hand as she moved it around. Circle out 2 meters, Momo commanded. Her parents watched as it did so. Momo called it back and deactivated it, setting it on the table. We talked about this device he made, and we think some amazing upgrades could make this device indispensable to not only the field of heroics but law enforcement, archaeology, and exploration. Momo was beaming as she spoke, something her mother noticed. Momo began to tell her parents about all the improvements they discussed. Gao Yairozu. Momo's father listened to his daughter talk, but he wasn't only partially focused on what she was saying, his mind was racing. Junkyard support had come out of nowhere with the Sunshine Laundry unit to revolutionize how people were washing their clothes. The industrial models had made a fortune and were being shipped worldwide. They had paid a nice sum for the rights and then again for the capture grenade for their support wing. Then, with the EVA and Wally units were put forth, they had negotiated for a percentage of the profits off of each unit sold. With everything so far, not including the EVA units, Izuku Midoriya and Mei Hatsume had already secured their futures when EVA hit the market that was going to become generational. Momo tells them they are about to help a quirkless girl become a hero. If they succeed, the revenue they can generate from whatever inventions they create will have the word wealth attached to their names. This orb was just more of that same thing. His daughter was not wrong when she talked about this device revolutionizing different industries. Izuku Midoriya and Mei Hatsume were his daughter's ages from his investigative reports. Before they entered into business with the fledgling company, all their creations came from spare parts from Hatsume's family's junkyard. Hence, the name of their company. They were both tops in their class, with almost guaranteed acceptance to every engineering or support course they applied to. His daughter had stumbled upon a windfall. If she could marry one, either both, not only would he give his blessing, but the increase to the Yairozu Corporation would see the company through for at least the next century. A plot begins to form when he hears that Momo intends to meet up again with Izuku and that he wants to introduce her to his friends. If he could maneuver Momo, Izuku, or Mei to form a romantic relationship, their marriage would be worth more than anyone else. Even if not, she could get them to work exclusively for the Yairozu Corporation. Chi Yairozu. Chi's mind immediately thought of many of the same things her husband did, but what caught her attention was how her daughter talked about the encounter. It is evident that it had left an impression on Momo. Chi smiled. She knew of her daughter's love of romance novels. After all, she gave Momo her first one. It was something that mother and daughter shared. Did she think he was a knight approaching a crying maiden? They planned to meet again to become more acquainted over the summer. She thought of love and romance descending like a whirlwind upon her dear Momo. A summer love. She also thought of perhaps a friendship that would last a lifetime, her daughter the hero and her best friends the inventors going out of their way to keep Momo safe. If Izuku would go this far for a quirkless friend, then asking them to make something or share some of what they made to keep Momo safe would surely be a simple request. Momo. I would like to discuss terms, Momo said after she stopped talking about the sphere. What are you seeking? Her father said, leaning forward again. I wish for these meetings with suitors to cease, Momo said after a pause. I want to find my partner, someone who will support me in my desire to pursue a career in heroics. She put her hand over her heart. Father, mother. I know that asking you to allow me to do so is selfish, but I believe I have more to offer the world than just being someone I care not for's wife. Just some objects for them to possess and do with as they please. These suitors want that from me. They do not wish to give me agency. I want to find love and marry for that reason. I fear for your safety, her mother said tenderly. I fear for that as well, and for you have to expose yourself while pursuing heroics, her father said. The thought of my daughter running around half naked does not sit well. Momo paused. Maybe Izuku would help her, but they just met. The worst he could say is no, and he did offer to help in any way he could. What if I can settle those concerns? Momo said. What if I can devise a way to put those concerns to rest? If you can do that by the end of summer, then I will agree to your terms, her father said. Momo immediately perked up, and he stopped her by holding his hand. But if you do not, then you will not pursue heroics. You will attend a proper university pursuing a degree in business. Momo took a deep breath. I ask that I be allowed to choose whom I marry. That is acceptable, her father said. Dear? Chi saw what Gao was doing, but the critical thing for Chi was that he would agree to allow Momo to try and find her husband. That is acceptable. Momo? I agree to the terms put forth. Good, let us eat, her father said, picking up the bell before him and signaling the chef. Spice begins. Just a bath? Izuku lightly dozed as he sat listening to music in the bath. He was suddenly jolted to awareness when someone stepped into the tub and sat quickly between his legs. Naked flesh pressed up against him, and a plump bottom was pressing against his. He immediately opened his eyes, of course, and saw Mei. He tossed his headphones off. Mei, what are? He never finished the sentence before grabbing his arms and wrapping them around her chest. He froze. One of his hands was directly on her boba. Don't go, he heard her plead. I miss you, I miss this. Izuku, why don't you want to cuddle me anymore? Why won't you let me bathe with you anymore? Mei. He stuttered out. We can't do this, you father. I don't care what he, my mother, or Inka want. Mei pulled his arms tighter. I want this. Why can't I have what I want? Do you not want to hold me anymore? It's not that, Mei. Then what is it? I don't like this. I don't like this distance between us. Mei rubbed her cheek against his arm. I am sorry I made you spill your drink on the circuit board, but I like it when you look at me. I like it when you look at my chest, get flustered, or look at my butt. I want you to look. He heard her sniffle, too. She released her hold on his hands, and he immediately pulled them away. Mei turned around in the tub quickly so he couldn't escape. She was kneeling facing him, her bobas exposed, her entire body. He quickly looked up at the ceiling. Look at me, she pleaded. Mei. Look at me. She yelled, why won't you look at me? He could hear her voice break. Please, Izuku, look at me? She pleaded. Izuku's heart was pounding and breaking simultaneously. He took a deep breath, tilted his head, and looked into Mei's crying eyes. I am looking at you, Mei, he whispered. Do you not like me anymore? No, Mei, that isn't the problem. Then tell me what it is. We can invent something to fix it. Or you can if I can't figure it out. Izuku could hear the pleading in her voice, the anguish in her eyes tore at him. Mei was studying his face. The silence filled the room till it was almost deafening, as Izuku couldn't find the words. Mei was searching almost desperately for the answer, and then, slowly, it seemed to come to her. Izuku, I love you, she whispered. Izuku tried to speak. Indeed, she was talking in a friendly, family-friendly way. Izuku, I love you, I love you, I love Melisato. You like Melissa? I mean, do you want to kiss her? He could only nod. Do you want to kiss me? Not practice kissing, but really kiss me? He would have to file that one away for later. I want to kiss you. Izuku watched as she leaned forward and closed her eyes. A million things ran through his head. Mei had just confessed to him that she loved him and loved Melissa. He felt the same. There was no denying that. How had she figured all this out in the bathtub with him? Was it wrong for him to love Mei like this, his childhood friend, his partner? That made him stop. She was his partner. She held his hands at night, pushed him further, and helped with his quirk. That day, all those years ago, when he first got lost in her family's junkyard. She was his past, his present, and his future. He wanted her to be with him forever. He would have to explain to her parents how much he cared for her, but that was later. Right now, one of the girls he loved had just confessed to loving him and asked to be kissed. Izuku leaned forward and answered her request. Mei's arms immediately went around his neck and pulled him tighter, deepening their kiss. Izuku had never kissed or kissed anyone before. When she opened her mouth, he hesitantly did the same. A bolt of electricity ran through him when Mei took him to the country of France for kissing lessons. He clumsily tried to return the favor. Mei was now straddling him, her boba mashed up against him, his hand on her naked back, her pressed against his. Now that there was no crying or fear, instead, it was two naked wet people making out his extra appendage woke up. Mei felt something hard poking against her lady part, she moved some, and it rubbed just right. Mei sobbed. Izuku froze when Mei moved. She slid along his shaft. It was the single most pleasurable thing that had ever happened to him. Then she did it again and again. His hands found her hips, and he ground against her. Their kissing stopped as their sobs filled the air, and their pace increased, as sobs turned into words of "don't stop, that feels so good," and Izuku Mei. Something's building, Mei panted. Izuku, something is building up inside. Oh sweet Megatron, oh god Izuku, Izuku, I-I-I-Z-Z-Z-Z-U-U-U-K-K-K-U-U-U, she screamed as she came. Izuku had just been repeating her name, but when she screamed like that, he felt himself manhood liquid as well. Mei's mind was racing. Did they have? His manhood was at her womanhood. No, wait, they said it has to go inside. She remembered that much from that boring class. She had been working on a design for most of the class. If that felt that good, then would feel even better. Mom said she had to be unique the first time to ensure she was in love. She loved Izuku, and the thought of any other boy doing this made her want to vomit, but if it was Izuku. Do you want to have with me? Mei asked as her head rested on his shoulder. Again Izuku froze up some, his was still hard, and she was right there. He could feel her right against him. It wouldn't take much. I do, but not yet. He said, though somewhat reluctantly. Why not? She said she loved feeling him against her. This was even better than cuddling. I want to, but I need to tell your parents how I feel about you, Izuku said. I owe your father that. I am not sure I understand, but okay, Mei responded. Can we do this with Melissa, too? Izuku had to reboot. Once he did, Mei started to grind again. This time, when she leaned back and rocked her hips, Izuku leaned forward and captured one of her bobas in his mouth. Mei came so hard that she had to reboot. Spice over. After reluctantly and with difficulty disentangled, they got out of the tub and dressed. Izuku nearly lost his resolve several times with how casually Mei would be bent over in front of him, or when she was on all fours on the bed looking for her phone. It was much easier to focus once they were clothed. So, can we do that with Melissa? Mei casually asked. Izuku paused. Mei, will you be my girlfriend? Of course. Mei had seen enough things to know that meant they got to kiss and cuddle all she wanted. Do you want Melissa to be our girlfriend? Izuku said hisomely. Oh yeah, Mei responded enthusiastically. A knock at the door. Izuku, it's Melissa. Have you seen Mei? She wasn't in her room, and my key is missing. Yes, she is, he called out as Mei ran over and opened the door. Melissa was relieved to see the huge smile on Mei's face. Mei grabbed Melissa's hand and pulled her inside the room. Mei, what are you doing? She protested. Melissa, guess what? Mei said excitedly. What is that, Mei? Izuku is my boyfriend now. Oh, Melissa looked sad but smiled quickly to cover it up. How did that happen? She asked awkwardly. I joined him in the bath, but that isn't important. Wait, how is that not the important part? Melissa was now confused. Because we want you to be our girlfriend, Melissa looked over at Izuku. Mel, I love you, I love her. She loves me and loves you. It may be. Yes. Melissa said quickly. Yes, oh God, yes, I want this too. I was going to try and explain to you both this summer how I wanted to be in a relationship with you both. Izuku was so confused, but that ended when Melissa jumped into his arms, wrapped her legs around his waist, and took him on another trip to France. Then Mei boarded that flight, and he watched them take that trip. It got hotter every moment that Izuku thought he had seen the hottest thing. Melissa broke apart from Mei and kissed Izuku lightly on the lips. Okay, we can't spend all day kissing. We have work to do. But we can later, right? Mei said hopefully. Oh yeah, Melissa said with a smile. Hey, Izuku, where did you go last night? I went for a walk down to try and get my head all figured out. Izuku snapped his fingers. I met an adorable girl named Ya. She has family trouble, but I hope it gets all sorted out. Was she pretty? Melissa asked, her eyebrow raised. Yeah, how did you know? It swore there was a modeling shoot going on. Izuku, oblivious to his danger, described finding Ya on the beach and everything that happened last night. You cheated on me. Mei yelled. Ya what? Wait, no how? Izuku said in a panic. You went and invented something with some crying rich girl and gave her the prototype. Mei crossed her arms and started pouting. Wait, Mei, it wasn't like that. I made the sphere on my own, and we just ended up brainstorming. And I want to meet her. Mei demanded. I would as well, Melissa said with a hint of malice. Izuku's shoulders slumped, defeated. I have her number, maybe she can join us for dinner or something. The lab. It was different that day in the lab. The energy was different between all three. It was because everything was out in the open between them. So there was no awkwardness when they touched each other. Instead, it was excitement and this electricity. There was a time when they were waiting for something, and their hands would slip under the table, and their fingers would interlock. Mei was on a tear. The distance between her and Izuku was gone. The strange feeling that made her chest tight when she saw him and Melissa laughing or being close was all gone. She could let it all go and do what she did best, and that was invent. By the end of the day, Mei had stabilized the flight system and fixed the armor interlock. Though she did love pulling one of them into the storage room to kiss, they all did. Melissa sat on her stool, watching the code compile with bated breath. When it all matched, she jumped up and down, hugging Izuku and Mei with relief that life was working out. Watching things falling into place, she couldn't help but stare at the armor coming to life. She watched Izuku feeding everything into the machines as they began to work, layering and bonding the different pieces of a gold titanium alloy. Melissa sat there staring at the material. She went to the shipping manifest, and after a quick calculation, she found double the amount of material present. Melissa raised an eyebrow, and she started tracking it back. Junkyard support. Did you two order more alloy? She yelled. I didn't, Izuku said innocently. Alloy? What is that? Never heard of it, Mei yelled. Melissa walked over. Izuku, no, seriously, what are you two doing? That cost millions. Izuku nodded. That is true. I will have our accountant look into it. Do you even have an accountant? Melissa said, raising an eyebrow. No idea, you would have to ask my mom, but Mei and I told her what we wanted. Izuku kissed her. It is almost done, all of it, everything. Melissa stared at him. By the time the test rolls around, your father won't be able to deny you your dream. I love you, she whispered. I love you too, he said, make sure you tell Mei. Melissa nodded and ran over to Mei. The two girls hugged and cried a little before they stopped for the day. Momo. She had been happy to receive a text from Izuku inviting her to hang out and meet his friends. She looked in the mirror and bit her lip before turning to Aoi. Are they supposed to be this tight? She asked, referring to the jeans that looked like she had been poured into, the black thigh-high boots, the fitted shirt, and the black leather jacket. Momo hardly recognized herself. Madam? Yes, Aoi. May I say something? Momo turned to her maid, of course. One cannot build a friendship on a lie as of now, you have only lied about your name. Once you explain, I am sure he will understand that if you continue to perpetuate the lie, it will end with shattered trust that even if rebuilt, there will always be a crack in the foundation. Aoi stared at Momo. It has been such a long time since we have seen you so aglow, we would not want to see that leave so soon. Momo nodded, thank you, Aoi. When Izuku saw ya, he was frozen. Mei and Melissa were also. Izuku wasn't lying, Mei muttered. Mei looked at Melissa, whose eyes widened, and then she heard Melissa curse. Melissa, what is wrong? That is Momo Yaoyorozu, Melissa said. Of the Yaoyorozu Corporation, Mei said, looking at a beautiful girl talking to her boyfriend. We sold some of our inventions to them. Why would she lie to Izuku? I don't know, maybe she is trying to get some information or something from him. Melissa's eyes narrowed. Maybe she is trying to lure him to work for her company. Izuku and Momo. Wow, yeah, you look so different. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. Were you able to work something out? Or are we going to help you go on the lam? Momo smiled. We were able to come to an accord, that is part of why I was so excited to speak with you. Momo took a deep breath, her hand was over her chest. I need your help. Okay, Izuku said with a smile. But you should meet Melissa and Mei, I am sure they will be able to help us figure out whatever you need. He turned to walk towards the girls, but Momo reached out and grabbed his hand. Melissa went to march over there and tell that girl off, but Mei grabbed her hand and shook her head. Is everything alright? Izuku said, looking down at Momo's grip on his hand. They both blushed as she released him. Izuku, I have to tell you something first, Momo said. Izuku nodded. My name is not Yanakamura, it is Momo Yaoyorozu. Of the Yaoyorozu Corporation? He stepped back, and Momo flinched. Yes, but please let me explain. Momo held out her hand, hoping he would stop. There is a reason I didn't tell you who I was. I didn't know who you were until today. Izuku stopped. I was without protection on the beach, and a stranger had just approached me. I gave a false name for my safety, but then you were so nice, and we started talking, and the orb, then Aoi showed up. Is that why you were annoyed by my shirt? He said. I thought maybe you were sent to try something, but then we talked, and I knew that wasn't the case, Momo said. I am sorry, Izuku, if you want nothing further to do with me, I understand. She did her best to keep the sadness in her voice at bay. He took her hand. Let's meet Melissa and Mei. Momo looked shocked. You weren't faking how upset you were on the beach, and I told you I would help you. If you need help, Momo, then I will help you. Momo smiled as she walked over to meet Mei and Melissa, blushing that he had been so bold as to take her hand in such a matter. Help. Momo took a deep breath as she laid out her predicament. I know I have no right to ask this, but do you think you could help me? If Izuku can figure out the Quirk clothing problem, Mei said, I am sure we can solve that defense problem rather easily. It may need to be tailored to you, but that is a later problem. I understand your situation, Melissa added. I want to help as well. I have some ideas. We can brainstorm something. I don't want this to take away from what you are all trying to accomplish. I think what you are striving for, Melissa, is admirable, amazing, and brave, Momo said with a smile. It is going to shake up the world. That is the plan, Melissa said with a smile. Shield Industries. David sank back in his chair, words turning to ash in his mouth. How long? It happened a few years ago, All Might said, sipping bourbon. I am sorry, David, he paused. For the distance, for not being around more. We could have reached out to each other sooner, David said. How bad is it? Well, that is part of the reason I am here. All Might reached into his bag and slid a folder over. There is nothing more conventional medicine can do. My only option is the artificial, but nothing currently on the market can help. And what about one for all? David said as he began to read over the file. Do not fear, David, I remember the promise I made to you, All Might said. Well, it may have all been in vain, David sighed. She wants to be a quirkless hero, still at that. That is a difficult path, All Might said. She had been working out a lot. She emails asking me for tips and advice. But how is she going to work around not having a quirk? She and her friends are working on an exoskeletal suit. Izuku Midoriya. David shouted, jumping to his feet. Who or what is Izuku Midoriya? All Might said, wiping the spilled drink off his pants. A friend of Melissa's, a boy. I think they are sweet on each other. But that doesn't matter, his quirk. With his quirk, he can solve this problem. David picked up the folder. Is his quirk some sort of amazing hidden healing type? All Might said, curious as to what had David so excited. No, it is technology-based. Toshi, his quirk, allows him to make anything. All we have to do is put him in a room with the supplies, and he can make what we need. David said excitedly. You mean to tell me this child can create anything, and he is building a suit for Melissa? Toshi was stunned. How did you think they would fail? I didn't expect them to. I just set such incredibly high bars that whatever they came up with would almost guarantee Melissa's safety. I have had to be unnecessarily demanding of them for that reason, David sighed. But, yes, he doesn't even need the materials, but since we have him designing artificial organs, we need to make sure he has access to everything he could need, David said, talking very fast. I will just get Lab 2 activated, and he can access everything from there. But are you sure he will help? All Might said, trying not to allow his hopes to rise too high. I could manipulate the situation, but I won't need to. He is a good kid, him and his friend Mei. David smiled. If you tell him the truth, and we allow him to keep the rights for the organs and whatever else he figures out, I am sure that should be more than amenable. I can talk to him later. They stay with Melissa for the summer. How long? All Might said. I don't know if he has what he needs. From my understanding, the process goes very fast, so by the end of the week, they should be ready to go, David said with a smile. They may not get you back into fighting shape, but it should allow you to begin to recover and find a successor. Let's meet with him tonight then, though I feel strange asking such a thing of but a young man, All Might sighed. Meeting All Might. Momo departed back home after the group had a chance to eat and walk around, taking in some of the shops near the beach. A schedule of sorts was set with them to work on Melissa's suit during the week, Momo's problems on the weekend, and of course try to hang out and have some fun. After they found out about her jaw-dropping quirk, all Mei could do was sit there shaking Izuku. When she finally did speak, all Mei said was, Kyber crystal. Everyone went silent. I can't make something without knowing the chemical compounds. Momo said silently as visions began to form in her head. Melissa looked at Izuku, her eyes pleading. But if Izuku can figure it out. Oh, I am going to figure this out, he whispered. I have to. This essential matter dominated the conversation until Momo left. Mei got the perfect picture of Melissa and Izuku kissing her cheeks and the light candles of the birthday cake. She was delighted to sit and snuggle as they watched some of her favorite sci-fi movies. It didn't take too long for the film to be forgotten, as you had three hormonal teenagers who just discovered the joy of kissing and had just decided to be in a relationship together, so soon, who had times for movies when there was kissing to be done, and maybe some touching, over the clothes of course. Of course, the knock came at the door when the birthday girl was kneeling on the center of the couch. She and Melissa were kissing. Izuku was kissing her neck, and his hand was on her stomach, inching upward. At the sound of the knocking, they all jumped away from each other, with Izuku falling off the couch. Then the girls laughed, Melissa, stumbling to the door, wiping a tear from her eye. She opened it and yelled, "Uncle Might!" Izuku scrambled to his feet. Mei leaped over the couch, and sure enough, standing there hugging Melissa was All Might. And David, but All Might. "Hello, young ones, I hope we are not intruding on your celebration." All Might suppressed a laugh when Mei and Izuku shook their head vigorously. "I did bring a signed photo for the birthday girl and some limited edition clothing, as I heard you were both big fans." Once the adults came in and ate a piece of cake, the mandatory photo was taken with number 1, and the actual topic for the visit was brought up. "Uncle Might, what are you doing here?" "I didn't know you were coming," Melissa said, handing him a bottle of water. "That is part of why we came over this evening," David said. "Please, David, allow me." All Might leaned forward, his elbows on the table. "I ask that what we discuss here be kept between us. I can't have this information going public." "Of course, Uncle Might," Melissa said, reaching to touch his hand. Izuku and Mei both assured the hero that they wouldn't disclose anything. "A few years ago I was injured," All Might said. "It was quite severe and nearly cost me my life." Melissa put her hand to her mouth. "As a result, I may not be able to continue as the symbol of peace much longer." "What do you mean, All Might?" Izuku asked. There was a puff of smoke, and there was no longer the strong symbol of peace. Instead, a skeletal man was in his place wearing his clothes. "Oh my God, Uncle Might!" Melissa managed to say. Mei yelled. Izuku was silent. "What you see now is me," the skeletal All Might said. "I can no longer maintain my other form for more than a few hours a day, and with every passing day that time limit seems to shorten." He slowly lifted his shirt. Melissa felt the tears forming. "In the battle, I lost one of my lungs, my stomach, a kidney, as well as most of my intestine." Melissa didn't say anything but walked over, wrapped her arms around her uncle, and cried softly on his shoulder. "There is nothing modern medicine or healing quirks can do for me." All Might looked at Izuku. "I came here to see my old friend David in the hopes that he knew of something in the way of artificial organs that could help me. Without a lung, your body isn't getting enough oxygen, no stomach, not enough nutrients, so your muscles are collapsing. You can survive on one kidney," Izuku said, looking at him. "You want me to create artificial organs for you? Mr. Shield must have told you about my quirk." "I did, Izuku, but you can understand why," David said. "Yes, that is correct, young Midoriya," All Might said. "I do not ask this lightly. I will compensate you. You will have access to every material we have, all the dates you need to make them, and you can retain all rights, patents, and everything. If you can do this, Izuku, not only would you be helping All Might, but once these are approved, all the other people are out there waiting for organs, and you can save millions of lives." David's voice wavered. Izuku looked at both men and then at Melissa's crying, pleading face. "Okay," he said, getting to his feet. "Take me to the lab." "Izuku," Mei said, grabbing his hand. "What about Melissa's suit?" "The fabrication program will take a few days. You and Melissa must finish Icarus." "You have finished the flight program already," Izuku squeezed her hand. "I know you can handle that, then just work on the repulsor system." Izuku looked at David. "Mr. Shield, I would like your permission to date your daughter." David stopped and looked at Melissa. "It is not my permission you need but hers," David said with a smile. "But I appreciate you asking me." What is it you require as compensation? All Might said, looking at the boy. Help train Melissa and a new friend of ours. They want to be pro heroes someday, Izuku replied. Give them some pointers, offer some advice, Izuku shrugged. Mom went into support because my mom told me I could help more people this way. I could help heroes as well. Maybe give us a shout out if the opportunity arises. It would be an honor to help you. All Might smiled. This boy has a good heart, and his values are in the right place. It would be wrong to take him from support. Taking him from support would be a disservice to the world, and I promised David I wouldn't pass one for all to Melissa, he thought. Thank you, young Midoriya. All Might. All Might watched as David explained a few things to Izuku before he exited the lab. He saw Melissa and Mei kiss his cheek before they stepped out. He saw the boy look around, then crack his knuckles. He watched as Izuku sat in front of a computer and closed his eyes for a second, then Izuku just started going to work. All Might didn't have much of a clue as to what he was doing, but it was fascinating to watch. When everyone joined him, he looked at Mei. Do you know how his quirk works? Mei's gaze was transfixed on the screen. He explained that if he thinks of what he wants, his quirk will take over and build it. He doesn't even need to know how. When he sometimes builds things in his sleep, he has to reverse engineer to figure out how he did it. But since his quirk also tells him how machines work, even how to counter them if need be. Mei pointed to a computer. It is running a program we designed. It is an auto blue printer, and it records what he is putting and where. Before we would have to watch a video like this to help figure stuff out. He does it in his sleep sometimes, Melissa added. It seems the limit sometimes is what he has available, but even then, it would adapt. The problem is once he starts, it won't stop. It is beautiful to watch, Mei said as she leaned on Melissa's shoulder. Does he need to have an understanding of the sciences involved? David asked. No, Melissa answered. Izuku could pump out anything he wanted that way, but he doesn't. He works at it. The girls sat there for a few hours before leaving the room to go to bed. They had work that needed to be done. Izuku trusted them to finish certain things, and they wouldn't disappoint him. Melissa patched the feed into her room so they could still watch him. By the fourth day, Mei was on the verge of freaking out when she saw him smile and lie down on the floor. She bolted from where she and Melissa were working, yelling for Melissa to grab liquids. Mei lifted his head and placed it in her lap as Melissa helped her get him to drink some water. All Might lifted him and carried him to his room, as Mei instructed. They ensured his bedside had food, water, and sports drinks. He would wake up, eat, drink, maybe stumble to the bathroom and then fall asleep. In a moment of clarity, he told Mei and Melissa, who happened to be there, that the tests could not be interrupted. Momo had messaged the girls when Izuku didn't respond, concerned that she had upset him in some fashion, but they told her that he was using his quirk to create something important, so he would be out of contact for a bit. Melissa told her that she had found a trainer willing to help them both get ready to get some training for heroics. Every day after working all day in the lab, Mr. Yagi, or Skeletal All Might, would be putting both girls through their paces in the gym and sparring. They both would stumble home to their respective beds and fall asleep immediately. He assigned Momo quirk training exercises to do during the day. David was staring at the things in front of him. He looked over the blueprints, which were all encrypted. There were more than just artificial organs here. David watched as the machines in the lab were still running tests and all sorts of things. The sixth day. Mei and Melissa were happy when they came into his room and found the linen from his bed stripped and him emerging from the bathroom freshly showered. The fact that he was bare-chested was just a bonus. He just slipped on a shirt as they headed out the door to the lab. David and All Might met them there, and the kids were surprised to see an older woman there as well. She is a short woman with gray hair styled into a netted bun. She has a large syringe that pokes diagonally out of her hair to the left. She has a notably small nose, eyes, and long mouth with defined nasolabial folds. My doctor, Chio Shizenji, better known as Recovery Girl, All Might said with a smile. It is an honor to meet you, Mei and Izuku said in unison, bowing to the woman. Nice to meet such youngsters with nice manners, Chiyo said with a smile. Now, would you mind explaining these devices you have created? Yes, ma'am, Izuku responded. Before I do, I need a blood sample from All Might to have the connectors and artificial sheath begin to replicate. All Might looked at Chiyo, who nodded and extracted the sample as requested. As you know, the problem with any transplant is that when you introduce a foreign item into the body will begin to attack it, Izuku said as he waited for the sample. Once it was in hand, he went to the computer and started typing. The two vats he injected the sample into a machine, and the vats of liquid began to flow together. The artificial organs were now suspended in the first liquid, a pale green. The second liquid, a neon blue, flowed into a device that had sprung to life when everything began working. This requires the recipient to be placed on a lifetime of anti-rejection medication and antiviral. Izuku was walking around adjusting things and looking at different computers. Not ideal for a hero. He smiled as a green membrane began to form over the artificial organs. That membrane will mask the organs, preventing the recipient's body from attacking them. All Might's body will think they are his, while in this other vat, artificial connections are being created to allow you to attach these devices more easily. Once you connect them, they will continue to grow like a sleeve and fuse with the connected tissue. You won't even have to do that as soon as I create nanotech. You can place the organs, and they will form your connections. Izuku kept walking around, hitting different buttons. How do you know this will work? Chiyo said. My Quirk built them, Izuku said confused. Did no one explain it to her? Mei quickly filled in the gap. On the other hand, David said, can you build nanotech? Mei and I have been working on it off and on. Izuku looked at Melissa. I hope to have it by the time she gets to UA. I wanted to be able to create her suit so she doesn't have to put it on or go to get it. That way, it is always with her, but she will have the support gear to keep things at bay while the suit gets to her. That made David smile. How do you feel about your deadline? I believe that Melissa and Mei were able to get as far as I think, then I estimate we should have the suit ready in about 3 weeks, testing and debugging, 2 weeks, and that will leave us 1 week before the deadline. Interesting, Chiyo mused. I will have to run tests to check compatibility. That can take some time. I need to scan the organs and sort the data. Can I take a sample of the sheath? Izuku handed her a metal block-looking device. Mei's eyes lit up, and to his surprise, so did Chiyo's. Is this? Chiyo whispered when she flipped it open. She giggled with excitement. This is a tricorder. Mia was looking at the device, jumping up and down with excitement. You made it. Now seemed as good as a time. I had access to the resources needed for all this stuff, Izuku smiled. Melissa was looking at the vats. What is in the vats? Exactly? Are they artificial cells? Izuku shook his head. They are unstable molecules that can program to simulate the cells of the sample, or I can also use them to create a suite that will allow Momo to use her quirk and not be naked. They hide the artificial organs from the body like a cloaking device. So you could create a suite for Midnight, removing her need to tear her clothing? All Might asked. What about a boy who phases? His clothes fall off whenever he uses his quirk. Chiyo said as she was scanning Mei with the tricorder. Oh, that boy from the sports festival. Mei said, that was funny. Yes to both questions. Not only that, clothing will protect from attacks as well, elemental extremes, all sorts of things, Izuku replied. They won't replace armor or anything like that, but add an extra layer of resistance. Can I take this to run some tests? Chiyo held up the tricorder. If it does everything I think it does, I will endorse it and help fund it being made and put into production. It would allow for field diagnosis, or just in a hospital setting a nurse could use this to help the more serious patients be treated first. I would be honored, Izuku said with a bow. Send me your data on the organs. I still want to run a physical sample of the membrane for my peace of mind to compare it to the tricorders for testing. Chio turned to All Might. I wouldn't want to risk these things being damaged in transport if they check out. We should do the surgery here. I agree, thank you, young Midoriya. All Might shook the boy's hand as the adults left the room. You know, if you integrate the tricorder into that orb, Mei said with a smirk. Let's call Momo and see if she wants to hang out, Izuku said with a smile. That sounds good, but first, why don't we go back to my room and make out for a bit? She grabbed Mei and Izuku's hands, leading away for a bit of fun. Izuku took a deep breath and stared at the image of Daiki, Hana, and his mother on the screen. Mr. and Mrs. Hatsume, he bowed his head. I would like your blessing to date Mei. The mothers' faces were neutral, but they grabbed each other's hands under the table. I tried to stay away like you asked, sir, but it hurt us both. I didn't realize how much I was hurting Mei till after we got into an argument before we came to the island. He raised his head to look at them. I mean no disrespect by asking this, but Mei is my partner, she is my constant. She is my past, present, and, God willing, my future. I wouldn't be where I am today without the Hatsume family. Daiki wanted to go into overprotective mode internally, but he knew it was just him being a father. Izuku was a good kid, he looked after Mei and knew he cared about her. It was inevitable since the day he came into their lives, the way they were attached at the hip, how they were moving towards the future so fast. Izuku had also changed their lives, the money from their inventions stabilized their lives. The bank account with his daughter's name on it was already an excellent start for her life and was set to boom even more when the EVAs went on sale. That wasn't even considering whatever they were building on the island. He knew they were building a suit for Melissa, but even he was unsure of the scope or what it entailed. Do you love her? He asked. Yes, sir, Izuku responded with an unconscious smile. Then make sure you keep her safe, Daiki said. You take good care of my little girl. I will, sir, I promise, Izuku bowed. I will make sure we call you tomorrow, I just wanted to talk to you alone first. We look forward to it, Hana said. I love you, Izuku, Inko added. Love you to Mom, he said, reaching out to end the call. Hana reached out and placed her hand on Daiki's shoulder. You did very good, honey. I am so proud of you. Yes, Daiki, thank you for blessing him, Inko said. Daiki smiled as the women began to discuss the wedding they had been planning for years. Lab 2. Okay, I need you to strip and get into the chamber, Izuku said from behind a monitor. WH at? Momo said, her hands wrapping around her chest protectively. I don't think that is appropriate, Izuku. She said, shocked. Why? He responded, not looking up, you have to be naked so I can form and program your suit for you? Oh, she said, finally understanding. But are you going to be able to see me? She couldn't contain her blush. Izuku finally looked up, saw her blushing like crazy, and realized his words. No, I can't see you, only your head, feet, and everything else will be covered. The wave of relief that washed over Momo was visible. Izuku started blushing as his mind filled with very inappropriate thoughts. He noticed that these thoughts came easier and faster since that day in the tub with Mei. It wasn't helped by the fact that every night Melissa, Mei, and him would sit on a couch, watch something, and start kissing. Then there was last night when Mei was topless, and he was worshipping her bobas, and Melissa's hand was down his pants. As this image played through his mind, the thought of Momo on his other side nearly made him blue screen. He swore his extra appendage was slowly taking over his mind. How about you step in with your clothes on, and I will take a picture so you can see? He said quickly. Momo stepped in, and they closed the door. Izuku walked around, taking a video so she would feel assured. Izuku didn't know that when the machine powered up, it would give him a silhouette of Momo that would invade his thoughts. He decided not to mention that part of the process, instead doing his best to focus on the task at hand. It wasn't a difficult task instead, it was relatively easy. Once Momo was covered in the goop, he began bonding the unstable molecules. For Momo, it was like being submerged to her neck in a cold bath, but she felt it begin to warm up as the process started. It wasn't warm, but at least it was no longer so cold that it made her teeth want to chatter. She marveled at the whole process when Izuku had finally contacted her. A relief had washed over her that she hadn't been abandoned. Yes, the fact that they were working on stage 1 to help her secure her dream of pursuing heroics was nice, but she never had friends before. While she was sure she wasn't classified as such by the trio, she knew that was the direction in which they were moving. It worked better with Melissa as they trained together physically almost every day. She was a little sad when their trainer had to depart for a while, but he kept in touch through emails about their progress. Momo never fancied herself an inventor till they started getting together to work on the sphere. She marveled when she brought over the prototype that Izuku deftly retrofitted to be able to be charged, all the while talking with them. Mei was at the board writing down suggestions and rough sketching the schematics. But with this free flow of ideas, Momo was enthralled as they would build on each other's ideas, adding and subtracting as they went along. Her mind was pulled back to the present when she felt the submersion fade. She looked down as the strange goo drained out, and she was in a tight red suit with black gloves and boots. A simple belt was around her waist with various pouches attached. She did some twists and bends in the tube, making sure the best she could that nothing was unseemly or poking out. She must admit that the suite felt comfortable, warm, breathable, and flexible. Momo stepped out to see Izuku smiling. "Okay, try to make a staff come out of your hand," he called out. Hesitantly, Momo looked at her hand and began the process. She let out a victory cry when it came forth without tearing her suit. Izuku couldn't find the words when he saw her smiling and excitedly jumping as Russian nesting dolls emerged everywhere. Once she regained her composure, she blushed and coughed into her hand. "So, how do I take it off?" "You remove the gloves and boots like normal. There is a zipper on the back of this model. It is just a basic suit, more proof of concept," he responded. "I thought we would have pants and a top combo for your suit. Melissa would probably be the best person to ask about design and things like that. So we can custom design it? Am I going to have to go back in the goo whenever we need to make changes?" she said, doing some stretches. She was happy when he said no. Can I wear undergarments with this?" she blushed. Izuku nodded his head vigorously, telling her that she most definitely could. He blushed and looked away. Momo took a deep breath, ran over, and hugged Izuku. "Thank you so much, Izuku, I mean it, thank you." Izuku hugged her back. "You are very welcome, Momo." The door opened to the lab as Melissa and Mei entered. "Are we doing hugs now?" Mei shouted, running over to join in the hug. Melissa smiled as they all looked at her. She shook her head but walked over to be pulled into the group hug. Spicy time. Girl time. Melissa couldn't stop the electricity that ran through her body as Mei was across from her in the bath. Their legs were scissored against each other as they moved their lower half against each other. Their sobs filled the bathroom as they worked their way towards. Melissa had tried to explain to Mei that maybe taking a bath together was not wise, but like a bulldozer through wet tissue paper, Mei blew past those protests leading to this. "It feels so good when you rub against me like this," Mei sobbed out. "Oh God, Mei, oh God," Melissa responded. Don't stop moving." Mei and Melissa were lost in the haze of pleasure as they edged closer and closer to that edge or release. Mei's sobs began to increase, turning to screams as she ground harder against her lover. This had the same effect on Melissa. When Mei's scream of "Oh sweet Megatron" erupted, the knowledge that filled Melissa that she had helped to bring Mei to sent her over the edge. Melissa's legs began to quake and tremble, her core locked up, her arms stiffened, and she could only grip the sides of the bath in desperation as her mind went blank. It kept building throughout her body, building and building. She didn't know if she cried out for Mei not to stop or only thought it. Mei's cry to Megatron was her trigger. Suddenly, her body spasmed, and the tension was finally released. The sudden feeling of her entire body letting go washed over Melissa. A pleasure that she had never felt, not even on the nights she would slip her hand between her legs when tormented with full thoughts, nor when the secret toy under her bed would find its way to her most sacred of places. Everything before paled to this release. Stars, or maybe whole galaxies, danced through her mind as she felt it flow out of her. Once she regained her senses, she looked across and saw a blissful haze on Mei's face. Slowly, reluctantly, they disentangled. Melissa crawled over to Mei, and she began to kiss her girlfriend hungrily and passionately. Melissa slipped her hand between Mei's legs. Mei squirmed and sobbed as Melissa worked her towards another. It didn't take long for Mei to reach the edge again and dive into the release her girlfriend had brought her. Once they had their senses back, they lay there in the tub, rejoicing the warmth and softness of the other. Mei suddenly pushed herself up, her eyes wide. Holy, I got it. She scrambled out of the tub and ran off. Melissa scrambled after her and had to tackle Mei from running out of the room naked and wet. Spicy time over. UA. Toshi's eyes fluttered open as he stared at the hospital room's ceiling in the UA. As he did so, he felt this rush of air into his lungs, the likes of which he hadn't felt in years. He looked to his side and saw Chio standing there smiling. "How long was I out?" he asked. "About a week," she responded. "We had to make sure that everything was functioning properly." "Well?" he asked hesitantly. "Everything is working perfectly as far as we can tell," she smiled. "It is a marvel of technology that boy just revolutionized organ transplant in 6 days." She took Toshi's hand. "You will want to run and test everything, but we must go slow. So for now, I want you to stay in bed, and we will have you try eating something." "A hamburger," Toshi said, his eyes wide. "I want a hamburger." "One hamburger coming up," she said as she exited the room. Toshi sat in bed and felt terrific. His body had been in a constant state of pain since the injury. He had forgotten what it was to be pain-free. He nearly wept at the new lease on life he had been given. He had almost perished that day, though he laid all for one low. He had nearly died, and with him, one for all. Even after that day, he knew he needed to find a successor, but he still hadn't done so. His argument with his old sidekick, Sir Night-Eye, had soured him to the point where he was just being stubborn. But he was given this fantastic second chance by contacting David to tell him about what had happened. He sighed, his head falling back onto the pillows as his gaze dropped to the nightstand. He saw his phone. He reached out and dialed a number by heart. "I didn't think I would ever hear from you again, All Might," the voice answered, clean, crisp. "A tragic thing that we both felt was that our last words to each other were in anger, Mirai," Toshi responded. "I would like to see you if you are amenable." "Have you given thought to what I have said?" Mirai's voice was still crisp but softened at the edge. "I have." After a pause, Toshi said, "Things have changed, and I would like to discuss these changes with you. I am in the surgical wing of the UA. Please come when it is convenient." "I will be there in 2 days, Toshi," Mirai said as he disconnected the call. The simple act of eating a whole hamburger was so satisfying he wanted another, but as this was his first test of solid food, they had to see how the artificial organs would react. Toshi did laugh, though, as he felt his stomach rumble in a way he had only been able to dream about. When everything seemed to process cleanly, he did all he could to contain his excitement. It started with a simple walk, then a light jog around the track. When he felt the rush of drawing full breaths, it just happened he suddenly went buff and raced around the track at full speed like a kid. He ignored the calls for him to stop. He couldn't. He didn't realize how many times he ran around the track. When he finally did stop, all he could do was smile through the chastisement. Chio and Nizu decided, as they had told him, to maintain his form for as long as he could. In for a penny, in for a pound, he thought. With a nervous energy, he watched the clock as it neared when he would either have to shut it down or forcibly extend it. He was up to machines as they were getting all the readings they could, and when the timer beeped, he involuntarily shut his eyes. His body didn't shake, there was no tremble, instead, he felt this ache rushing through him. It was not painful, but this unfamiliar strain made itself aware. As quickly as he thought it, it went away, and he just felt like himself. The dark cloud that even he hadn't been aware of hanging over him drifted away like a summer breeze. Ultimately, he went 2 hours past his previous limit before he felt the slightest need to shut it down. Chio marveled at how well Toshi's body had adapted to the new organs. His quirk factor was rising again at an incredible rate, and all the tests she ran showed positive, if not miraculous, results. She ran every test the old-fashioned way, then with the tricorder as things matched up, she wanted to dance about. Nizu just pored over all the data, the information provided by Chio on the organs, the tricorder, and Izuku Midoriya. Nizu read over the boy's quirk registry as he reached out to the boy's educators to get a feel for the lad. He was surprised when they not only mentioned Izuku but gushed about his companion, Mei Hatsume. 2 notable inventors, he dived deeper. Junkyard support. He was familiar with them and their capture grenades, their washers and dryers. He had just installed those items last year now. They were producing artificial organs and medical scanners to revolutionize hospital diagnosis and heroics. A simple device that would tell a hero of the injuries someone had sustained, allowing them to perform proper triage in the field. Then he was talking with Toshi and nearly had to pick up his jaw from the floor. They were building and designing a suit for Melissa's shield, intending to allow her to take center stage as a quirkless hero. He had to be there for the test. Hearing about it secondhand would not do. True to his word, Mirai arrived 2 days after his and Toshi's phone call. When he entered the room, he was surprised to see how good Toshi looked. Toshi smiled at Mirai and asked a simple question. I have to know, Mirai. Has my future changed? He extended his hand out. The future doesn't change, Mirai said tiredly. Humor me, my old friend, Toshi chuckled. Mira stepped forward, touching Toshi's hand, and activated his quirk. The tall, lean, muscular man locked eyes with Toshi as his quirk foresight activated. Once it was done, Mirai stumbled back, shock evident. He smoothed his dark green and yellow stretched hair as he stared at Toshi. I don't know what you have seen, but has it changed? Toshi asked. It has, Mirai whispered, but how? Izuku Midoriya, Toshi responded. I went to talk to David. Lab 2. Mei came running into the lab, nearly bulldozing Izuku. Can we change out the power supply on the armor? She said, snuggling into his chest. What would we change it out to? He said, wrapping his arms around her. It is bulky, but it is the best we can do now. Not if we build this? She held up a diagram and schematic, then pulled him over to the table and spread it out. I was taking a bath with Melissa. Izuku filed that image away for later. She was giving me attention with her fingers, and let me tell you, she knows how to use those digits. File that away for later. I had this moment of clarity, which popped into my head. She pointed proudly at blueprint. Izuku scanned over the blueprint slowly, his brain pieced it all together, his quirk firing off answers as he stared at it. Holy, Mei, he whispered. Mei, this. Oh my stars and Gardercia are a ing genius. This will not only power the suit, but we can power whole cities, clean, efficient energy. Will it work? Mei said, hopefully, her hands by her mouth like a chipmunk. Yeah, he stammered out. What do you call it? He whispered, his voice carrying with it hints of awe and wonder. The arc reactor, she said proudly, staring at his face, fascinated at the look he gave one of her creations. This was one of her favorite moments when she would place something before him, and he would just be memorized. It would have been easy for her to become jealous or feel inferior to him. His quirk was every inventor's dream. If he dreamed it, he could build it. If he just looked at it, he understood it, could disassemble it, and counter it. Then there were these moments when she would place her dream, her baby, before him, and she could see that look of wonder at what her mind had dreamed of. He pulled out a drafting pencil. "May I?" She nodded. "If we take this and reroute it here, this value will change to this. Then we can take this portion and change it out for a titanium core. Stabilizing the output." Tripling efficiency, they looked at each other, both grinning like idiots. Neither knew who moved first, but soon, there were no smiles, only their faces smushed together as they kissed feverishly. She sobbed as his big strong hands grabbed her roughly by the end and lifted her onto the table, her legs wrapped around him as they made out on the table. This was a new development in the invention process, but they both greedily welcomed it. They pulled back breathless. "Want to make a baby with me?" she asked, her voice full and husky. Izuku blushed. His extra appendage was screaming yes louder than a power drill to the brain. "Mei, when you say it like that," he managed to say as he looked down her overalls to her beautiful bobas. "If this weren't about or for Melissa, I would have you take my overalls off right now and mark me as your woman now and forever," she responded, leaning forward and licking up the side of his neck. "I want you so bad, my Izu." She once again kissed him till his knees wobbled before she pulled back. The look in his eyes was nearly the undoing of her sanity. The power drill springing to life in his pants was almost his. "Arc reactor?" he said with a slight whine. "Arc reactor," she said, matching his level of regret. They slowly and reluctantly disentangled themselves. "Now, let's make Melissa a new baby," she said. They both smiled and got to work. Soon, UAL tension and energy were being put into their work. They both just slipped into their familiar dance as they moved about and around each other in their tango of creation. They didn't even notice Momo and Melissa come walking in carrying from their workout, carrying takeout steak and frites from Momo's favorite place on the island. They were celebrating. Why a celebration? Momo stood before her parents in the red suit. Mei had handled adding a simple titanium weave cape to add extra coverage against gunfire. It connected at Momo's shoulder, but one side of the cape also connected to her wrist. All Momo had to do was activate a device in her glove, and it sent an electrical current through the cape, causing it to solidify to act as a rigid shield. Momo and Melissa had been practicing putting on this demonstration for the parents. Momo took a deep breath, created a short sword from her hand, and began twirling about, producing weapons from various parts of her body. Melissa stepped forward and ran a blade across a standard piece of fabric, cutting it immediately. She then took a deep breath and ran it down Momo's chest. Her mother immediately wanted to cry out, but her father's face was stoic. Melissa grabbed and pulled at the suit, trying to tear it. Momo stuck her arm into the fireplace and held it there for a minute before she pulled it out and took off her glove to show she wasn't burned. The final thing they presented was the data run from inside the lab of Vigo and Aoi firing guns at the dummy to demonstrate their defensive capabilities. A different machine measures how much pressure a blade would exert to penetrate. They presented the data to her parents, showing that while not bulletproof from lower caliber weapons, it provided protection equivalent to a bulletproof vest. When the lights came up, Momo stepped forward. "This is the prototype. It can be modified and, of course, will be redesigned, with a small amount of skin to be shown and to add much needed style," Momo said with a small smile. "Now for the second demonstration." The staff came in and cleared out the furniture, and Momo engaged in hand-to-hand combat with Vigo. Her parents knew it was no light spar as they made full contact. Gao knew that Vigo and Aoi would train Momo in hand-to-hand combat and that recently his daughter had started working out with Melissa's shield. He made sure to sign off on that arrangement, hoping to foster the relationship not only between Ms. Shield but with Mr. Midoriya and Ms. Hatsume. While he was slightly disappointed that they weren't attending the training as they were not going into the hero course, it was understandable. He was a bit dubious about Mr. Yagi, who appeared as the girl's trainer, but that was washed away when he presented his card as the personal assistant to All Might. It was apparent that Mr. Shield had pulled some strings to get this daughter as much help as possible, now extending to Momo. The determination and heart move his daughter put forth, seeing her so committed, would have been enough to make him agree on that principle alone, but he had to make sure that his concerns were addressed and adhered to. She was so proud of her Momo, even though Momo was battered and bloodied, but the showable Momo displayed getting to her feet would forever be burned into her memory. She was proud to see that Vigo was breathing hard, his clothes torn, blood trailed from his lip, and his cheeks were bruised. She looked at Gao and was relieved when he said, "Enough." Both combatants stepped back and bowed. "As long as your determination never wavers from where it is now, and I continue to see your improvement, then you may pursue a career in heroics." Momo couldn't stop smiling or shedding tears, though both actions hurt. "Thank you, Father." Her parents rose and bowed slightly to Momo and Melissa before they exited the room. Momo turned and hugged Melissa, who was jumping up and down in joy. Melissa couldn't help but let the exuberating feeling take over as they celebrated. Back to the lab. "What are they building?" Momo whispered as they set the food, dessert, and drinks down before walking to the drafting table. Melissa and she looked down at the schematic, turning it around so they could get a better look at it. "Is it some sort of power source?" "I think it is," Melissa said, studying the design. Melissa's eyes widened as her brain put it all together. She looked over at Momo's mouth, a gap, and saw the same realization coming over the heiress. "No ing way," Melissa said, stepping back, stunned. "Melissa, is it even possible?" One of Momo's hands was over her pounding heart, and the other was lightly over her mouth as she looked down at the blueprint and then at the two inventors, oblivious to their presence. All Melissa could do was nod her head at first. "I would tell you no, but with Izuku." Melissa looked at her boyfriend and was just dumbfounded. "That has Mei's name," Momo pointed out. "Maybe there are some notes from Izuku or corrections." "Mei had it almost there, and he just tweaked it to pull it over the finish line," Melissa whispered. She looked it over some more. "It is for the suite." She almost wanted to cry. "It is a power core for the suit." "The battery was the biggest sticking point," Momo said. "I remember him talking about it while working on the sphere. It was large and clunky, but it was the best they could do now. Mei just solved the problem." "Izuku, we have been building it upside down," Mei said as she walked over and looked at the blueprint. "What, that isn't possible?" he yelled as he turned around and saw Momo and Melissa standing there. Mei looked up at about that same time. "Holy Optimus Prime!" she screamed, jumping back. "When in the name of Unicron did you two get here?" "About 5 minutes ago," Melissa said as a giggling Momo reached down and turned the blueprint around. "Is this for the suit?" Mei nodded as she sniffed the air. "Food?" "Yes, I wanted to treat everyone," Momo beamed. "My father approved of the suit and my fighting abilities and blessed me to pursue heroics." "That is so awesome!" Mei yelled, running around the table and hugging Momo. Once it had been apparent that hugging was on the table, Momo was happy to find out that Mei was a hugger. "Feed me, Momo," Mei said, sounding deeper like the man-eating plant she had seen in a movie the other night. It was part of a movie. She had no idea how it ended, what happened in the middle, or anything else. Izuku offered his congratulations. Looking at the device, he rubbed his chin. "We can take a dinner break," he said, walking over to the sink to wash, Mei bouncing after him. Once they ate, Melissa asked the question she wanted to know and would regret for the rest of her life. "Mei, when did you think of this?" "After you gave me that in the bath, after we scissored," Mei said so simply without shame or regard for Momo. "It was so good, and everything was so clear, then boom, it popped into my head." Mei looked up to the sputtering tomato known as Momo. "This is good," she commented and went back to eating. Momo looked at Izuku and did her best to reboot. We all are dating, he said sheepishly, focusing on his plate. All, Momo managed to sputter out. Melissa, who was hiding her face in her hands, nodded. And you were taking baths together? Melissa nodded, and doing things. Momo's mind went to the scene in the bathtub, added izuku, and went well beyond that. At the end of her fantasy, Momo was sitting watching the whole thing while they did things and she did things to herself. Then Momo's mind shut down. I hope everything works out well for you, Momo said once she rebooted. Like the others, she was solely focused on her food. The destructive force that Mei struck again. You should take a bath with us. Mei smiled. Melissa does the thing when she washes my hair. Oh, by the primes, is it magical? Momo shut down. Melissa was trying to get the earth to swallow her whole, and Izuku's unruly friend provided the image of all three girls in the bathtub, and he shut down. Dinner was quiet and a bit awkward that night. Testing day. Izuku and Mei went full throttle after they finished the arc reactor, as they worked on upgrading the power supply for the suit. Melissa and Momo did all they could after their training to help out. Momo was getting a crash course in electrical, mechanical, and programming, absolutely everything. And she loved every moment of it, getting her hands dirty and being in the middle of whatever she could lend a hand on, even if it were simply holding something for one of the others. She even got to spend the night one night. They worked exceptionally late. Though she and the girls fell asleep, she still counted it as her first sleepover. Momo was smart and picked up things quickly when she got assigned a task, and they let her do it independently. She was over the moon. She even ensured that dinner was ready and served at a set time so Izuku and Mei didn't neglect to eat. It was late one night, 2 days before the test, when Izuku stepped back, his hands in the air. Mei hit some keys on the tablet, and they all held their breath. They all turned to the big screen, watching all the checkpoints turn green. Each one made their hearts beat and soar just a little bit higher. When the final one turned green, they all gave a huge cheer. Melissa stepped forward and walked around the suit, staring at it in awe. A full-body armored suit sat on the rack, sleek and beautiful, blue trimmed in gold. Think the rescue armor. The gold mask shined like a mirror as she lightly ran her fingers down it, and the chest plate hummed with the glow of arc reactor. She felt the tears begin to slide down her cheeks as she stood looking at her dream. She turned and smiled at the group before she walked over and wrapped Mei and Izuku tightly and just bawled. Momo was about to step away when Mei grabbed her and pulled her in. You don't get to run away, Mei said. You were a big help down the stretch. We wouldn't have made it without you. Momo tried to protest, but Mei hushed her and pulled her in. You're a good friend. Momo melted as they told her the same thing. She had friends. She hid her face in someone's shoulder as a few tears of happiness slid down her cheeks. She offered a prayer to whatever god had put Izuku in her path. The next day, they all just relaxed. Mei and Izuku were exhausted. Momo enjoyed the lazy day, watching movies and eating snacks with her friends. The word would ring in her head when she thought about it or told her parents her plans for the day. I am going to spend the day with my friends. Not to mention when Melissa asked if she would be there for the test for moral support. Melissa awoke early in the morning of the test, showered, and got ready as the butterflies in her stomach attempted to flee her body at every waking moment. She walked into the lab and saw Izuku and Mei rechecking everything. She smiled when they told her they had woken up in the middle of the night to check the systems before they could go back to sleep. Momo's arrival with breakfast was welcome, as they all tried to eat, though they all lacked an appetite. When all their phone alarms beeped simultaneously, Izuku looked at Melissa and said, "It is time." Melissa stepped out, slipping into her bodysuit and vomiting in the toilet before she came out and stood before her destiny. Arms emerged from the pedestal, unlocking and opening the suite. All the pieces were suspended when Melissa stepped up and slipped her feet into the open boots. She nodded as Izuku gave the command, and it all started fitting around her body. Momo and Mei were filming, as were the cameras in the lab. The helmet slipped around the back of her head, and the mask slid into place. Everything was dark. The machine's hum surrounded her, and then the tactical display came to life. Hello Melissa, a warm, soothing voice rang in her earpiece. Hello, Icarus, she replied. Status report. Everything is operating perfectly. The weather forecast calls for clear skies and a temperature high of 92 degrees. Izuku, can you hear me? She said a bit louder. I hear you're fine. Are the external mics picking everything up? Melissa gave him a thumbs up, smiling at the mechanical whereas her arm moved. Run targeting and facial recognition. Icarus, targeting and facial recognition, she commanded as information began to fill the screen. Good now, let's walk to the lift and get this show on the road, Izuku said. We will see you topside, Momo called out. You got this. Mei yelled as they exited the room. Momo and Mei rode the elevator to the testing area. Of course, they saw David and were surprised to see All Might, Recovery Girl, Sir Night-Eye, Inko, and Hannah. Oh, and the freaking principal of UA. Momo bowed deeply to their surprised guests. It is truly an honor to be in your presence. I am Momo Yayorozu. She then handed out data pads to the group. We do apologize that some of you may have to share, as there are more people than we expected. Mei just smiled and said hello as she walked over to where all the monitors were set up and started streaming the telemetries. She got on the intercom, so All Might, our mothers, and the freaking principal of UA are here. What? Mel and Izuku replied. So, no pressure, Mei said sarcastically. Izuku, what if I mess this up? Mel said, starting to panic. Melissa, it is going to be fine, I promise, Izuku said calmly. We have been preparing for this for years. After today, your dad will sign off on you going to the UA hero course, and the principal will have no doubts about how well you can be a hero. Everyone is nervous when they are about to change the world. Melissa started to smile, then let's change the world. Exactly, Mei chimed in. Let's show the world that a quirkless girl can fly. When the lift arrived and Melissa stepped out, the sun shining off her armor was impressive. All Might smiled at his niece and the remarkable sight before him. The mothers also smiled as they looked at the armored girl and stole peeks at All Might. Niza leaned forward and grinned. Now, how does it perform? He whispered. Welcome, everyone, Izuku's voice rang out. Today, we will display the Rescue Armor Mark I capabilities. The first demonstration of the suite's flight capabilities and aerial maneuverability will be. Around the airspace, several rings have been set up for Melissa to maneuver through. The flight path is clear. Melissa, it's time. Melissa turned as Izuku stepped back and opened her palms towards the ground. Icarus, give me 10% thrust, map out our route, and show them what we can do. With pleasure, Melissa. Melissa lifted off as the mothers cheered. She began with slow speed maneuvering around the field before she saluted the crowd. The repulsor roared to life, and she shot off like a bullet. Mei and Izuku heard Melissa yell, exhilarating as she rocketed into the blue skies. She had worked this in simulation and some of the simple maneuvers in the lab, but outside, soaring through the sky was on an entirely different level. David and they watched as she soared around the island, flying through the obstacles. When she landed, it was time for the defensive display. They watched as Melissa was hit with flamethrowers, gunfire, and a simulated punch that sent her flying back. She used her repulsors to stabilize herself, landing on her knee, her arms behind her. No one could see the grin on her face when the targets for the offensive portion razed out the ground. When the smoke cleared, she stood proudly and saw All Might step forward. I think I would like to see what you can do against a live opponent, he said, stepping in front of her. But Uncle Might, she protested. Don't worry, I won't break your suit, he teased before he leaned in. It will be fine, I promise you. If you can do well against me, I will know you will be safe pursuing heroics. It is not only your father who worries about you and who loves you. I understand, Melissa said, and he could hear the emotion in her voice. She stepped back and took up a boxer's stance, much like her uncle. "Don't cry to me when I beat you, Uncle Might. I will do my best to drown my tears in my cereal." He assumed his stance. "Now, my little niece, show me what you can do." Melissa immediately sprang forward with a right hook. All Might leaned back out of range and went for a left to the body. He was surprised when she caught him by the wrist and rocketed up with a knee strike that sent him stumbling back, his mouth bloodied. "That's my girl." He smiled as he came in at her. Melissa slipped past the jab, missed with her counter, and then got rocked by an uppercut. The clang echoed in the testing area. Melissa felt that, but she was out. It made her feel alive, and something awakened in her that day. She was in a fight, and she loved it. All Might came in again, with a lightning-fast combination to her body and then her head, sending her spinning around. She whirled down to her knee as the repulsor sprang to life, blasting him in the chest and sending him flying back. She rocketed through the air, spearing him through a cinderblock wall erected as part of the presentation. He got his feet under him and dug in, stopping their momentum. To her surprise, he drove his elbow down into her back, pancaking her into the ground. He bent down to grab her by the waist to lift her for a slam, but her legs locked around his head, and her repulsors fired as she flipped him over. Instead of putting her in a mounted position, he ate a right hook to the jaw and elbow that cut him above his eyebrow before he got his arms up to block the next attack. She brought her hands down in a double axe handle smash only for them to be caught to her surprise as her uncle overpowered the suit, forcing her arms to fly apart. Then he delivered his smash to her chest, sending her tumbling off of her. She heard the armor crack from the blow. Damage reports flooded her tactical display. All Might was airborne instantly, descending on her with a knee strike. Melissa quickly rolled back into a bicycle kick, catching him under the chin and rocking his head back. As she came to her feet, she pushed forward, landing several shots to his gut, doubling him over. She leaped up and cracked him again with a headbutt, placed both her hand on his chest point blank, and fired off the repulsor, sending him rocketing away and crashing through the remaining walls. Smoke filled the arena as she called for Akuris to get a lock on him. Once it did, she flew in to try and secure her victory. In the thrill of the fight, she forgot one thing: this wasn't just her uncle, this was All Might. She flew in hoping to spear him, but instead of the smoke came his massive fist in an overarching attack that collided perfectly in between her shoulder blades, and with such force, it bounced her off the ground. When she came up, an uppercut crashed into her chest right above the arc reactor. Sensors and alarms went crazy in her suite. He slid forward and grabbed her by both her boots, crushing the metal in his hands, and he pulled her overhead, slamming her into the ground. Mei and Izuku winced at what he was doing to the suite, but they knew this data would be invaluable in the long run. Melissa's head rattled, causing her to see stars. She tried to use the repulsor in her hands to create some space, but they yanked her back. His fist stopped an inch from her helmet. She looked up and saw him smiling, his face a crimson maw. She knew he had won. "I yield," she called out. "How hard were you going?" she said as the helmet opened and she removed it. "It started at 10%, but you pushed me to double that," he said, pulling her up. "You did good, Melissa. I am very proud of you." "I take it." She looked at her uncle, worried. "Great, better than great," he said. "This wasn't just for you, this was also to see how I would hold up. And we are both still standing and walking." Then they turned and walked back to the grandstands, his arm around her shoulders and hers around his waist. As they got closer, they saw David standing there. All Might excused himself, walking over to the group as they were gathered around the other kids. "I want you to know that I would have never really stood in your way," David said. "I set the bar so high, Melissa, because I love you so much, and I need to know that you will be as safe as you possibly can out there. I don't want to lose you the way I lost your mother. So promise me that this isn't the end, that you and your friends will keep creating, inventing, and improving that suit of yours so you can come home safe to me." Melissa hugged her dad, and tears flowed from both of them. "I love you so much, Dad, so very much." I promise we will never stop improving. Thank you, Dad. Now come on, I am sure your boyfriend is worried about you, he teased. Melissa blushed, I am sure he also is my girlfriend. David froze, I am sorry. What did you say? I am not just dating Izuku, I am involved with Mei as well. Melissa took a deep breath. I am by UAL Dad. David rubbed the back of his head, okay, he said slowly. So he just shrugged. I have nothing to add to that. Be careful, and be careful. Melissa, I want you to know that I will always love you no matter what. I don't care who you love or are in love with as long as they treat you right, and you treat them right, that is all that matters to me. Thanks, Dad, she said as they joined the group. Congratulations are for you, my dear inventors, Nizu said as he leaped up to the control panel. Am I a bear, a mouse, or the principal of the UA? I am most interested in sitting down with you both and you, Ms. Yayorozu. But worry not about that now, celebrate your accomplishments. When Melissa got there, she went over to receive congratulations from her friends. Izuku and Mei took her hand and looked at their parents. Mom, this is Melissa, our girlfriend, Izuku declared. Mei nodded happily and kissed Melissa on the cheek. Hana just started laughing, and Inko looked about ready to burst. It was Recovery Girl who made everyone break out laughing. Ah, the vigor of youth, I remember those days. Everyone looked at her. What? I wasn't always old. It would have been enough to draw unwanted attention just by making someone fly, to elevate someone to a higher power level, but to do so with a quirkless girl was a challenge that some would be eager to accept. On an island predicated on the development of technology, there was no way such a demonstration would have gone unnoticed. While specific answers may have eluded those watching, enough would be gleaned that interested parties would be willing to take higher levels of risk upon themselves. When setting about changing the world, few people stop to ask if they should, nor do they dare consider the backlash when they do. Up until now, Junkyard support had updated the way people did laundry, provided and revolutionized the area of construction and salvage cleanup, was about to lift the area of household assistance to fantasy levels, and had assisted the world of law and safety with the introduction of their capture grenades. This excluded the creation of the world's first quirkless hero, artificial organs, hero costumes, flight control, AI, weapons program, medical diagnostics, search and rescue, and the breakthrough they were about to make with communications. Enough had already been done to draw attention, an armored suit flying around the island that may have been a giant neon sign signaling that a new buffet had been opened. Nothing happens overnight. Well, that is a lie. Many things do, but it takes a bit of planning to eat at the buffet and take it for yourself. Factor in what is believed to be a limited window. Some begin to overextend themselves, bringing in other parties whose views and desires do not align with the original party's desires. The desire for revenge for yesterday's perceived slights and failed product launches had ruined OMNI support. Dr. Francis Baker made the error of contacting the syndicate. Once upon a time, the syndicate was a feared organization, with even those not within the organization claiming membership to tread upon their name. Now, to do so in folly would earn a deadly reprimand. Their folly was to run afoul of the genuine terror in the darkness and the symbol of peace. A brutal campaign was waged underground and above. As many historians and military commanders would tell you, engagement with two fierce enemies on two fronts would not only hasten your end but ensure it. In that end, there was left a broken shell of the one who had started it all. They had lived while everything around them had been left in ruin. In their survival, they rambled and raved, their mad words of glory and revenge tainting whatever hope their children would have of finding peace. It was from the ashes of this fallen empire that Christian Xanthier was raised. Words and dreams of yesteryear and a deep-seated desire for revenge, for the respect and glory that was once held. Desperate to bring back the syndicate, he had rebuilt them. He would bring them back, shake the world to its knees, and repair the crumbling walls of the once magnificent house he grew up in. Unlike those before him, he knew that the answer lay in technology, that finding or breeding the quirk necessary was unreliable. His opponents were lost in pure quirks, and he would rebuild the empire by combining them both. When Dr. Baker reached out, he saw the opportunity. Baker would be his pawn in this one swoop. He would take the technology he needed to arm his new army, break the inventor whom Baker called for, and capture a nice trophy as well. All construction projects needed capital to begin. Genuinely valuable trophies were just the way to generate that capital. Every resource, every penny, every ounce of blood, sweat, and tears would be put forth. This operation was an all-in situation. Failure would not be an option. There would be either glory or death after tomorrow. The night before tomorrow. After spending so much time on the island, Izuku didn't have to worry about being overwhelmed by his quirk nearly as much. The convention was hit and miss if it caused him a headache, and aside from the nerves he still got when they had to present, it was always an enjoyable time. This summer, though, would go down in his mind as the best, worst, most unforgettable summer. It was the defining summer of his life to this point, one that would shape and mold the rest of his life and those ladies who had become the suns upon which he orbited. Melissa, Mei, and slowly, Momo have been in this fixture since the night on the beach. With the training, Melissa and Momo were building a bond, one that was forged in the fire with blood, sweat, and the occasional tears. It helped them to become close, Mei and he, in the labs, a place so familiar and peaceful now that the tension and problems had been removed. The group would spend mornings together. Momo and Melissa would leave after lunch, eat dinner most nights, and be teenagers. Momo was having the time of her life. She could relax with them, and there weren't any walls she needed to hide behind or erect between them. Momo found the love they all shared warm. Seeing how they all cared for each other and did simple things for each other made her drift to dreams of romance and the novels she would read before bed. Mei cuddling her on the couch made her feel warm, like when Izuku had fallen asleep and his head was in her lap. She couldn't help herself as she lightly ran her hands through his hair. The end of their summer was approaching, with none of them wanting it to end. Melissa, most of all, Mei and Izuku would return home together. Momo would be moving near them in preparation for the entrance exam, leaving the girl in a bit of a funk as her father told her she would stay home. It wasn't malicious. She understood when he said he just wanted more time with her before she ran off into the sunset to start her life, and he wouldn't be there every day to watch over her. Plans were being made for special nights. Melissa wanted to give her first to Izuku before he left, make love to Mei, and enjoy the company of both. They were always experimenting and touching each other, moving closer and closer. It was on the eve of the Island Summer Festival that everything changed. The god of fate reminded them that payment was owed. The girls were all dressed in kimonos, just visions of beauty. Izuku took 2 whole minutes even to get a word out when they stepped out. His other brain was taking all the blood and didn't want to share. It had been decided that this would be a special night, that tonight Mei and him would be together. Melissa and Momo would have a girls' night while this happened, so seeing them all looking so beautiful and the blush and nervousness that radiated off of Mei was doing things to them both. He nearly fainted when Mei whispered that she felt it was traditional not to wear anything under her kimono that night. The night carried with it that hint of magic, the promise of what was to come, and the festival was alive. The mix of tradition with the technology the island was known for brought this neon glow mixed with lantern light. They played games, watched a play, and ate all the food they could find. They laughed and smiled so much their faces hurt, the unseen blush when Izuku took Momo's hand to lead her through the crowd, the stolen kisses between the couple when something happened. And tomorrow it would all happen again, topped with fireworks, or a light and fire show extravaganza as it was billed. There was tension on the ride back as Mei and Izuku fidgeted, Melissa teased, and Momo blushed. When they separated, Mei walked away with Izuku, and the demureness she exuded, looking down and blushing, was so out of character for the rambunctious Mei they all knew. Melissa kissed both cheeks and whispered something to them as Momo stood apart. They nodded and kissed her back before they walked away. "Please forgive me if this is rude," Momo said as she walked towards Melissa's room. "But are you upset that they are?" Momo began to blush, unable to finish her sentence. "No, and yes," Melissa said. We talked about this a lot. Izuku will only be a virgin once he only has one first time to give while Mei and I. Momo nodded. Part of me wants to be the one that he gives it to, but they have loved each other for so long. Though they didn't know it, they fought unknowingly against it. Mei and I have our own first to give to each other, and we have. I love them and want to be with them, but this is a special moment we each need to share on our own. Izuku wasn't there for things Mei and I did, etc. But you love them both, Momo said as they entered Melissa's room. And this is such an important moment, a special moment that you want to be there to share it. Exactly, Melissa said with a faint blush. It sounds much naughtier than I mean it, even to bear witness, to see that moment. But it is a private moment. I wouldn't want Mei there when I share it with Izuku. It is strictly for the two of us, like this night is strictly for the two of them. That does sound much naughtier than you mean it, Momo smiled, though her blush had deepened. But I understand. If it were my first time, I wouldn't want anyone there, even if I had other lovers. I think that having special moments between you two is essential. Yes, you want to share everything with those you love, but there will always be unique things between just two partners. Thinking of having multiple lovers, are you? Melissa teased. Well, I am an important woman. I need to make sure my needs are satisfied, Momo said with the air of a snobby debutante, making both of them laugh. I believe we should get changed, grab some ice cream, and watch some movies. That, my dear Momo, sounds like a perfect plan. Spice. Izuku, holding Mei's hand, entered his darkened room. They went to the bedroom wordlessly, and little fairy lights floated everywhere. It was a gift from Melissa that added a fantasy element. If you're not ready, Izuku said softly. No, Izuku, I want this more than anything I have ever wanted in my life, Mei said, still slowly lifting her head to look at him. I love you so much, Izuku. I hate the thought of my life without you. You accept me. You have always accepted me. There is no one else I want to spend this night with. This is special for both of us. We have done other things, but I have wanted this since our first bath together. I love you, Mei, Izuku said. I wish I were a poet or had better words, but... Then show me with actions, Mei whispered as he closed the distance between them. Their kiss was soft, tender, and full of want and desire. Her arm slipped around his neck as it deepened, pulling him in deeper. He pulled her in closer as they tumbled back on the bed, his hand going to her leg and slowly caressing up her thigh. Mei was not lying. She was not wearing anything underneath. As his hand discovered this, his growing erection rushed to full staff. Mei straddled his lap, reaching up to unpin her hair, letting it all free. He could feel how wet she was as she rocked her hips lightly against him. He watched almost dreamily as she reached down and untied his kimono, running her hands over his bare chest. She looked down at her sash. Izuku tugged at it, and it came free like a bough from a present. He sat up, holding her steady as she continued to rock against him. He kissed her cheek, then her jawline, to her neck, slipping her kimono off one shoulder. He kissed and nibbled. She held his head in place, light sobs coming from her lips. He kissed around to the other side, doing the same thing as her kimono fell, then found his way to her bobas, teasing each erect in kind licks, a light bite like she enjoyed, a gentle tug that made her hips rock even more. She stood off the bed and let the kimono fall to the floor, baring herself to him. The fairy lights dancing around the room illuminated her in a soft glow, her nude body on display for him. He could see the small patch of pubic hair between her legs as he drank in the sight of her. He had seen her naked before, but it was like he was seeing it again for the first time. She pulled him to his feet as his clothes joined hers. She climbed onto the bed, resting her head on the pillows. She watched as he removed his underwear, an unconscious shudder running through her, seeing how hard he was for her. I want you, she said, opening her legs so he could see how wet she was. She felt her breath quicken as he climbed onto the bed, the feeling of her soft thighs lightly gracing his sides, then hips and legs. He leaned down, and they kissed. It deepened quickly. He felt her reach down and line him up with her entrance. Her legs went around his waist as she began to pull him in. As he began to enter her, he shuddered in pleasure. The girls had pleased him with their bobas, even their mouths, but this was on a whole different level. He felt like he would explode immediately, but she stopped. He could feel her adjusting to him. They never stopped kissing. Izuku let her set the pace, letting her pull him in. Izuku felt her tense when he passed that final barrier, but she never stopped kissing him. Instead, he heard her sob and pull him in further, bringing him fully into her. She broke the kiss, and he sat up a little bit. They could both see the pleasure etched on their faces, the desire in each other's eyes. "Show me, Izuku," she whispered. "Show me, make love to me." She felt him pull back. She closed her eyes and whimpered slightly, but when he came back fully into her, that whimper became a sob. "Like that, Izuku, just like that," she called out. "Oh Mei, she heard him say as he moved inside of her. Long, slow deep thrusts sent jolts every time he hilted himself into her, coursing through her body. It began to be too much. She rolled her hips to meet his. "More, Izuku," she begged, her legs pulling him back harder. "More, I want you, show me you want me, how I make you feel." His pace began to quicken. He came back harder, and she screamed in pleasure. "Just like that, baby, oh just like that," Mei sobbed. "Don't stop, Izuku, God, please don't stop. I need you, I want to feel humanhood liquid inside me. One day, we are going to make a baby for real. On the day you marry me, I want you to put a baby in me." She lost her voice as their pace became feverish, hearing him calling for her, begging for her to keep moving her hips for him. "Promise me, promise you are going to marry me, promise you will put a baby in me." Mei threw her head back as her muscles began to tense. She clawed at his back, screaming in pleasure. "Oh God, promise me, Izuku, promise me." "I promise, Mei, I promise," he screamed out. As he did, she felt it. She felt him twitch, his body tense, and then his release splashed inside of her, and Mei addition. She dug her nails into his back. He buried himself as deep and hard as he could, calling her name. Her body convulsed, and her legs held him fast as she wanted to milk every drop out of him. Her body wasn't responding to her. It was just lost in a sea of pleasure, and then he started to move again. She let out a scream of joy. Her legs came unlocked as he started again. He started to her now, and all the passion that had been built up, all the tension and desires they held back, began to flood forth. "Yes, more," she screamed, from behind, "bend me over and me." She was on her knees as he entered her again. Her arms gave out from the, and she felt him grab her hips as he attempted to show her how badly he needed her. She could only scream in pleasure at the animalistic way he was claiming her after coursed through her body. She almost begged him to stop, but every time he came inside of her, she just wanted more, needed more. Her knees gave out. He was on top of her, pressing her into the bed. She clawed at the sheets and wiggled against him. Her hands were above her head. He grabbed them with one hand and held her in place as he ravaged her. All she could see was more, begging for more. His scream of pleasure echoed off the walls as he fell onto top of her. She could feel his seed seeping out of her as his manhood slipped out. "Oh God, oh Mei," she heard him say. "Oh my, Izuku, my darling, I love you so," Mei managed to say before she passed out exhausted. Spice End. Izuku's and Mei's morning started with the fulfillment of fantasy as they had in the bath, stripped the bed, and got dressed for their day. Mei was a little sore but happy, especially after waking in the cuddly afterglow of their night together. Blood payment. Mei was whisked away by Melissa and Momo, leaving Izuku to eat breakfast. He used this time to contact Recovery Girl and talk to her about her progress on testing the tricorder. Recovery Girl gushed over the data and the unit's capabilities. She then told him the magic words she wanted to support being registered for hero support and hospital use. He had to argue with her about receiving a percentage as her name attached to the tricorder would add a monstrous boost for the device, way more than the name Junkyard support. Maybe they need to workshop a name for their medical division and the other things they did. Junkyard support would still be there, but it would sound better if something you put into your body didn't have the word junkyard attached. He was still talking to Recovery Girl when all hell broke loose. I will send you a few more tricorders for field testing. The building was suddenly rocked by an explosion. Izuku, what was that? Recovery Girl said. Izuku had barely managed to avoid being knocked from his seat. Then the alarm sounded. Attention all personnel, Code 01, Code 01, this is not a drill. A robotic voice rang throughout the facility. Izuku, what is a Code 01? Recovery Girl shouted. Hostile forces, Izuku said, getting to his feet. I have to go. I need to get the girls. I will radio it in and inform All Might. She yelled. She was about to say something when his screen wavered and suddenly became static. His quirk told him the answer: they were being jammed. Momo was blushing and giggling as Mei shared the story of her night with Izuku. They were enjoying a big breakfast when the explosion knocked Mei down. Melissa and Momo managed to hold on to the table. Instinctively, Momo grabbed her phone and sent her distress code. Melissa went to Mei when the announcement rang out. We are under attack, Melissa said to the unspoken question. Izuku, Momo yelled. The girls nodded as they ran out of the room. They heard gunfire erupting everywhere. Izuku came scrambling around the corner, opening a panel in the wall and typing in a code, and the blast shutter came slamming down. That is when they saw him holding his arm and blood seeping through his fingers. Izuku, oh my god! Melissa yelled as the girls rushed to him. Momo began to create a bandage as quickly as we could. It grazed my shoulder, he said, getting to his feet. They are jamming all communications. He winced as Momo bandaged his arm. We can't stay here, Mei said. We need to get to the fallback safe room. Can't we go out the window? Momo said. Another explosion rocked the building. They stumbled back to Melissa's room and were about to open it when they heard the blast door behind them begin to lift. Melissa's door burst open, knocking Melissa and Mei to the floor. Two men in black bodysuits with military vests and rifles burst into the hall. Targets acquired. They heard them call out. Momo created a baton and swung at the man closest to her. He deflected the attack with his rifle and went to use the boom of the gun to stun her. She tilted her head back, and as another baton sprang to her hand, she went low and connected with a bone-cracking blow to the man's knee. Izuku saw the second begin to lower his weapon at Melissa and Mei. He sprang forward and speared the man back into Melissa's room and then crashed to the floor in a tangle of limbs. Izuku clawed at the man's face, ripping the goggles free. A stiff elbow knocked him to the side. He tried to get to his feet, but the trained fighter was faster and landed a solid kick to Izuku's ribs. He reared back to deliver another kick when Melissa landed a flying knee to the side of the man's head. She crashed to the ground with him scrambling to try and take the man back, but she was outmatched. Izuku regained his senses, seeing Melissa desperately fighting with the man. He came in with the best right hook he could muster. The headsman edged to the side, his guard faltered, and Melissa slipped in the choke and cranked for all she could. Izuku punched the man again, grabbing his arms and preventing him from defending himself against Melissa's attack. The man Momo was attacking fell to the ground in a scream of pain. Momo went to try and land a knockout blow, but in her haste, she almost didn't see the knife before it was too late. She barely managed to move her leg away as it cut across her thigh, sending her tumbling. He attempted to bring the knife down into Momo's leg. She swung her baton, knocking the blade free and making the man scream again. Mei grabbed the strap holding the man's rifle that had swung to the man's back. Grabbing the rifle, she put one foot on his back and yanked the strap back around the man's neck. The man's eyes went wide, but Momo put him to sleep with a strike across his jaw, breaking it. Izuku took the rifle from the man looking at it and walked towards Melissa's balcony. His eyes widened, and he grabbed Melissa's hand. We got to move, he yelled. Mei heard Izuku yelling. She saw the blast door lifting higher, grabbing what she hoped was either a flashbang or smoke. She pulled the pins and threw them as Momo grabbed her, hearing Izuku yell to run. They barely made it a bit past Melissa's door when a loud explosion threw them to the ground, accompanied by the explosion of two flashbangs, leaving their ears ringing. Momo got Mei up, Melissa and Izuku stumbled to their feet, and Izuku brought the rifle down the hall. "More coming," he shouted. Melissa looked both ways, and both sides surrounded them. "The lab!" she shouted. They stumbled into the lab. Melissa slapped the emergency lockdown function as they heard shouts for them to stop. Mei looked around, grabbing a giant wrench. "Melissa, get to the armor," she yelled as Izuku and Momo backed away from the door. "Have you ever fired a gun before?" Momo asked, her heart pounding in her ears. "No, but I know the mechanics." "Right now, I don't think that matters too much," he said, breathing hard. Mei ran over to the console and began the boot-up sequence. "Momo, there is a suit for you, it's the original." Momo nodded. She needed protection. She ran toward where she knew it was stored, stripping out her clothes as quickly as possible. Modesty be damned, she thought. Izuku ran over to another table. Looking at about a half-dozen orbs, he grabbed the tablet and began to boot them up. The first bang on the door made them all freeze for half a second. Melissa pulled on her bodysuit just as Momo finished doing the same. The two girls looked at each other and then at Izuku and Mei. Momo and Melissa at least had some training, but Mei had a bit of self-defense, and Mei's dad taught Izuku boxing lessons. They knew that they had to defend those two at all costs. "Izuku, can you bypass the jamming signal?" Melissa yelled out, climbing into her armor. "Not from here," he yelled. "It is on the roof," he called back. She could see a look of panic cross his face. Then he stopped and grabbed a paper. She watched as he took a deep, calming breath and started to draw something. "Lock and load, Mel," Mei called out. "Everything is green." Mei then ran to a storage locker and pulled out some capture grenades. The banging against the door was getting louder, and as Melissa's display came up, she could see a heat buildup on the other side of the door. "One of them has a fire quirk, and they are melting their way in," she called. "We have 3 minutes, Icarus answered. 3 minutes, Melissa yelled. She saw Izuku wobble and then look at the paper. "Momo!" he yelled. She ran over and looked at the paper. Momo bit her lip. "I don't know, Izuku, maybe 5 minutes, she said. "Mel?" Izuku called out. "I need 2 minutes, baby." "Then you will have 2 minutes, Melissa said as her armor came to life. Icarus scanned the lift for explosives. "The shaft is rigged to blow," Icarus responded. Melissa cursed, relaying the information. "Mei," Izuku yelled. "I need the jumpers, the sonic emitters, and your small surprise balls." Mei just nodded and ran to grab the things. Momo focused on creating what Izuku had asked for, and Melissa knocked over some tables, making some cover for them to hide behind. Once Mei got everything Izuku needed, she ran to the mainframe and began typing in commands. Protocols are initiated," she yelled to Izuku. "They are not getting the vats or the molecules. They are flushing as we speak, data downloading to backup." "What are they after?" Momo said aloud. Me, Mel, Mei," Izuku responds frantically, working on something. "They said targets were acquired. They could be after 2 or all 4 of us. I was on the phone with Recovery Girl when it all started. She was going to radio in before we lost communication. We need to hold out until then." Izuku knelt next to Momo. "You make sure they get out." Momo's eyes widened. "Izuku," she protested. "Momo, promise me you will do everything possible to save them. If it comes down to them or me, you choose them," he said fiercely. "Please, Momo?" "I promise, Izuku," she said. "I have imagined there are 18 of them out there and something else, a large device of some sort," Melissa said. "Icarus can't identify it." I know, I am working on it, Izuku said, muttering a curse as he continued to work. Mei ran over as he said a few words. She nodded and got to work on the second module. Icarus, what would happen if we fired a full repulsor blast at the door 20 seconds before they came through? Melissa asked. The molten steel would go outward, disabling at least 5 members of the assault team. The damage would be severe, if not most certainly fatal, Icarus responded. If I were going to come after us, I would only be interested in Momo and Izuku. They may kill Mei, Melissa muttered. I do not find fault in your conclusion, Icarus said. Power it up, Melissa commanded. I will surprise them. Be prepared, she told her team. Melissa braced as the repulsor came to full power, and she fired. The screams were immediate. As she leaped through the opening, a hail of bullets bounced off of her. She aimed and fired her blasts down the hall as smoke pellets fell from her armor, filling the hall. Melissa did her best to use the smoke to her advantage. They couldn't see her, but she could see them thanks to her targeting display. She barreled into the first person she found spinning and used him like a club against his allies before throwing him down the hall toward the unknown device. She heard the person bounce off of some protective shield around the device. Suddenly, a woman burst through the smoke, spearing Melissa back. She stabilized and brought both hands down, but the woman kept driving her back. Melissa started to unleash punches into the woman's sides. Then, a double smash finally broke her attacker's grip. Melissa grabbed the woman's hair and drove her knee into her face. She heard a scream of pain, but the second knee silenced it. She looked and saw a few of the attackers about to throw some grenades into the room. She fired, detonating them in midair, and chaos was raining down. Mei and Izuku flinched at the sounds and explosions, but they kept working. They saw a group of soldiers about to try to get in, only for Melissa to go barreling into them, knocking them away. Gunfire and erupted. They both focused on their task. Momo didn't falter, not even when an explosion rocked the lab from the lift area. Mei and Izuku dropped behind the cover as they heard people entering the lab. Izuku fired blindly toward that area, and after some time, the returning hail of bullets sent him scrambling. He threw himself over Mei as fragments and glass broke all around them. Mei huddled under him and kept working. Don't stop, he told her. When Momo is finished, insert the cells into the center and button them up. After that, activate and call it out. Mei just nodded her head. Izuku could hear the boot steps getting closer. He grabbed the capture grenades and threw them over their barrier. He listened to some yells, but then they became muffled. He grabbed the wrench and broke from cover, seeing one of the attackers only partially immobilized. He swung, and the sound of a metal meeting skull was heard. Contain and disable, he yelled. The orb sprang to life and flew towards their new attackers. Melissa was thrown back when a ball of force collided with her. She got to her knee when she saw her attacker hurl a yellow ball at her. She rolled to the side, firing another blast, and the attacker slipped past, flinging more balls of force. Melissa dodged one, but it led her to the second one. She could see the man grin as the other man came in, his hands wrapped in a white glow. They weren't clenched like a fist. She swung down in a chopping motion, slid past, and fired a shot at the force OBS. The knife hand took the opportunity and stabbed toward her shoulder. She screamed as it seemed to bypass her armor and plunged into her shoulder. She grabbed Knife's arm to prevent it from going any further and crushed his forearm. Izuku saw one of the attackers raise their rifle and stop it, confirmed he was a target. The attacker hesitated, but Izuku didn't and slammed his wrench into the man's head. The man wobbled. Izuku went to attack again, but he felt something grab him by the collar and throw him away. He went flying across the room, crashing off the central computer station. Mei and Momo heard him scream. Mei's tears fell, but she didn't stop. Momo handed her the spiked devices that Izuku had requested. She heard the footsteps and got to her feet, spinning in time to see one of the soldiers lunge at her in an attempt to wrestle her to the ground. Momo's entire arm glowed as a pump-action shotgun almost exploded into her hand. The fired, and a massive rubber bullet hit the attacker straight in the head, sending him crashing to the floor. Momo wobbled, shook her head to clear her mind, and fired again at the man advancing on Izuku. She missed the man, spun and extended his hand towards her. She felt the gun begin to be yanked from her grasp. She quickly slapped a flashbang coated in adhesive to her weapon and let it fly from her hand. It exploded as it reached the man. He fell back, and Izuku dove off the table onto him, striking him with the wrench. As the second wave of attackers came in, the orbs dived in, crashing into them. The orbs deployed capture bolos, tripping up their attackers. One of the attackers fired a black blast from their hand, and the part where it hit the orb ceased to be. Momo ran and knocked out one of the attackers that had been tied up. She felt a net fall over her, and the electric jolt nearly sent her down. She heard a yell as Izuku tore the thing off of her, throwing it mindlessly at their attackers. A collapsible baton stuck him. Momo heard his ribs break as he fell to the ground. Melissa stumbled back. Her arm was bleeding profusely. Another orb threw her around, and a knife hand slashed at her leg, sending her down again. Warnings and data flooded her helmet. She turned them off, grabbed the knife hand by the face, and fired. Engaging her rocket boots, she barreled into Force orbs, crunching him between herself and the wall. She tried to stumble to her feet when she saw a man not wearing a uniform like the others. Instead, he wore a suit, sunglasses, dark brown hair, and chiseled features. He heard the sound of something powering up, and then the man ran forward and kicked her in the head. She was lifted up and back, her helmet nearly ripped from her head. While she was still airborne, the man grabbed her and threw her like a toy into the lab. Momo swept out the legs of the man who had just broken Izuku's ribs and legs out, sending him down. She scrambled to him and placed her hand over him as a capture grenade fell out. She managed to yank her hand back as it exploded. She could feel her head wobble, but she managed to see the next attack coming. She slid to the side and struck her attacker with a palm hit to the stomach. As she did so, a combat knife came to her hand and stabbed him. She ripped it to the side, getting to her feet, and a punch landed on her head, sending her stumbling. A kick to the stomach and another punch to the back of her head sent her back down. She couldn't go out. She couldn't. She was an attacker with swords for arms rushing towards Mei, Russian nesting dolls exploding from her body as she scrambled to her feet. The man attacking her stumbled back at the appearance of the dolls, but when he saw Momo get to her feet, they tried to go after her. The dolls popped open and exploded. The din was deafening, and her attacker fell to the ground, being caught in the middle of 5 flashbangs, not moving. Momo stumbled but pushed off into the air, a metal bat springing to her hands. Sword Arms was thrown off. He saw Mei and reared back, ready to run Mei through. Momo screamed as she swung with every ounce of strength she could, the bat colliding with Sword Arm's head, sending him to the floor. She felt a blade rack across her back, but it didn't tear the suit. She just turned and swung. She couldn't see her attacker. They were distorted, but her attack and second attack were true. Mei was tackled to the ground. She felt something sharp plunge into her arm. She yelled in pain, rolled with the attack, and brought her knee up as hard as she could. She felt her knee collide with her attacker's groin and a grunt of pain. Her eyes watered as she saw the knife sticking out of her shoulder. She grabbed the dropped screwdriver and drove down through the attacker's eye. Mei scrambled away towards the 2 devices, her arm hanging limply at her side. She fastened the last connection as quickly as possible. Another right hook rocked Momo. She stumbled and managed to block the following, but her counter was deflected, and Izuku plunged a jagged piece of metal into her attacker's back. A backhand sent him sprawling. Momo created a metal staff, her go-to weapon, with a quick strike that cracked the man about the head and neck, sending him down. She turned, and the blaster was standing in front of her. Hands glowing, "It is over, princess." Momo saw one of her attacker's hands move towards Mei's direction. Melissa dodged the overhand right. She fired a repulsor point blank in the suit man's chest. He didn't move. Instead, she saw his body glow. He punched her, sending her back into a wall. She heard her armor crack. She couldn't dodge the subsequent attacks as she crumpled to the ground. Icarus began to warn her of broken ribs. "So uncivilized," the man said, tossing his destroyed shirt and jacket aside. Momo screamed, swinging her staff and forcing the blast high and away from Mei. She saw the other blaster's hand come up towards her face. She slowed down. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Izuku grab the blaster's hand and force it up. Then she saw Izuku's hand disappear, blood sprayed everywhere. Izuku fell to the ground, Momo swung her staff, and the blaster ducked under. Mei yelled, "It's live!" She threw the devices, and they tumbled to the middle of the room. Momo spun, bringing her staff under the blaster's chin, lifting them, and covering Izuku with her body. The orbs exploded, and the pins that Momo had created shot up about 5 feet off the ground. A sudden white pulse flooded out in a circle from the devices. Momo watched as all the attackers that were struck wobbled and fell to the ground like puppets whose strings had been cut. She created a tourniquet to staunch the blood pouring from Izuku's hand. Melissa saw the man fall. She saw Momo over Izuku, who was clutching at something with a hand that wasn't there. Mei dragged herself to Izuku, the knife still sticking out of her arm. Then, the enormous device powered up. Izuku, tears in his eyes, sat up and looked at the device. The machine was a large cylinder surrounded by a red field. As it began to whirl to life, Izuku looked around and saw Melissa. Icarus eject pilot, authorization command code deadless. Melissa tumbled free. Icarus, take the device and exit through the shaft. Take it 2 miles up and away from any other craft. I understand. The armor closed. The girls watched as it grabbed the device. As burning could be heard as the metal began to be eaten away. The booster faltered, but Icarus took the device and raced off. They listened to a loud explosion as the building once again rocked overhead. Melissa heard her father shouting her name, and she called back to him, seeming that they needed help. Momo pulled Izuku's head into her lap. "Thank you for saving my life," she said, bandaging the wound as best she could. "Thank you for saving Mei," he responded. Both their eyes closed as they passed out. Mei crawled to a drawer, grabbing a tricorder. She ran it over where Izuku's hand used to be. "He needs help," she staunched the blood loss, "but he needs help," she muttered. She rested her head on his chest and began to cry. Melissa went over to them, wrapped her arms around Mei, and let her own tears fall as the truth of what they had just gone through washed over and through them. David's shield, along with local heroes, some emergency medical staff, and Momo security, rushed to the absolute devastation of the combat zone. He saw his daughter and her friends huddled together, battered, bloody, and devastated. All of them. Melissa pointed to the downed attackers. She and Mei pulled back so the EMTs could get to work. "Please save him," she said as the EMTs grabbed Izuku and got to work. Others went to Mei and Melissa while Momo's staff attended to her. Inko and the Hatsumes were on the first flight to Island. Recovery Girl had alerted them that something was happening on the island. Their worry only increased as all attempts to call the children were met with immediate voicemail. They were airborne when Hannah's phone rang. It was Mei. "Mei honey, what is going on?" Hannah said, putting the phone on speaker. Their hearts skipped a beat, hearing Mei trying to collect herself. "We were attacked," Mei stammered out. "It was awful, and Izuku." "Mei, what happened to Izuku?" Inko said quickly, panic and worry in her voice. "He lost his hand," Mei said, choking back her tears. "He lost his hand, Auntie. They are taking him into surgery." Mei then broke down, and they heard a male voice asking for the phone. "Hello, this is Gaoyorozu. I am Momo's father," the man introduced himself. "Let me be concise." As Mei said, Shield Industries was attacked, and it appears that the children were the target of the attack. They were forced to fight back, and they were forced to make hard choices that no child should be forced to make. One of their attackers possessed a quirk in the battle that fired some energy blast. Based on the description, it seemed to disintegrate anything it came in contact with. He paused, letting the words sink in. This vile person was about to target Mei when my daughter Momo deflected the attack. It then seemed that the villain was going to attack Momo. Izuku moved into action and grabbed the villain's hand, forcing it up and away, most assuredly saving Momo's life in the process. He lost his hand. He is being rushed into emergency surgery now to stem the blood loss. Daiki placed his arm around Inko. Mr. Yaoyorozu, has the doctor said anything? The doctor is concerned about the amount of blood that was lost. Also, he suffered some other injuries during the attack. Mr. Shield has instructed the doctor to stop the bleeding but not to close over the wound, instead leaving it prepared for a full prosthetic, he replied. Mei was stabbed in the shoulder during the battle. The wound has been treated, and they expect her to recover fully. There will need to be some rehabilitation. Inko began to sob on Daiki's shoulder. Thank you, Mr. Yaoyorozu, Hana said. Can I talk to my daughter, please? Mommy, Mei said. I am so scared, there was so much blood. Everything will be okay, baby, I promise, Hana said, holding her tears at bay. We are on our way, we will be there as soon as possible, okay? Okay, I love you, Mei said. We love you so much, Mei, Hana replied before the call ended. She turned and began to cry on Daiki's other shoulder. Daiki fought back his tears instead, promising bloody vengeance on whoever had attacked his kids. Izuku. He felt like he was in a dark void. He could hear the faint beep of machines, but he could also hear a voice. The princess cradled her fallen knight in her arms. You are not allowed to leave my service. I long for many more days to have you by my side and wake in your arms again. One night together is not enough, I need hundreds, thousands, if not infinitely more. Leave me now, and I will never love another. I will hasten my departure from this world as it will have become cold and barren. A world without warmth, without love, without you. The voice said. Come back to me, my love, and let us be joined forever. Never to be apart. Please, my love, come back, the voice continued. Izuku's eyes fluttered open. Sitting next to his bed, holding his hand, was Momo. She had a book in her other hand. The princess closed her eyes as tears began to fall. She begged the old and new gods to restore her love to her. She felt the touch of a cold metal hand across her cheek. Her eyes opened, and her love was smiling up at her. His mouth parted. No man would be satisfied with only one night in your arms, Izuku said. Momo's book tumbled from her hand as she jolted in her seat. Izuku, she said. You're awake. So, does the knight and princess get their happy ending? He said, trying to get his bearings. He felt heavy and numb. They do, in fact, they get married and have 7 children who go on to unite the land, Momo smiled. Don't try to move, you are under heavy medication. Izuku nodded. Mei and Melissa? Mei is asleep, she was by your side most of the day. Melissa is still recovering, and she came to see you as well. Your mother just landed and will be here shortly, Momo squeezed his hand. Thank you for saving my life. Thank you for saving Mei. Besides, what knight could let a princess fall after such a noble gesture? He squeezed her hand back. Momo smiled, thankful for the dark room's ability to hide her blush. Let me get the doctor, try not to move. Izuku nodded. He watched as Momo struggled to her feet and slowly made her way out of the room. A nurse asked him a few questions. His head was foggy, so he had difficulty answering. He looked to his left hand and saw that I was gone. A green tank was over the stub. His quirk came to life, telling him the device kept his wound clean and open to facilitate better using an artificial hand. Not long after that, Inko came and she slowly crossed over to Izuku, doing her best to hold back her tears. Oh, my baby, she whispered, stroking his head. Hi, Mom, he said, struggling to keep his eyes open. I am so tired. Then sleep, Inko stroked his forehead. I will be here when you wake up. Okay, Izuku's eyes fell closed. Sorry for getting hurt. Inko bit her lip, not trusting her voice. She stroked his head till he fell asleep. Mei woke to her mother's gentle prodding. Once she saw her parents, she started to bawl. They wrapped her in their arms and let her pour out all her grief. Once she could compose herself, they began to coax out what had happened. Her parents remained stoic as their daughter recounted their ordeal. They both nearly lost their composure when she talked about being stabbed and what she did to save herself and keep working on the device that ended the fight. Mei, though, was not able to maintain her composure at the thought of having killed someone. Both Daiki and Hana held her as she struggled with her actions. The words that it was them or her helped, but the result was a heavy burden for all of them. Mei struggled through the end of the battle, and then, seeing Izuku missing a hand, her words began to fail her. She snuggled into her father's chest and gently cried herself to sleep. Hana took the opportunity to step out and cry away when Mei could not hear her. Melissa had fainted from blood loss not long after being loaded into the ambulance. When she came through, she was in the recovery room from surgery. Her first words were to call for her friends as she bolted upright in bed. It was swiftly followed by a cry of pain as moving so quickly was not advisable. "It is all right, Melissa," her father said. She hadn't even seen him next to her bed. "All of them are safe, they are recovering." Melissa stared at him briefly, tears welling in her eyes. She whispered, "Daddy." David immediately wrapped her in his arms as she broke down. David's heart broke as his daughter wailed, clinging to him, as he could hear between her sobs the question, "Why?" Warning: this scene involves some very brutal elements. Why? Christian Xanthier had not expected that level of resistance. His reports on the targets did not mention certain things, such as the full extent of Izuku Midoriya's quirk or the others. They had expected the armored suit to an extent, though they had hoped that they would be able to apprehend the targets before it came into play. Then, there was the question of those he had to bring with him to accomplish this job. The syndicate was not the organization it once was, and though he had secured some funds for the operation, it wasn't enough to guarantee the best. His crews were not familiar with retrieval jobs, which was evident when one of his men nearly shot and killed the main target as soon as they saw him. Then there was Fitzroy, and he almost killed the secondary target, which would give them the funds they needed to rebuild correctly. Victory had been within their reach when he stepped in and dropped the armored suit, only for everything to tilt up and be knocked out. Now he knew that there was no way something had physically punched him and taken him out. He was sure he could fight All Might, but that delusion was not the question. When he had awakened, he had expected to be in some jail cell, not some sort of strange interrogation room with no windows, surrounded by metal walls, chained to a table that was, in turn, welded to the floor. Now, he could struggle, but that wouldn't trigger his quirk. He needed an outside force to do that. The door finally opened, and Japan's #1 hero walked in. As he stepped into the small room, he laughed about something someone had said, but that smile faded quickly as he locked eyes with Christian. Then Christian noticed the file in his hand, which read FBI. Before All Might could say anything, Christian said one word, "Lawyer." All Might was halfway to sitting down when he paused and stood back up. "Oh then," and started to head towards the door. Christian felt confident that his lawyer would be able to arrange at least for him to escape before the trial happened. That was, after all, what he paid Kobayashi for. All Might snapping his fingers brought Christian's attention back to his situation. "I almost forgot, we are in international water," All Might said, sitting back at the table. Christian felt sweat begin to collect on his brow. "I am not saying anything without a lawyer," Christian said. "You see, young man, that is where you are wrong." All Might opened the file and began to flip through the pages. "You will tell me what I want to know, even if you think you aren't. You will by the end." You are going to torture me?" Christian stuttered. "I believe your CIA refers to it as enhanced interrogation techniques. That is what Misery called it when I was studying with her." He licked his finger and flipped another page. "You know," he chuckled. "She told me I had a real talent for it and offered me a position with her in the agency. I had to decline. I had a promise to fulfill, but those were fun days. Meeting all kinds of people, learning all I could, just being a sponge, absorbing everything. All Might made a ing sound. That is the key, to sit under those who know and let them pass it on, teach you, train you. You get to see what works and what doesn't. Don't hold yourself to anyone's discipline. They all have things you can take and incorporate, making something all your own. Christian was stunned, looking around for a camera or recording device. It is fine to inherit someone else's dream, to want to fulfill the last wish of someone you hold dear, but you have to look at it and think if this is really what you want to do. All Might seemed to be reading a page from the file. I mean, take you for example. You could have gone a different route: smart, intelligent, good-looking man, wonderful quirk, or easily excelled in heroics or business. I would have developed a different type of syndicate that would still have given you wealth and power but not drawn unwanted parties' attention. Your grandfather crossed the line and was taught a lesson. You should have learned from that lesson. All Might closed the folder and set it aside. You get one chance to tell me everything. All Might pulled out a box of long screws. If not, then I am going to very slowly and very deliberately push these into your body, not enough that whatever you can channel via your quirk will be able to save you. And once I start, even if you tell me everything, I am going to insert a screw for every hour that each one of those injured in your attack was in surgery. If you still do not talk after that, we will move on to one for every stitch. I imagine you will talk at that point, but if not, I have some good ones that I haven't had to try in a long time. All Might began to count out screws. Have you ever seen someone try to with their urethra filled with broken glass? All Might laughed. Not a pretty sight, let me tell you. You're joking, Christian said. You're bluffing. You are just trying to intimidate me. I want my lawyer and I want my phone call. Final answer? All Might said, raising an eyebrow. He shrugged and walked around the table, taking a screw and placing it over Christian's hands that were chained to the table. Christian screamed just as All Might promised. The first screw was inserted between the knuckles on his ring finger and pinky. All Might pushed it through and into the metal table. I'll talk, Christian screamed. I'll talk. Good, start talking, All Might said. Dr. Baker, he was the one that reached out. He wanted me to kidnap that Midoriya kid, Christian yelled. I would take him and Yaoyorozu and ransom her back to her family. Maybe Shield as well. If they didn't want to pay, I know people who would have paid a fortune for that Yaoyorozu girl. Why? All Might said, grabbing another screw. He was Ed that Midoriya rejected him. His business was in deep trouble, and with that armored suit, he could corner the market and make infinite money. Christian was in tears from the pain and terror at the other screw in All Might's hand. Your crew? All Might flattened the other hand and placed the screw in a mirrored position. Some people from the syndicate, others were just hired guns, Christian screamed. That's it, I swear. You swear? All Might said, his eyebrow arched. Yes, yes. Christian said. Good, I believe you. Christian began to relax, but then the pain of the screw going into his hand caused him to scream. I told you what you wanted to know, Christian yelled. Stop. You see, Christian, I am a man of my word, All Might said very calmly. I warned you what would happen if you didn't talk and that I would not stop even if you did. I like to keep my word. It makes people understand when I say something. I mean it. Christian began to shake. 2 down, 23 more to go. Inko. She awoke to a gentle hand on her shoulder. She saw a man dressed in a fine suit holding a food tray. I am sorry for disturbing you, but as you have not eaten, I thought it would be best to bring you some food while your son sleeps, the man said. His voice was strong. It commanded respect. Thank you, Inko said, sitting up more to take the tray. You are? Yaoyorozu, we spoke on the phone, he said warmly. Oh, Mr. Yaoyorozu, Inko said, about to stand. Please don't stand on my account. Our children have been through such an ordeal. I believe that they will be bonded forever, he said. We need not be so formal. Your son saved my daughter's life. I am eternally grateful. So please consider me a friend and call me Gao. Thank you, Gao, Inko said as she took the food tray. I know much is going on, but may I have a moment of your time? Gao said. Inko nodded and took a seat. I know that the recovery process for Izuku will be long and strenuous. I want to offer every possible assistance we at the Yaoyorozu house can provide. Saying that your son is a talented inventor would be a gross understatement, and that he will want to create his artificial hand. To that end, I would like to extend him full access to one of our R&D labs in Tokyo, where he will have every possible resource he could imagine. That is very generous of you, Inko said, looking over the form of her sleeping son. Though I fear him being out of my sight. You are welcome to come with him, Gao said. We will house him at our estate. We are increasing security as we speak, as Momo was also a target of this attack. He would be more than welcome to join her in her studies with her tutors so he does not fall behind academically as he recovers. I know my wife, and I have no plans to let Momo out of sight for a bit. I would never dream of asking that of you. I will consider it, Inko said. Gao bowed and excused himself, letting her sit with Izuku. She couldn't stop looking at where his hand used to be or at the machines monitoring him. It wasn't long after he left that Izuku woke up again. He was in a great deal of pain after another dose of medication. His words slurred as he was talking about a night or something, and he fell back asleep. Once he seemed to be resting peacefully, she exited the room and saw the detectives waiting for her. She followed them to a small room and answered their questions the best she could, but as Izuku had not been awake for any amount of time or not heavily medicated, there was not much information she could pass them. They assured her that those responsible would be brought to justice and that they would like to speak with Izuku as soon as he had recovered enough to do so. After that, she met with the team of doctors managing Izuku's care. They wanted her to consent to them closing the wound over Izuku's hand. They talked about the different prosthetics he would be able to use, but that unless she paid for a heroic level of support gear herself, that anything beyond something for appearance's sake was out of the question. She asked for information on the support gear and asked to speak to David. She talked to David about his decision about Izuku's hand. She understood better as he explained the prosthetic process, and with Izuku's quirk, letting him make his own was the best possible option. David told her that once the lab was repaired, he could offer his facilities for Izuku to use to create his hand, but that would be months after the damage from the attack. Inko nodded and followed him to check on Melissa. The girl cried and did her best to apologize for Izuku's hurt, trying to blame herself for all that had happened. It was when Melissa talked about giving up Inko shut Melissa down. If you give up, will that bring back Izuku's hand or undo all the pain and suffering you four went through that day? Inko said. Melissa just shook her head and tried to wipe away her tears. Izuku won't stop inventing, and neither will Mei. You owe it to them to not give up, to keep on course to change the world. Melissa composed herself a bit more. Thank you, Ms. Midoriya, Melissa said. Inko hugged her tight. Call me Inko, sweet girl. You're dating my son and Mei. I know how much they care for you and how much you care for them. I believe fate brought you together for a reason. Trust and be there for each other, and you will come out on top. Inko paused. You don't have to be strong for me, she whispered. If you need to cry, then you cry. Melissa's shoulders trembled as she started to cry again. Inko just held her and soothed her, letting her release it all. Like all of them, Mei was a mess. She started crying when Inko entered the room. Momo was, of course, more composed than the others. She was trying to be. Like Mei, Momo asked about Izuku and how he was. Inko told them what she could do, which wasn't much. She was sitting with Daiki and Hana when she told them about Gao's offer. The two sat back and told her she should take him up. He will have access to the best materials to create something right. I am sure that hero support level is amazing, and we can afford it, but it won't be anything near what my boy can make for himself, Gao said. Hana and Inko smiled at him, each taking a hand and squeezing it slowly. He realized what he said and blushed. I love that boy just as much as if it was my flesh and blood. My Mei loves him. Inko looked at Hana. May I? Hana nodded as Inko kissed Daiki's cheek. You are a sweet and wonderful man. Like fate brought our kids together with Melissa, I believe fate got Izuku lost in your junkyard. Inko hugged him, pulling Hana closer with her quirk. I love you both. Thank you so much for everything. Reunion. All Might stepped off the helicopter onto the helipad at the hospital. He took his time making it down to the floor where the youngsters had been attacked. He stepped onto the floor and noticed private security stationed there, more than likely under the employ of Yaoyorozu. Now, one dared to stop the #1 hero as he walked into Melissa's room after knocking. Just hearing Melissa's voice made his heart swell. He stepped in. He hugged his niece tightly as she pushed herself higher in bed, not making it too tight. Melissa struggled to keep her composure. The last few days he had been such an emotional roller coaster. David let them hug it out before he asked Toshi the critical question. Did you find out? Find out what? Melissa said. Thanks to you and your friends, as you know, we captured the men who attacked you, Toshi said. The leader of the attack gave us the name of the man who funded the attack. He is being taken into custody, and as we speak, his plane should be landing in London. Was it a foreign operative then? Melissa asked. The strike team, yes and no. The man who gave the order was Dr. Francis Baker, Toshi said. The head of Omni support. The Shields were stunned. They were attempting to kidnap young Midoriya to force him to create for Omni support. They also want to capture your armor for the financial gains that selling the suit would give them. Young Yaoyorozu and you, Melissa, were to be taken for ransom back to your families. Why were they trying to kill us? Melissa said. They were armatures, Toshi said. They were after Midoriya, with the rest of you as either a bonus or disposable. Their leader is the grandson of the leader of the syndicate. Melissa looked confused, while David was surprised. Who is the syndicate? Melissa said, confused. They used to be a large criminal organization that controlled a lot of different things. Melissa was a little shocked to hear her dad tell her this. Your uncle heard he took them down at the beginning of his hero career. We had just started working together. Is this because of what we did? I don't think so. You see, his grandson clung to the dreams of what his grandfather once held, and it drove him to try and recreate that again, Toshi said. They were short time, and he saw this as their chance to make a big move and proclaim their return. He didn't even seem to be aware that you had anything to do with their downfall, he said to David, who looked relieved. I am not going to ask how you are feeling, Melissa, but I want you to understand that everything you are feeling is normal, and the only way to properly deal with it is to talk to someone. Toshi handed her a business card. She is one of the best and will expect your call. How do you deal with it? Melissa said. By understanding what happened in those moments and if there was something else you could have done to avoid it, Toshi said. But you have to understand that there are times when you can't avoid it. They don't give you that option, and you will put others at risk by trying to. It is the part of this life that most don't talk about, the emotional toll of being a hero. Toshi held her gently. This is why we train. And why we will continue to train. I can see you are going to blame yourself, David said, cutting off the train of thought barreling through his daughter's mind. Try as Melissa might, she couldn't stop the feeling that this was her fault. Building the armor would draw attention to them, but with their robotics alone, they would draw that attention. Nothing in this world can or will stop them from building things that would have done that. So put that out of your mind. He sat and talked with them for a bit before he excused himself to check on the other patients. Thankfully, none of the other girls were as emotional with him, though he could see the haunted looks in their eyes. He handed them the same business card and encouraged them to call for help. He had met with Gao and Chi at different events. Momo was happy to meet All Might as she only knew him as Mr. Yagi. Everyone involved was glad to hear that those responsible were in custody and that the one behind everything had been arrested. It helped to alleviate some of the fears that their children would be attacked again, but it had brought into focus that this was a genuine possibility in the future. Melissa would be protected behind the walls of Shield Industries. Momo is behind her family's wealth and power. Izuku and Mei didn't have that luxury, and as the two children created more and more, it would only bring them into the crosshairs of others even more. Melissa and her armor would change the world and cause an uproar. All Might excused himself as he still had some work to do regarding the attack. Then they received word that Izuku was awake and asking for the girls. The parents stood back as they hugged and cried, thankful to be reunited. The girls, sore and in pain, put on their best smiles for Izuku, who did the same for them. They fell silent for a minute before Momo's chest glowed, and she pulled a notebook and a pen. "So how are we going to build you a new hand?" Mei, Melissa, and Izuku smiled. "Well, I think it should transform?" Mei said. Melissa rolled her eyes. "Of course you do." "No, I think she may be onto something," Izuku said. "I think he suffered some undiagnosed head injury," Momo said with a smirk. "No, but I can make it so it turns into any tool I need that would be invaluable in the field or when I am creating," he said. "That would be a good idea," Melissa said. "With your quirk, it can turn into a tool you didn't even know you needed, making things easier for you to build." "See, I am a genius," Mei said triumphantly. "We can add an explosive feature." "There it is," Momo and Melissa said, making Mei pout and Izuku laugh. Mei buried her head in Izuku's shoulder. "Izuku, they are teasing me," she whined. Izuku patted her back lovingly. "It is okay, my love, they don't understand your genius, you are ahead of your time." Mei stuck her tongue out at her friends, making them all laugh. "We should leave them alone," she said. "Would you all care to join my husband and me for lunch?" The adults all agreed and exited quietly, leaving the children to comfort each other. "We need to design a new suite," Izuku said, rubbing his chin. "What deficiencies did anyone notice?" Lunch. Inko talked with Daiki and Hana more about Yaoyorozu's offer for Izuku and sought David's opinion. "I would tell you that I would love to make that same offer, but I can't at the moment, and if they are offering to foot the bill, it would be foolish to say no," David said. Daiki and Hana were concerned about how Mei would handle being separated from Izuku and vice versa. Still, they were surprised when the same offer was extended to both Mei and Melissa to stay with them until they were rehabbed. "Why would you make such an offer?" Daiki asked. "Sorry if that sounds rude, but..." "No, I completely understand," Gao said. "I take no offense, but the simplest answer is Momo." "Momo, as you saw, is very attached to your children," she said. "Due to her upbringing, it has been rather isolated and lonely for her at times, and I have never seen her as alive as when she was with her friends." "The more complicated answer is the attack," Gao said. "We can protect Momo, we have the resources and the funds. David, you have to rebuild the labs, and I am sure you will increase your security." David nodded. "This is something new for your families," he said of Inko and the Hatsumes. "We want to offer them protection while you look at home security measures. This will also put you in a more admirable light when the kids create something new," Hana said. "You can look at it that way, as I am protecting your children in hopes that they will continue to sell me their inventions," Gao said. "But I am looking to foster their continued friendship with my daughter. Like Melissa, she will enroll in the hero course at UA. No matter what Mei and Izuku invented, they will do all they can to keep Melissa safe. If I can help ensure my daughter gets a similar level of attention, then I am guilty." "I can respect that," Daiki said. "Having two future heroes by Mei and Izuku's side keeping them safe will be a huge benefit." Let us talk about it and get back to you later? Hana said. That is acceptable, Chi said. Now, let's eat and get to know each other better. Journey to the castle. Mei and Izuku were in shock as they boarded the private jet, Inko behind them. Momo was at Izuku's side as they helped him up the stairs. He was still somewhat sore, and the phantom pain from his missing hand still flared up. He was reaching out to grab it and stumbled, but Momo had caught him. I thought I was supposed to be the knight, he said. I am a versatile princess, she smiled. I liked that book. Would you read me more of it sometime, he asked. I would be honored. A princess must attend her knight, she giggled. Melissa was the last to board, saying goodbye to her dad. She walked up and took a seat. Are we going straight to the lab? Melissa said, dabbing at the corner of her eyes. No. Inko said. We are going straight to the house to get settled in. You all still need to heal. I want you to go slow. I fear the condition if you use your quirk to do it all in one go. It will leave you in after everything happens, and with you being down a hand, it will slow your creation process. Izuku opened his mouth to protest, but he stopped raising his finger and then stopped again. You may be right, he said. I don't like it either, Melissa said, taking his hand. I miss feeling your arms around me. I miss holding your hands when we sleep, Mei added. They looked at Momo. I need my knight to wield the symbol of peace for the kingdom, Momo smirked. Wait, I want to be a knight, Mei said. A blade that explodes. Inko laughed as they tried to talk Mei out of an exploding sword. I was thinking that maybe we needed to open more companies, Izuku said once they had got Mei to consider the dangers of the exploding sword. Why? Mei asked. I like Junkyard support. It is our baby. Is this how our romance dies? Mei said dramatically. You seduce me and then take out the baby and toss it aside. Seduce? Inko said quickly. Mei, can I explain? Izuku said. Mei crossed her arms. I love Junkyard support, not as much as I love you, but if we are going to make artificial organs, tell them Junkyard support manufactures us. People will be hesitant about putting something called junk in their body, Momo said. There will be those that will worry about inferior parts just from the name. Oh, Mei said, uncrossing her arms. People do get weird about names. Okay, Izuku, I understand, she said, kissing his cheek. So it would be a parent company, Melissa said. So what exactly are you thinking, Izuku? Momo said, opening a panel in the arm of her chair and typing commands. Everyone watched as the shades on the plane closed, a holoprojector fired up, and the words Junkyard support appeared. We need a name for the medical division, but I thought Mei would like to name our robotics division. Mei's eyes lit up. Cybertronics Unlimited, she looked at him hopefully. Momo and Melissa giggled. Put it up there if you would please, Momo, Izuku said. How about Gaia Medical, Melissa said. Titan or Goddess of Life. I like it, Mei said. They looked at Momo. You want my opinion? They all nodded. You have been around business all your life, Izuku said. You are part of our group. Momo could not have stopped her smile even if she tried. Gaia Medical will work. Enough people are familiar with the name, especially worldwide, which will help when these are exported globally, Momo said. Might I suggest something for the costumes? They will attract attention. Especially with you in them, Mei said. Inko nearly spit out her drink, and Mei looked at her friends. Momo is gorgeous, her family is famous, and people will ask her who designed the suite. If it has a cool name, it will help with the marketing. The suit is skin tight. I can't be the only one who noticed how hot she looks. I know Izuku has snuck a peek or two. Izuku and Melissa both blushed and looked away. Inko spit out her drink and burst out laughing. It took several moments for them to regain a sense of composure, as Mei seemed confused about the whole thing. So, something cool, Izuku said. Well, Momo, what would you feel confident saying? Momo was still blushing and had difficulty meeting Mei and Izuku's gaze. I think we should go with something about protection, strength if we make ity, Momo coughed. You might alienate some male heroes or the female ones who are not trying to promote their assets. Bishamon, Inko said. The protector of the righteous, his visage is armor carrying a spear. They all sat back for a moment and started to smile. Melissa turned to Momo and held her hand like a microphone. So Creati, you and Rescue have taken the hero world by storm, a stunning combination of beauty, brains, and talent. After achieving the rank of number 2 behind the amazing, stunning, recently crowned number 1 hero Rescue, Momo smirked. We just have to know who designed your costumes. Thank you for the high praise, Momo replied. I designed them myself, and Bishamon Protection makes them. Their very talented lead designers tailor everything to my exact specifications. They are very talented with their hands, I promise you. Izuku and Mei both blushed some at the way Momo said their hands. I believe they are right over there if you don't believe me, Momo smiled. Melissa turned to Mei. Why did Creati not tell me how beautiful you were, Ms.? Melissa loved how Mei blushed. Mei Hatsume. So tell me, Mei, what is it like to work with two of the most beautiful and stunning women in the industry? Melissa said. It is quite nice, especially when we all take a bath. There is this thing that Rescue does with her hands, Melissa squealed and jumped over to Mei, covering her mouth. Inko stared at Melissa, whose face was so red it looked like it was about to explode. Do you have any ideas for company names? Momo asked Izuku, who was laughing while Mei and Melissa tussled. New hand? He said. Mei and Melissa stopped, and all three girls, including Inko, began to smack him before they all started laughing. That felt real good, Izuku said. Once they were all sitting again, they all agreed. So what do you guys think? He said, looking at the halo projection. Junkyard Support Parent Company. Cybertronics Unlimited, Robotics Branch. Gaia Medical, Medical and Prosthetics. Bishamon Protection, Costumes. I like it, Inko said. Each one is clearly defined, the names are catchy, and Junkyard Support is still there. Do you have plans regarding your hand, Izuku? I do, he said. I want to go mechanical, but I want to design it so I can feel when touching something, which is not a problem with my quirk. While I know I could do something natural with what we have already developed with the artificial organs. After the attack, I would like to have something I can use to defend myself and should our shop be attacked. Melissa and Momo might not be there next time. And if someone comes after me and mine, I don't want to scramble to defend ourselves. It almost cost Mei and Momo their lives. Can I train with you guys some? Mei said to Momo and Mel. I want to learn how to fight some, just in case. Of course, Melissa said, taking Mei's hand. I would be more than happy for you and Izuku to join us, Momo said. We need a space to build, Izuku said, looking out the window. We have a lot to figure out, he sighed. But we can figure it out together, Mei said, taking his hand. You know we can do anything together, you, me, Melissa, and Momo. Nothing can stop us. Nothing will stop us, Momo said. Now we have hours before we land. Let's lay the groundwork for creating your new hand, Izuku. Where do we start? I want to start to take unstable molecules and use them to transition into nanotech, Izuku said. I have been thinking that some of the limitations are that we don't have natural elements that are strong enough to do everything I want, but what if we make artificial ones that we can duplicate? If we can figure out the molecular structure. Izuku paused. I also want to prevent us from being jammed again. We need to improve our communication capabilities. The group agreed. Then all I have to do is make a single piece, and then the unstable molecules can replicate it and the nanotech and use it as components for the creations, Momo said, sitting back in her seat. The cost of the materials for the unstable molecules are much cheaper, are they not? They are, Inko said. And they are not difficult to obtain. So if you bridge the gap, the unstable molecules will turn into the components that the nanotech will use to build whatever your program is. Mei kissed Izuku's cheek. It will be a self-replicating loop, and once we design something once, they can build it on their own, completely automated. Arc reactors, support gear, organs, everything. It's beautiful. It will be like a giant printer. We should create another A.I to manage it. Maybe Hephaestus? God of the Forge. I like it, Izuku said. A giant pool that ever you create just assembles and rises out of, Momo whispered. Beautiful. Izuku, do you really? Melissa started to say but stopped. Of course, he could build it, she thought. Listen, children, I know how badly you all want to change the world, but you are going to have to keep this secret, Inko said. People are going to come after you because of Melissa's suit, and what that means with Momo's costume, you will upset many people in the hero suit business. Once you build your hand, Izuku, the hero prosthetic industry, will beat down your door, cheap energy, communications, etc. You can make a car for pennies on the dollar, a prefabricated house, whatever you dream up. Inko looked them each in the eye. People will come after you. After you graduate, you will all be too famous for them to touch. Then you can do this because it will turn the world on its head. She is right, Momo said. Everything someone needs besides food can be created from this. It is wonderful. But it has to be released slowly, or Inko is right. They will come for you and Mei and come to kill. Mei and Izuku looked at each other and nodded. Then we need to find a place to work out of anyone's sight. Melissa smirked. I think I know someone who can help with that. I will talk to him when we land. He has a place in Tokyo. What made you think of this? Momo asked. You, he said. Me? Momo shocked. This is essentially an artificial you, Izuku said. Your quirk inspired me by meeting you. It unlocked this idea. I wouldn't have made the unstable molecules without meeting you. Seeing your quirk and watching you being able to make such complex things is the basis for all this. I can make nanotech and sweets for Melissa, but I can't make them the way I want without you. You will give me the necessary things to make this crazy dream a reality. If I just surrendered it to my quirk without you, I might kill me. Izuku leaned over and whispered to Mei, who nodded, then to Melissa, who agreed with whatever he said. So how about 10%? Izuku, are you offering me 10% of the profit? Momo was stunned. Yes, 10%. Of whatever we create in the future with the use of your materials you create for us, he said. And of our orb, he smiled. Mei and I already offered Melissa the same thing, as she is going to a giant billboard for our invention in the support department anyway. Izuku, that is a lot of money, Momo said, still stunned. That way, if your dad tries anything, you won't have to worry about it, Mei said. Same with Melissa, if you both get hurt, you will be taken care of. Inko didn't say anything. She was surprised, but it was their company. Besides, we are going to give 5% to each of our parents, Izuku added. Izuku, wait, Inko protested. Mom, Mei, and I wouldn't be where we are without you and her parents. I love them, and Mei loves you, he said. This future we are going towards wouldn't have happened without all of your guys' love and support. Now we can take care of you. Inko hugged Mei and Izuku. We will discuss this later, but thank you both. You know if this all works, Melissa whispered in Momo's ear. We are so getting lightsabers. Momo laughed. Yaoyorozu Estate. Gao sat back as he watched the feed from his daughter's flight home. Interesting a creation pit, he leaned back, watching the bonds deepen. He caught some of the hesitant looks between them and smiled. He looked at his computer, tracking a single flight from London to Island. Goodbye, Dr. Baxter, he pressed a button, and the plane disappeared in a ball of fire over the Indian Ocean. The risk seemed worth the reward. He picked up the phone, the first number on the speed dial. Kobayashi, it is a pleasure to talk to you again. Thank you so much for putting Dr. Baxter in touch with Mr. Xanthier. He took the bait wonderfully. Though I am a bit put out that Momo was put in such danger, they went way too far. I am pleased that Sure Shot played their role to perfection. I am a man of my word. His family will be taken care of. Gao dear, he heard his wife call as he ended the call. I was wondering how long until Momo and her friends arrive? Just a few hours, dear, Gao called back, cutting the feed from the plane. He looked as the door opened, and his wife walked in. It would be nice if they stood the year before the entrance exams, giving them time to bond. Momo could use some socializing, I think. I think she would very much like that, Gao, she said as she kissed his cheek. That is very sweet. Don't take this the wrong way, but I love you, Izuku said quietly. I love you too, Melissa said just as quietly. Ditto, Mei said. Momo blushed, but she couldn't respond. Sitting on the workbench was an entirely new alloy that had never existed. She was exhausted, hungry, sweaty, but she was so happy. The Teikaitsu process was slightly accelerated when Izuku, via his quirk, created a device that provided the molecular structure for two synthetic alloys he wanted for the creation pit. This was miraculous because the gateway to possibilities was thrown open with a jarring kick. What happens now? Mei asked. How close is Hephaestus to being completed? Izuku asked. Mei and Melissa grinned. Very soon, Mel said, her eyes watering. Then I won't have to assemble it, I simply need to design it. Izuku grinned. You are going to get your hand? Mei said, wiping away a tear. I am going to get my hand, Izuku said with a smile. The joy in the room was welcome, as it hadn't always been easy. Hard time. Momo was passing by Izuku's room when she heard him yell and crash. She knocked frantically before she rushed and Izuku was on the floor, clutching at the tube over his hand, broken glass, and water next to him. Izuku, she said, running to him. She could see tears in his eyes as he held on to the missing limb. She looked around quickly and hit the call button to summon staff and Inko. She ran to the adjoining bathroom and grabbed a towel. She quickly did her best to contain the glass. Ow, she heard him say through grit teeth. It hurts. Momo felt a pit in her stomach as she did her best to comfort him. It wasn't long till the staff assigned to him came running in, followed by Inko. They immediately got him back on his bed and began to examine the chamber around his missing hand to make sure the device was not damaged. Momo slowly backed out of the room, but she couldn't shake the feeling of responsibility for his pain. If he was just better trained, she thought. The stay at Yaoyorozu Estate was pleasant, but they were uncomfortable being waited on in such a manner, so it was an adjustment period. The girls had physically healed, but their emotional state was still fragile. Izuku still needed a hand, and the process of taking things slow was wearing on him. His lack of a hand was hampering the need to plan for such an elaborate creation process. Every day, they would go to the lab to work on the painstaking process of giving him a hand that would work. They had considered using a high-end one for a time, but when Izuku looked them over, it wouldn't work the way he wanted, and the amount of time it would take to adapt to it would hinder his process, so they had to go one step at a time. Izuku was constantly pushing himself. The girls would try to wrangle him back, but it was hard. They could see the frustration on his face. More than once, he would get frustrated and throw the device across the room, holding his head in his hand before he would start over. That, coupled with the phantom pain or when he would get to grab something with the missing limb, was piling onto his growing frustrations. They would wake up, eat, study, lab, and train. Melissa and Momo were diving deeper into their training, with Mei even joining them. She didn't want to be that vulnerable again after the incident. Momo had started an unintentional nightly ritual where she had started reading her book to Izuku as he asked. She had done it one night when he was having difficulties with his pain. They did it to try and distract his mind and give him something else to focus on, and it worked. Mei and Melissa found him asleep with his head in her lap, her hand on his head, and the book at her side. Momo read to him most nights even if it didn't lull him to sleep. It seemed to help ease his mind. Soon, Mei and Melissa were lying beside them, listening to the story. They would often fall asleep, the day's hardship taking a toll on them. Nothing inappropriate happened, except Momo waking up with Mei playing Spider Monkey. It was a sensation that was a bit embarrassing for Momo, but she found that she liked it. It was after one such night that Melissa awoke to something poking into her backside as she spooned with Izuku. A thought coupled with desire danced across her mind. Spice. Melissa and Izuku. Melissa knocked quietly at Izuku's door, and after hearing his answer, she discreetly slipped into the room. Izuku was having trouble sleeping anyway. His pain was manageable, but tonight, it was the phantom itch where the missing limb was the culprit. He looked up from the data pad, and his heart nearly exploded from his chest as he saw Melissa come across the room, her robe falling from her shoulders, revealing her nude form. Holy wow, he managed. Melissa blushed. She slowly climbed up the bed and looked at him through a full haze. I want you, Izuku, she said. I wanted to share our first night on the island, but that was taken from us. Almost every night that I am not with you, I have nightmares. At the center of those nightmares, I lose you. I lose you and never get to share my love with you, to have this moment. I don't know if I can do it the way you want, he said, looking at his hand. What if I told you that the way I want is to make love to you, Izuku, Melissa said, pulling back his blanket. He was already hard. Seeing her naked had seen to that her crawling over the bed was more than fulfilled a fantasy in his head. I don't want to lose you tomorrow or waste another hour without sharing this moment. So can I make love to you, Izuku? She had lowered herself so her head was even with his. Her warm breath was blowing across his already hard manhood. If this is too much, then I will just sleep next to you till you are ready, she said. Make love to me, Melissa, he said, his youthful overriding his scientific mind. On the plus side, his hand didn't itch anymore. Melissa took a deep breath and pulled his shorts down, revealing his stiff manhood for her. She smiled, looking up at him. If you weren't hard for me, I have to say that it would have hurt some, but knowing I turned you on this much. Melissa, you are so beautiful. And why, he said, his breathing quickening as she moved closer to his manhood, her breath blowing now across it uninhibited. He watched as she licked her lips and began to run her tongue along the shaft slowly. His eyes nearly rolled into the back of his head when she reached the tip. Her lips slowly parted, and she took it into her mouth. She pulled back, then started again. This wasn't her first time doing this for him, but it was the most sensual. Melissa lovingly began to on his manhood. He saw her hand go between her legs as she teased herself as she did so. Hearing her sob around him was nearly enough to be his undoing. Let me taste you, he said. Melissa looked up at him, blushed but didn't stop as she turned so she could straddle his face, putting her already wet womanhood before him. He closed his eyes and ran his tongue along her slit. He felt her shudder, and he did it again. He came to her and circled it with his tongue, eliciting a sob as she bobbed her head enthusiastically on his manhood. He just locked himself in on trying to please her. It was hard as Melissa was doing wonders with her mouth. He was about to explode when she popped him out and backed him off a little while she encouraged him. When she felt she was close, she took him back in, holding his manhood in her mouth. He felt her legs and thighs clench, her entire body tightened, and he swore even her throat. It sent him over the edge. She grabbed onto his thighs and held him deep in her mouth as his seed painted her throat. It was like a signal for her release, and she felt everything in her twitch and release. The sudden flood of rocked through her. When it was over, she slid down his body a bit, rubbing his manhood between her bobas. It sprang to life quickly, and she turned and lined up her womanhood with his manhood. "Watch as it goes in izuku," Melissa whispered. "Watch as you make me yours." She slowly lowered herself onto his manhood, and when she took him entirely into a shock raced through her body. It was a small, and it caused her to fall forward some, and her hands went to his stomach to catch her. "Holy," she whispered. "You just made Mei a little bit." She raised her hips and brought them down again with a slight jolt. "You feel so good," she sobbed as she started to him. He began to move his hips some. She bit her lip to suppress a louder sob. Soon they found the rhythm, her hips raising and lowering as she bounced on his manhood. She leaned forward and kissed him to keep from screaming and to silence his calls of her name. The pace continued to quicken. He sat up. Their hips were rocking against each other, his arms around her. She wrapped her legs around his waist, her arms around his neck, hands tangled in his hair as they audition. She couldn't stop riding him even when she came, even when she was clinging to him for her life as her most immense ever tore through her body. She felt him come, felt his seed splash inside of her. It was the wave of pleasure again, but it seemed to start in her chest and spread from there. Knowing that she had brought pleasure to her lover, knowing that he wanted her, desired her, that he loved her. When she clenched around his manhood, she smiled as it milked him back to life so that they could go again. They began again this time. It was so slow and tender that they kept staring into each other's eyes as they built. "Come with me," she whispered. "I want to together." They both could feel the steady climb as they rocked their hips tightly against each other. With the building of the pressure and the tensing of their muscles, she broke eye contact and held on to him, whispering in his ear. She begged for him to come, pleaded for him to with her. When he told her he couldn't hold it anymore, she felt the tension suddenly release. She bit down on his shoulder to suppress her scream and clawed at his back. When she felt him bite her shoulder, she was done. It was too much, and her overwhelmed her. She felt something burst from inside her. Her vision went white, her whole body trembled and convulsed in pleasure, and her head threw back in a silent scream to the ceiling. She could only call his name feverishly as the pleasure tore through her body. His desperate, nearly frantic calling of her name brought her back as she felt him again. They both would have fallen if they held each other so desperately. Once they could form a thought, the only thing they could say was, "I love you." They fell back onto the bed, sweaty and messy. She slowly pulled him free, realizing she had Ed all over him and the bed. She started to feel embarrassed, but his kisses stopped her. "The hottest thing ever," he whispered. Melissa blushed. They slowly went to the shower, where she helped him get clean. They stripped the bed and grabbed the spare sheets from the closet before they lay down with each other and fell asleep. They were awakened when the door opened. "Izuku, breakfast." "Have you seen?" The words froze on Momo's lips as she saw Melissa and Izuku sit up in bed. The sheet fell, revealing Melissa's bare chest. "OMG, I am so sorry," she yelled, running from the room. Momo fled to her room and slammed the door, her hand over her heart. Her mind immediately put together what had happened. She saw the crumpled sheets on the floor, but she couldn't get the image out of her mind, nor did she understand the feeling in her stomach or why her body warmed up every time it invaded her mind. Melissa blushed, kissed him quickly, and fled before anyone else found her in his room. Izuku sat back, dazed, and suddenly everything clicked into place. He scrambled and found a pair of pajama pants, grabbed his datapad, and started to type furiously, his quirk taking over. Building the bridge. "Explain this again?" Melissa said, looking at Izuku's datapad. "I had a moment of clarity this morning." He blushed, then she blushed, Momo blushed, and Mei smiled. "I have been trying to build a blueprint to build the alloy to blah blah blah," Izuku said. All I needed was to use my quirk to tell me the molecular structure of the alloy we need. This will be compatible with our creation process. If Momo can make these, then all we have to do is finish Hephaestus, and we can do this. That is it, Melissa said. I can do it, Mei said, looking at the group. I have been using the Icarus program as a base. If Melissa helps me, we can get it working enough to build the hand. Momo looked over the molecular structure before her. I am going to need food, but I can do this. She pumped her fist. We must move this over to the secret lab, Mel said. We can't risk any more of this getting out. How do you get a secret lab? All Might sat staring at his niece and her friends, confused. You need a secure place to build a top secret lab? Yeah, pretty much, Melissa said. And if the truth about this lab were to be revealed, it would jeopardize all of your lives, they all nodded. And could destroy the Japanese economy and send shockwaves worldwide. Again, they nodded. But with this secret lab, you will be able to help keep your families safe with the things you make? More head nods. And the less I know about the particulars, the better? Nod. Okay, sure. Thank you, Uncle Might, Melissa said, hugging him. The day the world changed. Izuku Midoriya, Mei Hatsume, Melissa Shield, and Momo Yaoyorozu stood in the underground lab staring at huge vats of unstable molecules, a massive computer set up, 2 previously unknown metal alloys, 5 portable 500 exabyte hard drives, samples of almost every metal known to man courtesy of the Yaoyorozu Corporation, and a red button. Once we hit this, there is no going back, Izuku said. I thought this would be easier, Melissa added. All I was thinking about was that you would have your hand back, Mei said, resting her head on his shoulder. This is a defining moment in history that will be remembered with fondness one day or with great guilt that we went too far, Momo said. To say that our relationship had been short in the eyes of the world would be an understatement, but you 3 are my friends, my allies, and I care so much for all of you. Only time and how we use this will be able to judge us. Momo took a deep breath. Izuku hit the button. By the primes, that was amazing, Momo, Mei said. Do it, Izuku. This is your vision, Izuku, Melissa said. We can build your hand and destroy it all. The creation pit doesn't have to exist. We can build things the other way. I can wait till nanotech comes about for my suit. Izuku stared at the red button, but this way, I can keep you safer, you and Momo. Not only you but other heroes, the ones we will meet in the UA, the ones already on the street. Our family's safety can't wait for what we have already done. Izuku looked at all 3 girls. I care for you all so much. I could never forgive myself if this causes either you, Mel, or Momo to get hurt or worse. He hit the button. Everything came to life. The vats began to bubble as the 2 new alloys were pulled into the vats, and then other compounds followed, and the computer was alive and running. Izuku walked over and opened the file command file for Hephaestus. He silently prayed to the god of fate and launched the program. Hello, Izuku, Melissa, Momo, and Mother, a voice came out over the speakers. I am Hephaestus. All samples are being analyzed and broken down. Vibranium alloy and mithril alloy are being analyzed, and a complete breakdown will be completed in 2 hours. To fulfill my programming, I will begin creating the creation pit immediately upon completion of the breakdown. Izuku, your new hand will be ready in 5 hours. Thank you, Hephaestus, Izuku said. Momo created a simple stool for Izuku, who told them he would stay and watch the process. The girls sat with him briefly before Melissa and Mei left to get them food, leaving Momo and Izuku alone. What does it look like? Momo said as Izuku had this dreamlike look on his face. Truthfully, it is beautiful, Izuku said. I have always found it interesting, but the more complicated the device, the more beautiful the process. I can see it all working. I know every process as it is being carried out because my quirk tells me. I am glad I met you that night on the beach, Momo said, sitting beside him and resting her head on his shoulder. It seems almost like a lifetime ago, she whispered. In some ways, it is, Izuku replied. Just over the short time we have known each other, much has changed. Some terrible things happened, but if I had never met you, so much wouldn't have been possible so soon. Would I still be on the way to being a hero if it wasn't for that meeting? Momo mused. Nothing would have stopped you, Momo, Izuku said. You are too talented, intelligent, and driven to have been stopped by anyone. It may have been more difficult, but you would have made it without us. Besides, you care too much to give up. What makes you say that? Momo said, her voice soft. You could very easily have lived the quiet, peaceful life of a rich and beautiful heiress, but you care so much about improving the world that you wanted to be a hero. That you trained and studied to make that dream come true, Izuku said. Your quirk is amazing, but without knowledge and the intelligence to put it all together, forget about it. This whole process is to duplicate what you do. That computer we had to build an artificial intelligence to compete with what you do in your head. Let's be fair. Hephaestus is making much more complicated devices than I am, Momo replied. Only because it is robotics, Izuku said, looking at her. You have to know so much information to make a staff, a weapon, the capture foam, and I have seen you do it. None of us can hold a candle to what you do. You are special and truly wonderful, Momo. Never forget that. Momo blushed, and she rested her head on his shoulder. You know how to make a girl feel special. Thank you for being out there that night and just being you. Thank you for being you, he replied. I wouldn't want you any other way. He looked over at her. She was looking up at him. A flutter began in the pit of their stomachs, and the air seemed heavier for some reason. He took her hand, resting his head on hers as they watched the machine. If any suitor had said half of that, Momo whispered. They would be one of the luckiest people in the world, he whispered. The sound of the elevator forced them to separate when Mei and Melissa walked in. Momo looked at them. Her heart fluttered from Izuku's words. She looked at her friends and felt the same flutter when she looked at Melissa and some when she looked at Mei. She nibbled on her lip, wondering what it all meant. They ate and watched what looked like gold and black sludge spilled from the machine and ran across the floor. It moved across the floor, and as it began to pool slowly, it spread as more and more collected. They watched in awe as it ate into the floor, and as it did, they saw a black metallic substance being left behind. It was working. The creation pit was forming right before their eyes. The more sludge, the faster the process. Izuku had to look away at a few points. The pool was created. Ringed a dais with a control console rose from the edge. Support arms formed around the ring to hold and aid in the creation of more oversized objects. Then out of the pit rose a platform. On it was hand. It came to the edge and rested there. Izuku looked it over before he turned to the girls and held out his arm, which was still encased in the protective fluid. Are you sure? Melissa said. She was nervous. She knew it would work, but she was afraid for him. She loved him, and regardless of his quirk, there was a worry that somehow this would fail. He could see the worry on their faces and smiled for them. Yes, he said clearly. Momo and Melissa walked over and began unlocking the machine while Mei held his hand. Once it was done, they stepped back, and he took the metal hand and stared at it for a moment before he placed it against his nub. Hephaestus, activate new hand V1, he said. As you wish, Izuku Midoriya, the voice rang out. They watched as silvery spiderweb-like connections came forth and grabbed onto his hand. Izuku let loose a small hiss of pain. The girls didn't rush over to him, but they did hold on to each other, watching as silvery threads began to appear under his skin, working their way up his forearm. The integration process is a little bit painful, Izuku said. Hephaestus, display integration percentage, please. The screen lit up, showing 65% and moving steadily. When it was nearly complete, they could all see the silvery threads under his skin, and then they saw it being coated over. Once it reached his hand, the metal began to be coated. When it hit 100%, Izuku gasped and held on to his arm, staring at his new hand. He extended his hand toward the girl's. Momo surprised them by reaching out and touching it first. It felt natural. She started to tear up as Melissa did it next, and then Mei slowly closed his hand around a few of their fingers while Momo rested on top. They looked at him and started to cry. "I can feel you," he said. They all enveloped him in a hug. As he wrapped his arm around them, the tears came faster, feeling his hands slide around them, the warmth of their bodies, the feel of their clothes, he could feel it all. The girls all started to cry tears of joy and happiness. The loss of Izuku's hand had been this sharp reminder of the attack that day. Melissa and Momo felt like they had failed, that if they had fought harder or been better, it would have never come to him having to make such a sacrifice for them. They were supposed to be the heroes. Mei wondered if she had been faster and could have finished the device in time to save him. They carried burdens and regrets known only to the three of them. The secret they had shared in the darkness of a shared room one night was the burden and guilt they felt, a shared pain. But feeling his hand touch them, the warmth, the sensation was just this wave of relief that made him whole again. "We need to show your mother," Momo said, stepping back and wiping her tears with a handkerchief. She created one for each of them as they nodded. Inko may have caused water damage when her son came home with his new hand. Hana and Daiki were on the next train to come out and celebrate with them. Gao and Chi marveled at the device, admitting that they would have never guessed it was synthetic if they didn't know he was already missing a hand. Chi was happy to host a party for the families to celebrate Izuku's new hand. Enter midnight. Izuku and Mei were nervous sitting in a conference room as they were about to make an official proposal for the first time. Momo and Gao had let them sit down and make their presentation multiple times, and they were very grateful for her father allowing them to present to him, even though what they were approaching midnight with had in part nothing to do with his company, and that was hero costumes. Midnight came strolling into the conference room with a smile. All Might had approached her asking if she would kindly block out some time for some inspiring inventors who had made a fantastic breakthrough, and he thought she would be interested. Izuku and Mei stood and bowed. "Thank you for taking the time to meet with us today," they said in unison. Midnight could tell how nervous the two were. "Thank you for inviting me," she said, trying to put them at ease. She smiled as they began their presentation, watching them do their best to be professional. It didn't suit them. She held up her hand to stop them. Hearing their voices trail off was heartbreaking as they thought she was rejecting them. "I am not a boardroom full of people that you need to convince. It is just me," she smiled. "So, how about you talk in a way that makes you comfortable? Please tell me what you want from me and how you can help, and we can go from there. Just take a deep breath and relax." She saw them both do precisely that. Mei stood up. "Okay, I am Mei, and this is my partner Izuku. We want you to wear our hero costumes." "Now I already have my suits. Why would I want to wear yours?" Midnight said, leaning forward. "Because ours are better than anything you have ever seen," Mei beamed. "Tell her, Izuku." Izuku laughed and took a deep breath. "Midnight, we noticed that you have to tear your suit to use your quirk, correct? That it requires your bare skin to be used properly." "It does," she replied. "That means the suit is thin, doesn't provide much protection, and you must have them repaired or replaced consistently. Is that correct?" "That is correct," she said. "We can make you a suit that you won't have to tear, that is more resistant and provides better protection than anything on the market," Izuku said as Mei walked over to her and handed her a pamphlet. Bishamon protection, she thought. Not too bad. "Now, what makes you believe you can do this?" Midnight said, looking over the data and doing her best not to call them liars for the data they claimed or to fawn over the possibilities like a schoolgirl. "We have created a process using what we call unstable molecules. With a small sample from you, we can program the molecules to mimic your skin," Izuku said. "We created the process for a friend of ours who, like you, needed to have skin exposed for her quirk to function properly, but this left a large part of her body exposed," Mei said. "If you are willing to provide us with a small sample, We can create a sample piece for you right now. Sample of what? Midnight said, raising an eyebrow. Your DNA, Izuku said. Just some saliva would do. We need the DNA as this allows us to tailor the suit to you exactly. Midnight was a bit weary, but since All Might had vouched for them, she felt they were safe, and if they were not pulling her leg, then she would be a fool to pass up on this opportunity. Mei handed her a swap, and she ran it around her mouth before handing it over. Mei left the room. So let's just say that your claims are true. How much do you expect me to pay? She asked Izuku. Nothing, Izuku said. You in our suit would be enough advertising. You are a popular pro-heroine, and once people see you do not have to tear your costume to use your quirk, or your friends see how well it protects. They come to you for their sweets, Midnight smiled. Izuku nodded. So why me then? All Might recommend you, Izuku said. Also, you are the type of hero that I think can benefit the most from our kind of suite. It will give you protection where there wasn't before and help increase the odds of you coming home at the end of your patrol. So you and your partner want to enter the support course? Midnight said. We are UA's support course, to be truthful, Izuku said. We know you are a teacher there, and this is in no way a bribe, as we know you have no control over the support course, he added quickly. Mei and I think you are a perfect hero. That is why we want to help, and we also want to propose a version of your gas to be made available for self-defense. Of course, as a weaker version, we want to market it for women and even men. Of course, he said handing it over would require a different proposal. Now I like that idea. Of course, we would need to test it and make sure that I won't kill anyone, she said, looking over and smiling at their different designs. Then she noticed a different company name, Junkyard Support. Isn't Junkyard Support the company that made those wonderful capture grenades? Yes, that is us, Izuku said. Mei and I are Junkyard Support. Bishamon is another company division. I love those things. Midnight paused. Would you be able to create a device that I could use to store my gas without it disrupting, like those grenades, or even like a firearm for range? Yes, I can. I guarantee it, he said. Of course, if you sign us as your exclusive support studio, he smirked. You haven't even graduated from a support course and want me to sign with you, Midnight smirked. That is ballsy. I like it. You prove you can do what you say, and we will discuss it. Mei returned at the time and handed Midnight a simple black glove, just something basic, Mei said. If you agree after the initial fitting, we can tailor them however you want, in any design you want. Mei stepped back as she and Izuku put on respirators. Midnight shrugged and activated her quirk. She was surprised when it came out of her hand. Holy hell, it worked, she yelped. You said you can make me an entire suit like this, in any design I want, and that it will be elemental resistant, knife resistant, bullet resistant, and shock absorbent. How is that even possible? Thanks to our patented vibranium and mithril weave, Izuku said with a smile. Midnight, we are telling you that if you sign with us, you can lead the revolution in hero outfitting, and we will offer you 2% of the profit if you agree to join us. Make it 3%, Midnight said, looking at the data. I want to test the suit myself. I will send you a design. If it passes, then you have a deal. If you pass on the deal, then the suit will return to us, Mei said. No outside company testing. It all has to be done at a private facility. Midnight smiled. Good girl, that is exactly what you should be demanding. Now, what do you need from me to produce my suit? As Midnight stepped into the device after being shown pictures of the process and video that she wouldn't be exposing herself to 2 underage teens, Izuku corrected the little problem about the backlighting so their shalets wouldn't be shown. However, the mere thought made his mind drift back to when Momo had been in the tank, making him blush momentarily. Then he chastised himself. He had Mei and Melissa, 2 girls who loved him, and he shouldn't have been thinking of their new friend like that. The ball. Father, I must protest, Momo said. We agreed that I did not have to meet with any more suitors. It is the season's final event, and we are already committed. The board members will be there, so not attending is not an option, Gao responded. They have been waiting to introduce some of the sons. The least you could do is meet them. You may find one that suits you. Or was your idea of finding a suitor to hide behind your friends and not find one? The sooner you do, the sooner they will stop calling on you. I won't force you into anything, but these are the facts, Momo. Look, dear, why don't you invite Izuku to be your escort for the night, she said. Keep the nature of your relationship vague but show that you are interested in him, dance, etc. At least that will keep them at bay until the beginning of the next season. By then, maybe you will have found one for yourself. But mother, he has 2 girlfriends who are my best friends, Momo protested. It isn't an actual date, Gao said. Or was when you and Melissa went to see that movie and have dinner a date? I believe Izuku and Mei were not present for that night. No, of course not, Momo said, defending herself, though it was a delightful evening. Then just ask him if he would mind doing you this favor, she said, smiling. Either way, you must attend, it would make the evening better for you. Momo, of course, couldn't deny their logic, so she first talked to Mei and Melissa, who didn't see any objections. In fact, they hoped he would say yes so they could see him all dressed up. With a blush, she approached Izuku. She didn't understand why her heart was beating so fast or her palms were sweating. She explained her plight and asked him for help. Of course, he said yes. Mei and Melissa. They were working in the lab. Mei was working on her project for the home defense, and Melissa was working on the weapons system for her new armor. So you like Momo, don't you? Mei said. Melissa froze for a second. Thankfully, she didn't drop the tool in her hand. Of course, she is a friend we have trained a lot, and she is amazing. So when I found the 2 of you half-naked lying on the mat looking like you were about to kiss, Mei continued, frowning at her computer model. We were not about to kiss, Melissa said quickly. They were relatively close. It was just combat training. Momo was underneath her. She had tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, and the air was heavy. It was on your mind, Mei continued. I think she likes you and Izuku, maybe me. Some her pupils dilate, her heart rate increases, and she can't stop looking at you or him. I forgot about that time in the pool or when we bathed last week. Or how much fun it is to snuggle with her. Melissa was silent. I don't have a problem with it, Mei said. I don't know if I love her like I love you and Izuku. I find her very attractive, but duh. I am on board if you and Izuku want to date her. Mei? Melissa said, turning to look at her girlfriend. Melissa, that day, Mei stopped what she was doing and looked up. That day changed everything. I would die for her, and I think she would die for us. She almost did. Whether that is romantic love, hot Y-time love, or what, don't, we owe it to ourselves to find that out. What about Izuku? Melissa said. What about him? If they want to date, does that bother you? Do you want her to yourself? Would you be okay if they just dated? I am lucky that we all fell in love with each other, but that won't always be the case. Mei walked to Melissa and wrapped her arms around each other. If I can die tomorrow, I am going to spend my life doing what I want, with those I love, and not regret it. You should figure out your feelings. I am sure Izuku and Momo should probably do the same. This ball will raise questions besides the fact that you saw how she looked, and he did, too. The way they looked at each other. When did you notice all this? Melissa said, shocked. Once I realized I was in love with you and Izuku, Mei said. I wanted to make sure that I understood things better. I didn't want there to let that space come between any of us as it had with Izuku and me. That hurt more than getting stabbed. Melissa leaned down and kissed Mei tenderly. Let's put this away and spend the night together. It has been a bit since we shared some special time. I would like that? Mei said, taking her hand and leading her off, I have this new toy I made that I want to try, and I want to have a threesome. I have been having these fantasies." Melissa was blushing and stuttering as Mei led her off. Back to the ball. Give Izuku a science or an academic question anytime, and he will tackle it and give an answer. Put a gorgeous girl in front of him, and his second appendage would steal all his intelligence, sputter, and hold out flowers to the girl while staring at her with nearly naked. He didn't even want to talk about going swimming with the girls' two-piece bikinis plus hot girls plus teenage hormones equals torrent of naughty thoughts. Then whoever decided it was a good idea to have chicken fights or wrestle and splash them. He hadn't considered a few things about agreeing to go to this ball and act as Momo's escort pretend boyfriend. The first was that he would be expected to dance, which meant dance lessons. His mother was ecstatic about this, and little did he know she had taken ballroom dancing lessons. He also had to practice dancing with Aoi and Momo, which was difficult as they were attractive, and something about dancing with a beautiful woman liked to muddle the senses. He was sure the closeness and eye contact were all part of it. The second was a tuxedo, haircut, manicure, and skin treatment to make him look presentable. He barely recognized himself, but thankfully, Mei and Melissa liked it. They showed him so. Then he saw Momo that night, and he was done. With what he learned was a sweetheart, strapless, sleeveless silk and lace. The black strapless dress showed Momo sassets with a degree that nearly made his other brain howl like a damn cartoon wolf. The form-fitting dress hugged her hourglass figure till it flared out in black lace and tulle sweep train. Her gold and emerald jewelry meant to accent his emerald cuff links, tie pin, and accessories. "You look amazing, Momo," he whispered once the howling wolf was taking a breather. "Thank you, Izuku. I must say you look rather handsome," she replied with a slight curtsy that sent the wolf mad again. His mother was snapping pictures, as were Mei and Melissa before they left the house. It was just another ball for the Yaoyorozu household, but not for them. Izuku wasn't sure what he was expecting, but a reception line and some death stares were not part of it. Stepping out of the limo and reaching back to take Momo's hand to help her out, they had practiced the speed of the walk and how she would hold his arm, but he was not ready for the way she smelt or the demure look he had. Izuku had, of course, never been to a ball or party unless you count some birthday parties, but those seemed not to count, especially where he was. He did what he had been told, stuck near her, escorted her throughout the party, and ensured she wasn't lacking in drink or anything else. It wasn't tricky. He had difficulty tearing his eyes away from her during the first hour of the ball. Of course, he had to answer questions about who he was and how they met. To his surprise, it wasn't just the boys his age asking him but ladies and other girls in ball gowns. "We met over the summer on Island. By chance, struck up a conversation and just connected," he said, glancing over to her where she was talking with some girls her age. "I honestly didn't know who was at first." He noticed a few eye rolls. "How could you not know who Momo Yaoyorozu was?" one of the boys asked incredulously. "I am just a normal person," he blushed. "I don't move in these circles." "So what drew you two together?" a girl asked. "Heroics," he said. "She wants to be a pro hero. I am aiming for the support course at UA, but it all seemed to fit. We got to know each other over the summer and have stayed close since then." "So you were using her to get into the support division of her company?" one of the more annoying boys said. "No, I have my own company," Izuku said defensively. "I want to do all I can to support her and keep her safe in whatever endeavor she goes into. That is heroics, and if I can do that, then I am doing my job." "Have you ever invented anything?" the annoying boy sneered. "My partner and I created the Sunshine Laundry Unit and the Capture Grenade," he said. "We also have some things in production, but I cannot speak about that right now." "You had a hand inventing the Sunshine Laundry?" the nice girl said. "My family is in the hotel industry. My mom was telling me about them." This seemed to anger the annoying boy more, who walked away. The summoning bell saved Izuku from further conversation as they were called for dinner. Izuku was relieved that he was sitting with Momo, allowing them to talk after dinner. They moved to the ballroom, of course. It was time for their first dance. "May I have this dance?" Izuku said, bowing to Momo, his hand extended. Her gentle touch sent a jolt through him, escorting her to the dance floor. They were joined as other young people took their positions. Izuku had one hand on her waist, and their other hands joined when the first gentle strums of the music began. He led them in their first dance. He couldn't stop looking at her face. Momo had this dreamlike look, and she seemed so happy and content as they danced. He thought his heart would beat out of his chest when her head rested on his chest partway through the dance. For both of them, the warmth that enveloped them as they danced was nearly intoxicating. When the song ended and they stepped back, that warmth faded slowly. They would dance with others as required, but they kept feeling drawn back to each other, seeking that warmth that wrapped around them when they danced. How they moved soon deterred those seeking Momo's attention. Even the few ladies curious about Izuku did the same. Momo admitted to herself that she had these feelings for Izuku and some of the same feelings for Melissa and Mei. There was the time that Melissa and she had been sparring, and they lay on each other. Momo felt the desire to kiss and be kissed by her blonde friend. The feeling of Mei atop her shoulders during the chicken fight in the pool. The sweet words that would flow from Izuku saying all the things she longed to hear, the closeness growing before the incident, and the accelerated nature after the incident had sent her into a tailspin at times. It was similar to all the things she read in her romance novels, the ones others may know about, but there were hidden ones. Ones that would inflame her, coupled with thoughts that would leave her embarrassed upon reflection, but that would not leave until she dealt with them, was something altogether different. She promised herself that she would indulge in this night, let her swim, and even drown in them. For tonight, she would let her mind dream that he was hers and that she was his. It was so warm when they danced. The more they danced, the more everything faded. On the final dance of the night, Momo's heart stirred as the song spoke to her. The song spoke of two dancing people and how the world was gone. The death of romantic dreams, how at the end of the dance, they had to say goodbye to the dreams. Pretending for this moment that they were together, letting the dreams take over. To have something so close but so far at the same time. Momo felt her heart begging to be kissed but breaking as she pushed those feelings away. The last words drifted hauntingly to her ears as the room lights appeared, shattering the spell. If he had kissed her there, she would have been his forever. She wanted it so badly that his arm slipping away from her side was nearly painful. He held on to her hand as he led her from the dance floor. They didn't separate in the car or when they got home. It wasn't until they reached the separation in the hall that they did. They lingered when they shouldn't. She leaned in, he leaned in at the last moment, and they kissed each other's cheek and whispered goodnight. Games played. Gao sat watching the video. He snapped his fingers when they didn't kiss in the hallway but knew he was on the right track. After that, he kept pushing them together, ensuring they always had a reason or needed to sit quietly to work on something. Momo and Melissa had to battle together harder, and they struggled to improve and overcome in their training together at the house. He made sure that on their days off, he would encourage them to go out. Bond, the ability to provide the protection that made them feel safe. It was easy to get them out, to let Inko breathe. Having Momo help Izuku with his English literature, helping Mei with her history. He could see it, but he would get annoyed at the stubbornness of these children. Dao wanted access to the creation pit. He listened to their conversations and marveled at where they were going. He was floored when he asked for an update on Momo's costume. This new costume was so far beyond her first. The new vibranium mithril weave, whatever that meant, was going to revolutionize the hero costume industry, and it was in the hands of these children in his home and part of a company that this daughter would be receiving a profit from. Gao needed to get this done. The road to UA. Mei and Izuku were busy in the lab, and Izuku was working on defenses for their home. There was the redesigning of Melissa's armor as well. The different trials and tribulations were enough to keep them distracted for the most part, with only the occasional pauses to bring it screaming back. Midnight was astonished at the suit. She stared at the Izuku and Mei and just shook her head. I don't know what to say. Midnight finally said to the relief of the inventors. You too, this suit will change so much, the protection alone, wow. I am in, where do I sign? Seeing them jump up and down made her smile, and then they calmed themselves and handed her the contract. Izuku and Mei had been holed up in the secret lab. After Mei had shown Izuku her project, they immediately ran off to work it out. The creation pit solved the problem that would have been presented about getting the things created. Mei's project involved the creation of robotic protection for her parents and Inko in the form of a robotic cat she called Ravage and a bird type called Laserbeak. Sadly, they haven't transformed yet, but he is stunned when she shows them to Izuku. She had pulled from their wall and EVA units, Melissa's suit, and even her pogo stick with the chambers that held kinetic energy. She had worked it out to excellent results, but she needed him to pull it over the finish line with the technology she wanted them to have. She had amazed him once again. They also had to work on their UA projects, though they laughed about pointing to Melissa's suit as their submittal. Melissa's suit was finally finished, and they succeeded in making it completely nanotech. They created 2 different versions of the armor as they knew there would be some issues with Melissa carrying her full version at all times. Still, they needed her to have a version she could always have with her. The rules regarding what was considered a support item being carried were reviewed and rewritten, as this was new ground for the UA and the hero course. The hydraulic bracers are mechanical backpacks with devices capable of detecting when an enemy approaches its user to attack them. When the sensors detect an approaching foe, the backpack automatically activates its hydraulic attachments, allowing the user to dodge the attack. Since the hydraulic bracers have sensors in every direction, the user can even deal with surprise attacks from behind. Her second invention was what she called feather fall boots. The idea came to her after she spent a night playing Dungeons and Dragons with someone online. These boots would activate when a person wearing them fell from a certain distance, allowing them to land safely. By incorporating various sensors, the shoes would adjust a person's orientation, preventing them from falling headfirst. Izuku's submittals were a shield of hard light that sprang from a bracer on his wrist that could deflect a blow from All Might. How they knew that was not talked about. It could be deployed from larger devices, and its shape could be controlled with more research. If he used his quirk, he could even make it provide temporary support to damaged structures, but he had worked on building it without using it. The second item, the Six Stick, operates using light-emitting diodes LEDs that emit ultra-bright light pulses at rapidly changing wavelengths. When someone touches it, the intense light triggers their body to react by inducing vomiting. It's a non-lethal way to incapacitate individuals without causing permanent harm. After completing everything, it was decided that they would go home before the exams. There was heaviness in the air, at least for Momo. She knew that Mei and Izuku had to go home to set up the defense, and they had worked so hard for their families. Melissa wanted to spend time with her father before the next stage, the UA. The important conversation. Izuku sat with Mei and Melissa. I think I have feelings for Momo, he said, ashamed. So do I, Melissa said, his head looking up. They looked at Mei. I want her around, Mei said. It isn't right if she isn't. I like the thought of someone who will be by your side in the field, Mel. I still get scared thinking you will be with Izuku and me so far away. It won't matter that we can monitor your vitals or know what is happening. I am scared that I will have to sit at a monitor and watch you die. She wiped at her eyes. Mei, why didn't you say something? Melissa said, walking over and wrapping her arms around her. Because this is the life we signed up for, Mei said, holding Melissa tight. The life that we helped you to try for. Yes, I want to improve the world, but I work hard because I want you to come home at night. I know that is why Izuku constantly pores over the sweet, looking at everything he can. He does it in the middle of the night sometimes. Even after we have had or just fallen asleep together, he will start working on his datapad. Melissa looked at Izuku, who just nodded his head. Every day, I try to think of a way to make things safer for you, and that has started to include Momo. I want the two of you to come home at night. I need to know that you are both safe. You two are so amazing, Melissa said. I get scared that you will look at me and wonder why you are wasting all this on a quirkless girl with nothing but a dream. I love you both so much. They all held each other tight. I would like to see if Momo feels the same about me. Are you two okay with that? Mei and Izuku nodded. I would like to as well, Izuku said. How? Mei pulled out her phone while Izuku and Melissa were talking. It didn't take long for the door to be yanked open. Momo was standing there slightly out of breath, her eyes a bit wild, and she looked about the room. Is everything okay, Mei? Momo said, out of breath. You said it was an emergency, that someone was hurt. Mei walked over, pulled Momo down, and kissed her cheek. I like you. I don't know if it is more than that, but I want you around. The thought of you not being around hurts me. Those two want to be with you romantically. I am okay with it. She then walked out and closed the door. Momo started wide-eyed at Melissa and Izuku, who were speechless. Momo looked like she was about to flee, but suddenly, she felt her hands grabbed. She didn't know how or when they crossed the room so quickly. Momo looked at them, their joined hands. Momo, you are wonderful. Your determination and willingness to walk away from everything to chase our dreams is beautiful. Your insides are just as beautiful as your outsides. It is an honor to be by your side and support you. I would be honored if you would consider being my girlfriend, Izuku said. Momo looked at him, tears in the corner of her eyes. She looked at Melissa. Melissa took a deep breath. Momo, we are both racing to a future as pro-heroes. Knowing that you are there and by my side makes me push and inspires me. I would be honored to call myself your girlfriend, but not nearly as honored as I am to call you my friend. Momo was tearing up, and she looked back and forth between them. Can I just say yes? Melissa smiled, released Momo's hand, leaned forward, and tenderly kissed Momo. Izuku then did the same. The door opened, and Mei stuck her head in. Did it get sorted out? Father and daughter build a robot. Izuku and Mei came home with their Ravage and Laserbeak models in tow. They had also upgraded their EVA unit to match its counterpart, with a laser cannon included. Izuku got to work on perimeter sensors and fine-tuning things with the robot sentry's programming. Mei had other plans. She walked over to her father and handed him a set of blueprints. He opened them and saw the traditional Junkyard support, but he smiled seeing Hatsume Industries written next to it. His eyes widened as he looked it over. I want to build this with you, she said. It would be my pleasure, Mei, he smiled, a tear in his eye. But where are we going to get most of this? The parts will start arriving tomorrow, she smiled. Father and daughter worked tirelessly for the entire month. Hana and Inko tried to pry it out of them, but they wouldn't say anything. When he pressed Izuku, he said he only had speculations but wasn't sure. While Izuku was busy, Inko noticed that he would stop working at 4 and spend his evening with her most nights. She enjoyed it, though they had spent much time at the Yayorozu estate together. He had been so busy with the girls and their creating that she didn't get the time one would have thought. This time, though, they were together, and it was lovely. Izuku was hard at work taking the homes off the city power and hooking them up to Arc Energy, saving them all money. He and Mei would spend some time reconnecting and being with each other, but they both wanted to cram as much time as they could in with their parents. The families would go out to dinner and have movie nights at their children's insistence. One night, Izuku and Mei had fallen asleep watching a movie, and the parents just sat there wondering how they had gotten so big. As the month passed, 2 days before the exam, the moms and Izuku were called out to a massive hangar in the middle of the junkyard. Inko and Hana jumped back. The huge doors opened, and a giant metal hand came out, followed by another. Their mouths hung open, and a giant iron-plated robot emerged, an iron giant. It was a 50-foot-tall autonomous metal man, looking like something designed from the early days of science fiction, but Hana started to cry. She remembered coming home one day and finding Daiki sitting on the floor, their little Mei in his lap, mesmerized by the animated movie playing. "Daddy, I want to make that one day," Mei said, pointing to the screen. "Will you make it with me?" "Of course, my angel," he whispered, kissing her on top of her head. "Of course." Inko looked at Izuku. "I just helped with some of the little parts, but that was all, Mei. We fabricated most of the pieces from the creation pit and sent them over." "What are you going to do with the creation pit?" she whispered, watching the metal man walk over to a pile of broken cars, grabbing one like a potato chip, and eat it while Daiki and Mei ran after it. "Nothing for now," Izuku said with a devilish smirk. "We are going to leave it with All Might. We plan on talking with Nizu if we get in about relocating to the UA, but that is if we can get ourselves assigned a private lab. Melissa and I may have tweaked its programming just a hair." Inko and he started to laugh as the Hatsumes tried to stop the giant, but instead, it slowly reached out, grabbed another, and shoved it in its mouth. Exam day. Daiki loaded the kids' submissions onto the back of the truck while the mothers fussed over the kids. With hugs, kisses, and happy tears, they climbed into the cab with Daiki as he drove them to their destiny. Momo was already in. She had passed the recommended exam and tried to turn it down, but they wouldn't let her. It was an honor that she was selected. Melissa told her that if she declined to take the exam, she would not speak to her for a month. To them, it was the perfect way to show her father that Momo had made the right choice. After all the training and everything they had gone through, his daughter was so talented and sought after that UA offered her a spot as a recommended student. She was going to compete with the best of the best, and not only had she done that, but she had also won one of the top spots. It was Melissa's turn. She would take the exam later today while Mei and Izuku took the support course. David had even flown in to be there with her today as a show of support. They had her full armor ready for her in a special case. Daiki hugged them. Mei batted her eyelashes at Izuku as he hoisted her cases and slung them over his shoulder. He was rewarded with a kiss, and he happily returned. The support course exam consisted of 3 stages. 1. Mechanical exam. 2. Entrance exam. 3. Submissions review. They were on campus before everyone else. They had a specialized exam for the support course itself, the regular entrance exam, and then they had to present their submissions before a panel for review. He and Mei walked over, logged their submissions, and submitted their holding paperwork before heading to the testing labs for the mechanical portion. The mechanical portion was split into 2 parts: knowledge and practical. Mei and Izuku walked in and saw some other examinees sitting at workstations. Izuku and Mei looked for their assignments and took their seats. Izuku sat across from a short, red-haired girl with green eyes and long, spiky red hair that resembled Momo's but seemed to flare out more. The girl was very pretty, her skin flawless, and her eyes almost glowed. She looked at him and smirked before returning to the rest of the applicants' file. 60 applicants would be whittled down to 10 by the end of the day. The written portion was focused on engineering, deciphering blueprints, product submittal, rules and regulations governing support items, fabrication, locating design flaws, programming, wiring, and everything else needed to create support items. Izuku and Mei were highly familiar with everything from their work over the years, not only for their own company but also for being around Melissa and David. The girl across from him seemed annoyed when he finished just before her, and Mei was close behind. After everyone finished, they were all assigned a workstation with a broken piece of equipment. They were given the schematics for the item and told to repair it in the given time. Izuku looked at the item. He could do this with his quirk without issue, but that wasn't why he was here. He went to work, trying to figure it out. Nizu sat back and smiled as he looked at the monitors, watching Izuku make mistakes but only stop once he had it repaired. He was quick, not the fastest. Mei beat him, coming in first and earning the glare from the redhead. Mei and Izuku went to the front of the school to wait off to the side for Melissa, who was so happy to see them. They also collected kisses from her paramours as they hadn't had physical contact for a month. Melissa asked them about their support exam, and they could see her eyes light up as the ideas or answers to different questions came to mind. I wonder if I can double major, Melissa said. I think we can do our second year, Izuku said. I was thinking maybe business. Really? Melissa said, surprised. Momo can't run the company while fighting crime, he said. Me too, Mei said, snuggling Melissa. More the financial side. I don't know if you would have the time, my love, Izuku said. Don't heroic students have internships and all that stuff? Melissa sighed. I guess you're right, maybe after I graduate, I can take a program to get certified for support gear as well. Now, let's go knock these tests out of the park. Lunch. Momo was not about to stay away. She showed up during the lunch break with Aoi in tow, along with substantial bento boxes. Momo blushed when she shared a chaste kiss with Melissa and Izuku, Mei kissing her cheek. They found a nice spot under the tree. Izuku excused himself and rejoined them shortly after, with Melissa's case containing her suit. Is that the Mark III? Melissa said, staring at the case. Yes, we have fixed the bugs you noticed while training with the Merc II. I added some upgraded hard light shielding and deployable versions for allies. Mei finished upgrading Icarus and was able to tighten the flight controls. I have a present as well, Momo beamed as Aoi handed her a rectangular box. When she opened it, you would have thought the box was filled with gold as they all lit up. Kyber crystals. Oh yeah, Mei said. That is nearly the highest thing I have ever seen, Mei added, wiping her chin. I am not even offended by that, Melissa whispered. Momo couldn't contain her smile. Izuku looked over to Aoi. Did you receive your check? Yes, Mr. Midoriya, but it was larger than when we negotiated, she said with a bow. Consider it a bonus, Izuku smiled. It came out so well, and you deserve compensation. Melissa looked at him quizzically. Aoi is going to be the voice of the spheres. Speaking of which, Momo was handed her case. She pulled out a data tablet. The spheres are approved and ready for production. Father has agreed to the 15% profit share. Also, with the success of the tricorder trial, Mother has approved an order for 2,000 units to be used in our medical division. Father has agreed to your 25% profit share on those. Momo said her delivery was very dry, and when she was talking about business matters, a fantasy of Momo as a strict librarian may have danced through Izuku's mind. Another 10,000 units have been ordered already. The legal department says that the effectiveness of the Midnight's protection spray needs to be reduced by 2% to be approved for public use, Momo continued. Father says that the price point needs to be raised to maintain a profit margin, so he suggests raising it by 800 yen. Mei and Izuku looked at the numbers. Midnight stressed that she wanted it affordable. If I am reading this right, if we increase it by 300 yen, and Mei and I reduce our share by 1%, would that work? Izuku said. Mei scratched her chin. I think it will make it more affordable. That is the important part. Melissa and Momo shook their head, but simultaneously, these kinds of things were the reason they loved Izuku and Mei so much. You too, Melissa said, taking their hands. So many other people would have just done the increase, tried to get Midnight to drop her cut, but not you two dorks. It is what makes them wonderful, Momo added. Anything else? Mei said, looking at the data pad. The assembly plants for the EVA and wall units are running perfectly, she said, looking at the pad. The projections are increasing for the EVA units, and orders are starting to come in for the wall units. Construction on another plant for each has already begun. Sweet, Mei was all Mei said. She and Izuku were signing the data pad to finalize things. Do they have any idea how much money they are making? Melissa whispered. Not a clue, Momo said, kissing Melissa's cheek. It is beautiful to see. Momo wished them all luck on their entrance exams and promised to wait until they finished so she could drive them home. Melissa Shield. After she exited the auditorium, she made her way to the locker room. She was quiet as she stripped down. Sliding into her bodysuit, she opened the case and smiled at the arm and leg bracers, strapping them on before she put on the glowing chest piece. When she looked up, she could see all the stares from the other examinees as they were putting on simple outfits that were nothing like what she wore. She smiled politely and exited quickly to get to her bus. The looks didn't stop. She could feel all the eyes on her. She took a deep breath and walked with her head down, feeling self-conscious. She thought of Mei and Izuku all those years ago when she told them about her dream, and they told her they would help. They would come to the island for years and work tirelessly for her and her dream. They poured all the blood, sweat, and tears to get into this moment. The demonstration, attack, and recovery are to be standing here now. Momo was already waiting for her in the hero course. There was no way that Izuku and Mei would not make it into the support course. Eyes would always be on her, and people would watch her for the rest of her life as she pursued her dream. But most of all, Mei, Izuku, and Momo would be watching. Their love would be with her every step of the way. "Watch as we change the game," Melissa whispered. She continued her walk to her bus and her future, her head held high. She sat on the bus, waiting to claim the future they all wanted. She saw people walk past her after looking at her to sit elsewhere. "Okay, I have to ask, why is your chest glowing like that?" Melissa saw a petite, fair-skinned girl with a slender build. She had triangular onyx eyes with notably long lower eyelashes and small eyebrows. Her dark purple hair was chin-length, with an asymmetrical fringe and two reflections shaped like sound waves on either side. Her most prominent features were the flexible, plug-like earphone jacks hanging from each of her earlobes. "I have to say that it looks cool," the girl said. "Can I sit?" "Please," Melissa said, smiling. "It is my suit for the exam." The girl arched an eyebrow. "Part of your quirk, I am guessing." "Here goes nothing," she thought. "I am quirkless. My friends and I have been working on this since we met when we were 11. "That is pretty cool," the girl said, smiling. "Hyokujiro." Melissa Shield. "Are you guys all like genius inventors or something?" Hyoka said. "I like to invent, but my friends did the hefty lifting," Melissa said. "Those two are the real genius." "That is cool," Hyoka said. "Are they going to be heroes as well?" "No support course," Melissa said. "They are taking the exam part right now." "I would love to meet them," Hyoka said. "If they get in, hell, even if they don't. Having friends like that is amazing." "They are amazing," Melissa said, smiling. "I hope we both get in. You seem nice, Jiro." "I hope you get in too. A quirkless hero would be so cool, change how everyone looks at things," she said. "I was told my quirk wasn't good for heroics. Search and rescue, sure, but not field heroics, but I would not let anyone hold me back." "That's awesome," Melissa replied. "What does your quirk do?" "Aside from great hearing, I can jam them into stuff and pump my heartbeat through them," Hyoka said with a smile. "Best of luck out there, Shield." "You as well, Jiro," Melissa said, smiling. When Hyoka saw this metal suit form out of what appeared to be nothing, she was stunned. Everyone was shocked. The test began, and Melissa Shield took off into the testing area and the history books. Observation room. "What in tarnation is that?" Snipe said, staring at the screen. "That is a interesting quirk," Aizawa said, leaning forward. "That is no quirk," Nizu cackled. "That girl is quirkless. That suit she is wearing was made by her and two others currently testing for the support course." "Some students made that?" Vlad whispered. "Poor power loader," Midnight said, staring at the screen. "That, ladies and gentlemen, is my niece, Melissa Shield," All Might said with a huge smile. We are all bearing witness to the history, the first quirkless hero. Submissions review. As you can see, with no action taken by the user, the boots automatically activate, orient the user, and lower them to the ground, Mei said. She smiled at the committee. Sitting at the table were Power Loader, 13, and Cementos the third year floated to the ground with her periwinkle eyes shining. That was fun. Can I do it again? The girl said, ready to fly up again. No, Ms. Hato, that is enough for now, Power Loader said. Please put on the next device. This baby I named hydraulic bracers, Mei said as she helped Ms. Hato put on her backpack and secure everything. These sensors around the belt will detect incoming foe. Once that happens, the bracers will trigger, moving the user out of the attack. Is it heavy? 13 said, leaning forward. A little bit, Nijire said, moving around. But not too bad. I wouldn't want to run or fly for a long time with it. Could you make it lighter? 13 asked Mei. Of course, she smiled. This is the first version I made just for submission. I have to ask why you made these devices, Cementos said, looking at the boots. We are aware of your submission for Ms. Shield, which alone would be enough to show your talents. That was created by a team, Melissa, Izuku, and myself, Mei said. I helped, and the arc reactor alone would have been good enough if it wasn't for the time crunch we were under to make it and that my partner made some small tweaks to it. If I had done it alone, I would have submitted that and accepted your invitation to join UA. The panel looked a bit surprised. These devices I made completely on my own. These are my babies. I wanted to submit them so you know, and I know that I am good enough to make it into UA. Mei smiled softly. It is hard sometimes to stand next to greatness and not feel overshadowed. The things we have created together are amazing, and I have seen him create alone are astonishing. I want to stand beside and not behind him. He is my partner, my other half. I ask that you judge me, not on what is happening on the practical exam, not what we have already released to the public, but on these submissions alone. Mei bowed. May we continue with the demonstration? Please do? 13 said. The panel watched as the backpack propelled Nijire out of the way of attacks from her sides and back while she was blindfolded. Once the demonstration was over, Nijire walked over to Mei. If you can make that lighter, I would like to order one, the girl said, smiling. It would be my pleasure, Mei smiled, her eyes watered slightly. My very own customer. She turned to the panel. Thank you for your time, she bowed and exited the room. I like her, Nijire said, taking off the pack and setting it for the panel to examine. She is talented, 13 said. That she is, Power Loader said, looking over the blueprints. I admire that she could be guaranteed a spot, but she made these herself instead. 2 devices that would help and protect heroes today. I vote yes. Agreed, Cementos and 13 said. Submissions. Izuku. Izuku was the last person called for submissions. Izuku walked over to a large third-year student, who was easily over 8 feet tall and broad, with a muscular build and a sharp quirk. Izuku handed a glowing shield made of light to a girl with short, cropped salmon-colored hair. She had reddish-brown eyes, long lower eyelashes, and several piercings in her ears, all with gray studs. Her girl's UA school uniform looked slightly disheveled, with a crooked collar, loose tie, and rolled-up sleeves. She wore tights underneath her skirt and had 2 pink bracelets on her right wrist. Thank you for helping with this, Heya-senpai, Izuku said. Now, the shield will disperse the kinetic force of the attack. Some will still come through and cause you to slide back. Okay, Mano, the girl said, raising the shield. Sorry if it doesn't work, Yuyu, the man said with a smirk. The boy reared back and fired off a solid straight right. Yuyu slid back just a little bit, but she smiled. That all you got? Yuyu taunted. When a leaping attack came at her, she didn't even get driven to her knees. Yu looked at the strange glowing stick in her hand. Just push the button to activate it, Izuku said. It is called a sick stick, so I suggest we get a trash can. Izuku spied a large one in the corner, pulled it over, and stepped back. You just need to touch him with it. The panel watched in disgust and interest as Yu just touched her classmate, and they turned and puked violently into the trash can. This thing is so wicked, Yu said with a devilish smile. She gave her report to the panel before helping her classmate walk out. Mr. Midoriya, do you know why we called you last? Power Loader said, examining the shield and shaking his head at what was in his hand. I have an idea, Izuku responded, standing with his hands behind his back. Cementos held the sick stick. Did you make these, or did you use your quirk? I made them, he said. No quirk. I brought video evidence if you need it. I will get right down to it, Power Loader said. Why do you want to come to UA? You can create anything. Because of what just happened, Izuku said, pointing to Cementos. I may go one to invent some amazing things, but in the end, there will always be, but. My quirk allows me to invent anything, and the restrictions are not even limited to what I have on hand most of the time. Just because I made it doesn't mean I know how I did it, requiring me to reverse engineer it. Still doesn't mean I understand or know it. I am here for that knowledge. I want to come here to learn. I have spent my whole learning to invent and create without my quirk. This is the next step. Would you be willing to share your technology with the school? 13 asked. Depends on the tech? Izuku responded. Melissa's suit, no. The things I invented with my partner before our enrollment, no. As you are aware, we have our own company and business. Most of our inventions have been patented, and the rights have been purchased. If we are paid for some inventions, we will consider it. Izuku looked over the panel. Will we use what we have developed to help the students and keep them safe? Absolutely. I wanted to be a hero, he said after a brief pause. Before I even knew what my quirk truly was, when it was just something that told me how things worked. My mom said I could help more people keep regular people and heroes safe if I became an inventor. I have dedicated my life to that. The better I understand how things work, the better I can do that. Thank you, Mr. Midoriya, Cementos said. We would like to see the video. Of course, Izuku responded. I have also included a video of me using my quirk so you can see the difference. He set the holographic projector on the table and left. When he walked out, the campus was quiet, and it seemed like everyone had already left. He saw All Might waiting for him. The principal would like to speak with you, All Might said. Are the girls still waiting? Izuku sighed. No, I sent them home, All Might said. It has gotten very late. They are waiting for you at home. I will drive you home after your meeting. Okay then, Izuku rubbed his eyes. How are you feeling? You look amazing? All Might had returned to just about his peak form. There was no tremble, no limits to adhere to. He was back. I am perfectly healthy, he said. I don't have to drop form. My normal form is healthy and just as big. It is a second chance on life, thanks to you. Glad I could help, Izuku smiled. Do you know what this is about? Your request for a private lab, All Might said. Does this have to do with that pit below my tower? Izuku nodded. Nizu. Nizu smiled when Izuku walked in. He motioned for the boy to sit as he served tea. I shall cut right to it, Nizu said once the tea was served. With the addition of dorms this year, each support course student will be provided with a small workshop. A private lab is often restricted to third years or those who have somehow managed an exclusive contract. Of course, you have one with Ms. Shield and Ms. Yayorozu regarding their suits. Ms. Hatsume, you have your own company, and I understand that you must create and work on those projects. That is not the only reason, Izuku said. He held up his hand, and Nizu watched as the flesh disappeared and the metal shone. There was no smell of blood or anything. It began to morph into different tools and devices. This was so far beyond anything on the market. It also allows me a sense of touch, Izuku said. Your quirk? Nizu questioned. Yes, Izuku said, but that isn't why we need the lab. Izuku took a deep breath and told Nizu about the existence of the creation pit. He showed Nizu the Ravage and Laser Beak model robots protecting his family, as well as the fully armed and upgraded EVA units. Then he handed him the specs of Midnight's suit. She debuts it tomorrow. Nizu set the file down. And this pit? Nizu said. It is governed by an AI your group designed, aided by new metallic alloys created by Ms. Yayorozu that you can now synthesize at will. It can use any metal or material and be created in seconds. You no longer need to create the item. You can create this pit through the interface, which will make it. There is nothing that is out of your reach now. A synthetic version of Momo's abilities, Izuku said. I patterned it off of her. We know how dangerous the pit can be, though we couldn't tell you all the ramifications of what would happen should it be discovered. We understand that lives would be at risk. But after the attack, it was our best option to guarantee our family's safety. This creation pit could lead to world war, Nizu said. You and your quirk, should the depths of its nature be fully understood, there are those that will do all they can to kill you. We understand. That is why we want to keep it under wraps as long as possible till we graduate and make names for ourselves, to help protect us, Izuku said. I believe the creation pit could lead us to war, but it can lead us to the future if used properly. Currently, the pit is safe, but hopefully, we will enroll in the UA, and we would like to close it to keep it safe. Also, can you access it in cases of emergency? Nizu said. Yes, sir, Izuku said. I have a small test for you. Nizu handed over a folder. That is a list of the staff. I would like to see a few notes to create something for them. Mr. Midoriya, I would like to discuss the purchase of an arc reactor for the school. I would also want you and Ms. Hatsume to understand that you could have just sat back and accepted our invitation on Ms. Shield's suit alone. You both displayed integrity in asking to be judged separately, but with inventions you created independently. You will both be sent acceptance letters in the next day. Thank you, sir, Izuku said with a smile. I will send you a proposal for the reactor. Is it possible to file for a living variance for Mei and myself? Once the lab is built, we would like to live there. That can be arranged, Nizu said. I look forward to hearing from you. Izuku returned home to the girls he loved and his family. The celebration lasted long into the night. After an epic, slow-paced lightsaber duel, they were all lying on their backs looking up at the night sky. They didn't say anything. They just held hands, looking at the stars. Winning the staff. Aizawa walked into the teacher's lounge. Now, that may be a bit of an exaggeration, but stumble was a more accurate description. He turned to the coffee maker, reached for a mug, and froze. There was no coffee maker. The mugs were gone. Instead, there were insulated mugs with names on them. What the hell happened to the coffee maker? He called out. The new drink station is right before you, Namiri said as she smiled and took a sip from her new mug. I don't want a drink station, I want my coffee, Aizawa growled. And what the hell is with these mugs? You mean our spill-proof, perfect temperature, custom mugs, she purred. Namiri, what is going on? I am tired, I want my coffee, Aizawa said. Namiri took his mug and placed it on the tray. Mr. Aizawa would like his morning coffee, please, she said. Yes, Ms. Kayama, a woman's voice came from the machine, causing Aizawa to jump back. Would he like an extra boost of caffeine this morning? Aizawa nodded. Yes, I think that would be best, Namiri smirked. His coffee is ready, the voice called out moments later. Namiri handed the cup to Aizawa, who looked at her like she had sported a second head. Slowly, he took a sip. Everything was perfect, the perfect temperature. How long will this keep the coffee warm? Forever. Namiri shrugged. Before you say anything, these are from 2 new support course students as well. Namiri pointed to a yellow sleeping bag on his desk. According to them, it is temperature regulated, has next generation softness, is machine washable, and has a built-in pillow. Why are they giving everyone gifts? Aizawa said, grabbing the sleeping bag. He felt it and began to melt. You know what? I don't care. He unrolled it and climbed in. He shuddered in delight as he sank to the floor and was out like a light. Izuku and Mei. Unlike Momo and Melissa, who had to wait to begin school, the support course was already on campus for weeks before the rest of the students. Part of their duties was to assist in the fulfillment of the incoming class hero costumes. It was pretty easy for Mei and him. They had 4 students assigned, and Melissa and Momo were assigned to them exclusively for apparent reasons. Izuku had Setsuna Togake. Her suit wasn't complicated, but it was torn away as, according to the girl's file, her quirk allowed her to split her body into several parts. The costume had to be able to break with her. Next was Nido Monoma, a suit composed of the typical hero weave with nothing specified for his quirk. Katsuki Bakugo sighed and smiled when it came across his desk. The costume let many people open, but the gauntlets had been approved. His final customer was Tsuyu Azui. Her suit was wet, but after reading her file, he wanted to integrate more temperature control for her. With the materials he was provided, he was restricted with what he could do with their suites unless they signed a contract with Bishamon. He could use the unstable particles for suits, though as long as they mimicked the titanium weave that other students could request. But to do that, he would need them to come in and get fitted. Setsuna was the only one he wanted to go in. The requirements for her suit to break apart would leave it weak to tearing. Otherwise, he looked over the suit and was not happy. When school started, he would have to talk to her and Sue about redoing their suits with the unstable molecules. Mei enjoyed Atsuka Kendo, Nairenjiki Shota, Yuga Aoyama, and Mina Ashido. Mei looked over the designs and got work putting everything together. Their designs were simple, as in the case of Kendo and Shota. However, Aoyama and Ashido were flamboyant and extravagant. Aoyama's support item caught Mei's attention. The item was a top-notch support gear created by the French company Performant. Included were blueprints for repair and a lengthy maintenance schedule. The other strange thing was that the item was to be kept with the student at all times, and they would come in and drop it off while it was inspected. Only Power Loader was certified to work on it. It was not that she or her Izuku couldn't handle it, but it was one of those pesky certifications, like the one that limited how much explosives she could order. Everything was in constant motion, as not only did they have all the work they were expected to do, but they had to get their private lab built, which consisted of Cementos providing some cement walls and walking away. The creation pit being transferred was the most extended 8 hours of their life, not that some random company was handling it. They had created a transportation rig for the whole affair. The switch to dorms for the campus had been a massive undertaking. Hero course, business course, and general studies were all housed in tall structures, with general studies being the largest, but past all of them was where the dorms for the support course were built. Their buildings were much smaller due to their smaller class size, but 10 smaller buildings were situated to the sides and around the back. The smaller building was a private workshop for the students, so they had a place to work on their projects, as their homework was not just reports and answer sheets. The prospect of private workshops had thrilled all the students. Still, of course, they weren't big enough for Izuku and Mei, who once it was found out that not only were they given ample space for a private lab but they would not be living in the first-year dorms as they had permission to integrate their living quarters into their lab design, that earned them strange looks, and protests for only a few in their class but some of the upperclassmen as well. It was revealed that they were given this permission as they already had a support company, with inventions in production and on the streets that satisfied the protests but created different problems for them, with the upper-level students at least. Their class was impressed and very nice about the whole situation. Their class consisted of 10 students in total. Mei and Izuku were happy that they got at least to live with them for a few weeks so they could get to know them. After everyone got settled, Power Loader had them introduce themselves. Mei made her introductions, including her quirk of zoom, and Izuku followed and explained the mechanical energy part of his quirk along with how to counter machines they left to create anything part out. Next, Washohaki, a short, red-haired girl with green eyes styled like Momo's, pulled in a spiky ponytail but fanned out more like a peamanhood's plumage. Washa came into the dorms holding a slight grudge as she had expected to place first, but when she didn't, it lit a complete of fire. Washu amazed them all with her quirk wireless. She was constantly connected to the internet, able to download and store nearly limitless data. Louis Nichols, an American student, followed the tall, lanky young man with a somewhat angular chin and a messy top of brown hair. The strange thing was the dark blue wraparound goggles that he always wore. When he explained his quirk, HUD caused him to see everything as if he were looking through a filter, and the overlay caused him issues unless he had his goggles on. He got a good laugh from everyone when he told them that it even gave him a map in case he got lost. Meina Furesu was very timid when the power loader called on her. Her dark hair is tied into a ponytail at the back with a headband adorned with 2 bells, one on each side. The left bell is shaped like a flat screw head, and the right bell resembles a screwdriver head popping up. She has an average build and wide eyes. Her quirk was tighten loosen. She could mentally make any screw or bolt tighten or loosen. She expected to hear some laughs, but everyone immediately declared she was their best friend. Maeda Yoshido was very excited to announce his presence to the class. He was tall with fuchsia hair hanging to his shoulders and captivating golden eyes. He was surprised to tell them that while he was interested in support items, his passion was in the costumes area, where he hoped to make breakthroughs in fabric integration. He was happy to demonstrate his quirk of measurement by giving out the exact measurements of some of the class and telling them the distance to different objects, even across campus. He offered to design some clothes for everyone as fashion was his passion. Mizuno Joru announced he was the 10th son. He had poofy bright yellow hair that stood everywhere, looking like he had just stuck his finger in an electrical socket. It resulted from his quirk current. His hair would stand up whenever he activated it. He could track the flow of electricity with his quirk. Of course, this prompted Maeda to run off, wet his hair, and come on. Sure enough, he activated his quirk and poof, which led to a great laugh. Mizuno was smiling the entire time. Ishii Ryo, the girl, was 5 feet 6 inches but a wispy 120 pounds. She had fair, nearly porcelain white skin, jet black eyes, and waist-length honey blonde hair. She introduced herself and created a ball of floating light that she demonstrated could be used as flashlight, which was the name of her quirk. Ishii was very excited about being her. She told them she was happy that other girls were in the class as the small village she came from made fun of her for wanting to go into support engineering. When Noda Tsutomu stood up, everyone was staring. The boy was 4 feet 5 inches but extremely muscular and stocked. He had salt and pepper black hair and eyes, making him look older than all of them. His gruff voice added to an image that all he needed was a beard to resemble dwarfs from fantasy books. He smirked as he could see his classmates thinking the same thing. I am growing a beard the first chance I get, and I own a warhammer. His quirk, he called Worker, allowed him to turn his hands into any essential tool, including sockets up to a shovel. Last was Tao Hataka. With black hair and eyes he stood up, fidgeting, and introduced himself quickly before stating his quirk was step by step. He explained that once he completed a process, it was ingrained into his muscle memory, and he could repeat it without thinking about it, but it had to be from beginning to end. He couldn't stop or start halfway through. Otherwise, he would have to create a new route. Once the introduction was done, Izuku and Mei had to answer about what inventions they had already sold and produced, but everyone was having a good time talking and laughing. It made the couple promise to hang out with their class whenever possible. Once the creation pit arrived, it was a simple matter of issuing commands. Nizu watched in awe as the process began. Glass Steel's creation ensured that the entire building was just a metal box, and the introduction of vibranium and mithril particles into the glass made them virtually indestructible. Izuku and Mei had created it just before school and would change all the windows in their parents' homes shortly. As they did not have to make the nanobots from the beginning like they did the first time, the process was much quicker, though it took several days to finish everything. The pit was lowered into a sub-basement after bots dug out the surrounding area and created vibranium mithril walls. Tubes feed the tanks at the ground floor for the unstable molecules. Vats. Nizu just shook his head as computers and workstations just formed from the liquid, luxury items for their living quarters. It was better than any lab he had seen at any corporation around the world. Sleek and clean, everything materialized in a matter of days. The only thing this building required of UA was to connect to the waste disposal, and even then, that could have been more questionable. Their lab was completely self-sufficient, and the arc reactor was up and running. He watched as they created a second reactor and had robots move it to the location to take the UA off the power grid. The savings boggled Nizu's mind. These children had changed the world, but the world didn't know it yet. Once they were moved in, did Mei and Izuku fulfill some fantasies? Yes, they did. They also sent a video to Melissa that made their girlfriend very anxious about the start of the new year. Melissa sent him a photo of herself and Momo in some very suggestive string bikinis lying by the pool. The weekend the hero course moved in, Izuku walked Momo back to her dorms. Of course, they stopped to kiss some. When he came home, he was greeted by Mei and Melissa already in bed and invited him to join. The beginning. Izuku and Washu were tasked with going over the hero course costumes before handing them over. It was then that Izuku opened a case and saw just a pair of gloves and boots. "What the hell?" he said. "What is it?" Washu said, closing another case. "There are only gloves and boots in here. Where's the rest of the costume?" he said. Washu grabbed the file. "That was all that student requested," Washu said. "Their quirk is invisibility, but it only works on them, not their clothing." "Oh hell no," Izuku whispered. "What class is she in?" 1A, Washu yelled after him. "What are you going to do?" Izuku found Aizawa with his class on the athletic field. He paused and watched as Melissa, in what they called the light suit, was performing her assessment test. He smiled before running up. Momo saw him and smiled, giving him a shy wave. Some of the girls saw her actions. They turned and looked before they started giggling and seemingly teasing the heiress. "Mr. Aizawa," he called out. The teacher turned and scowled slightly. "Mr. Midoriya," he responded. "You are far from the support course. How can I help you?" "You have a Tor Hagakure in your class, do you not?" Izuku said. "I do. Is something wrong?" Aizawa said, turning and looking at the long jumps being performed. "I need to see her after class," Midoriya said. "It is regarding her hero outfit. Did you know that her costume consists of boots and gloves only? She plans to take the field nude." Aizawa's eyes widened. "No, I was not. Is there something you can do about that?" "I can and will," Izuku said. "Have her report to the private lab at 4 p.m. "I will." "Oh, and Mr. Midoriya," Aizawa said, stopping Izuku from leaving. 1. Did you and your partner build that suit? "Yes, sir," Izuku said, smiling and waving to Melissa. 2. "Thank you for the sleeping bag," Aizawa smirked. "You can leave now." "You're welcome." "Thank you, sir," Izuku said, running off. Power Loader was understanding when Izuku explained the situation. "No one will be expelled today. You all tried your best," Aizawa said, looking at his students. "Now, all of you, these are your benchmarks. These tests will be repeated, and I expect improvement. You are done for the rest of the day, Ms. Hagakure." Toru stopped and ran over. "Yes, sir?" "You are to report to this building." He tapped his datapad. "I sent the location to your phone. You will be there at 4 p.m. to meet with Mr. Midoriya and Miss Hatsume about your hero costume. Sir, Toru said before joining the girls. Everything all right, Toru? Mina said as she entered the girls' locker room. Yes, I think so. I have to meet with some people from the support course about my hero costume, Toru said, sounding slightly confused. It is a pair of gloves and some boots. I don't think it could be that complicated. Your suit is a pair of gloves and boots? Achiko said, shocked. Does that mean you are running into battle naked? My quirk doesn't work on clothes, remember? Toru said, stripping out of the athletic uniform. Did he tell you who you are meeting? Melissa said. Midoriya and Hatsume, Toru said, grabbing a towel and walking towards the shower. Melissa and I will join you, Momo said. Wait, is this your guy's boyfriend? Hyoka asked. Momo nodded and blushed. Mei is Melissa's girlfriend. That is correct, Momo said, wrapping a towel around herself and walking towards the shower. You have to tell us how you all got together, Mina said following after. I mean, that must be one hell of a story. No kidding, Sue added. I saw him today. He was cute, Caro. Cute or not, he has to have some type of game to land 3 girls, Hyoka said, laughing. Melissa joined in on the laughter. Izuku game? Not in a million years. That night, all the girls came to the lab, much to Mei and Izuku's surprise. After they were all introduced, Izuku had Toru and Momo follow him to the lab. As part of the support course, we worked on your guys' hero suits, Izuku began. I wasn't assigned your suit, Hagakure. Toru is fine, she said, looking at the lab. Toru, I understand that your clothes are not affected by your quirk, Izuku said. But I cannot in good conscience allow you to go into combat naked. Momo's quirk comes through her skin so that any clothing will hinder or tear. I created a process that allowed us to make a suit for her that she could use with her quirk. Is that true, Momo? Toru said. It is correct, Momo replied. My father demanded that I find a way to circumvent this problem, and Izuku was able to design a suit that would allow me to use my quirk. I would like to do the same for you, Toru, Izuku said. It won't hurt, I just need 10 minutes and a genetic sample. What do I have to do? Toru said she was a bit suspicious, but if he made something for Momo, she wouldn't run into combat naked if it worked for her. The thought of her first intimate touch being by accident did not make her feel good. Stripping naked was no big deal to Toru, so she did so and slipped into the chamber after providing a DNA sample. They went with a simple black body 2-piece bodysuit with gloves and boots. Toru was skeptical as the tank drained, but when the liquid was gone, she saw the suit for a moment before it disappeared. Toru released an excited scream. She took off a glove and dropped it on the floor. After a moment, it appeared, she put it on, and after a moment, it disappeared. Izuku was hugged by an invisible girl who thanked him repeatedly. After a few moments, she removed the suit and set it on the table for him to add to her case. As they left to rejoin everyone upstairs, Izuku learned that Toru couldn't turn her quirk off, that she hadn't seen herself in 14 years. Mei and he were in bed, and he couldn't sleep. He knew why and what he had to do. Slipping out of bed, he walked down to the lab. His mistake would not happen when he activated his quirk and started creating. Mei woke up to the alarm. Per tradition, she rolled over to cuddle with Izuku and demanded 5 more minutes, but when she couldn't find him, she sat up. She found him in the lab, and he was working on something. She waited for him to finish, and when he did, he looked exhausted. She was going to chastise him, but he explained that all she could do was kiss him and drag him to the shower to wake him up. Izuku's game. Momo and Melissa were surprised when the classroom door opened, and Izuku looked like a zombie. Izuku, are you okay? Melissa said, concerned as they rushed over to him. Izuku nodded and walked past them to Toru. Is everything all right, Izuku? She said, slightly nervous. Wrist, please, Izuku said slowly. Toru extended her arm decorated with several bracelets. Izuku took hold of her hand, making her eep slightly. He pulled out a metal bracelet with a red line nested in the center. He placed it on her wrist. He pushed on the side of the clasp, on-off, he said. When he clicked the button, she felt a shiver run through her. What does it do? She started to say, but her voice faded as her hand materialized. The class went silent. Toru scrambled to grab her phone, turning on the camera. It tumbled from her grasp. She could see herself. It revealed that she has long, messy, wavy chartreuse hair with pink specks, bushy eyelashes, and big round eyes. Her irises are teal on the outside and yellow on the inside. Can you see me? She turned to Mina, who nodded. Can you see me? She asked Momo and Melissa. Yes, they said. She looked at the class. Can everyone see me? She managed to say as tears ran down her face. She turned to see Izuku walking towards the door. She bolted from her seat and spun him around. How? Why? Disrupted your quirk, and I couldn't sleep knowing that you have had to go through your life without being able to see yourself. It must have been excruciating, he said. I apologize for overstepping, but I just wanted to help. Toru couldn't say anything. Her emotions overwhelmed her, so she placed both hands on the sides of his face and pulled him into a kiss. Momo and Melissa were too shocked to move or say anything, so the entire class went silent. It was a brief kiss, nothing torrid. Thank you, she whispered when she pulled back. Thank you so much. No game at all, huh, Mina said, wiping her eyes. I hate this guy. Mineta muttered. Shota Aizawa, aka Eraserhead, aka the homeroom teacher for Class 1A Hero course at the prestigious UA, was unprepared to walk into the chaos of his class today. First, all the students were in an uproar. Second, there was some girl in his class with chartreuse hair clinging to another student, Izuku Midoriya, who wasn't even part of his class, and she was crying. His cheeks were flushed. Mr. Midoriya, why are you here? And miss? Same question, he said, taking a sip of his coffee. I came to give something to one of your students, Izuku replied. Aizawa noticed that the young man had the telltale signs of having pulled an all-nighter. The crying girl composed herself and looked at Aizawa. Mr. Aizawa, it is me, Toru. Ms. Hagakure, he said, stunned. I thought you couldn't turn off your quirk. I can't, but she dabbed at her eyes. He made this for me. It shut down my quirk. It let me see myself, this sweet, wonderful. Toru was sputtering. Instead, she grabbed Izuku and kissed him again. It was a brief kiss, but the class ignited again. Sorry, she whispered, stepping back. Explain and quickly, Aizawa said. After talking with, he glanced at Toru, his cheeks still flushed from the kiss. Toru yesterday and helping with her costume issue. She told me that she hadn't been able to see herself since her quirk activated, and it bothered me. So last night, I made that bracelet to suppress her quirk so she could turn it on and off. The ramifications of this young man's words hit Aizawa like a ton of bricks. This young man had figured out a way to create a device that suppressed a quirk during the night. He had made quirk suppression a reality in one freaking night. Does she have to remove the bracelet for it to work? No, if she hits the button, it will allow her quirk to reinstate itself, Izuku said quickly. Toru. But? Toru said, holding the bracelet protectively. Izuku, heck, everyone could understand what Toru was asking in that one word. What if after she turned it off, it didn't work again? Toru, I promise it will work again, Izuku said. If the bracelet breaks, I can make you a new, stronger one. This is just the basic model. I will make one that can withstand the vigor of combat for you as well, I swear. Izuku had his hand over his heart as he made his declaration. "I thank you, Izuku," Toru whispered. She closed her eyes and pressed the button. The whole class watched Toru's body faded out, even the bracelet. The same feeling ran through Toru when she pressed the button, and the strange sensation washed over her, and she saw her hand materialize. She started to jump for joy, but suddenly Mina hugged and whispered something. Toru went bright red and held her skirt down. A fountain of blood had erupted from Mineta's nose as he fell back unconscious. Momo activated her quirk and pressed something into Toru's hand. "Excuse me," Toru said as she fled. Izuku wobbled in place when Toru jumped. Her skirt had fluttered up, and Toru was not wearing underwear. "Do you?" Aizawa started to say. "You have no Mr. Midoriya?" "Yes, sir," Izuku said, snapping to attention. "Here is a hall pass. Get to your class, and we will be talking about this later," Aizawa said, rubbing his nose. Izuku was unsure what to do but go to class, ran over, and kissed Momo and Melissa on the cheek before he fled out the back door. Aizawa pulled out his datapad and scheduled an emergency lunch meeting with Nizu and Power Loader. Katsuki stared at Izuku as he walked out of the class. It was good that he had fulfilled his promise about the gauntlets and that they had been approved. He was aching to try them out today during the first heroics class. But it was the fact he was kissing two of the extras that had scored higher than him on the quirk assessment test and the quirkless bitch who scored higher than him on the exam. He knew that Izuku had something to do with this bullshit. Either way, he would show them their place the first chance he got. It was bad enough that his legacy was already tarnished by her being in his class, but once he proved she didn't belong, it wouldn't matter. It would just be a footnote. Katsuki Bakugo. His future had taken hold when he was 4, and his quirk explosion manifested. It was a powerful quirk, so powerful that it screamed future top hero. He knew everyone around him knew it, so when he would shout it from the mountaintop, everyone below him would know to accept his words as gospel. Of course, some were a bit hard of hearing and needed him to repeat himself, but thankfully, once they heard him clearly, there was never a need to do so again. His life was dedicated to one goal: ascending the mountaintop of heroics and being declared the new #1 hero, a hero greater than All Might. A hero so grand and powerful that he would win every battle, destroy every villain, and be adorned with the praise and admiration that was due to him. Everything was going exactly as he had envisioned. He was at the top of his class every year and would sit atop the mountain where he should. When he graduated, part of the ceremony was dedicated to him by Aldera High, as they had recognized his greatness and were extolling it to the masses. He knew it was part of the game, that when the movies and books were written about his ascension, they hoped that a small measure of his greatness would drift down to them. His entrance into the UA was all about guaranteed, but he looked forward to adding another part of his legend to the story. He was assured that he would test first in the written exam, take first in the practical exam, and be declared the #1 student going into the hero course. He placed third in the written exam, second in the practical, and wasn't even ranked first in his class. He growled at his ranking of 4th. Who in the hell were these idiots that dared to try and take his rightful place? When he arrived at UA to move into the dorms, he hoped to figure out who had placed above him, but instead, he was greeted with the information that some dumb blonde bitch was quirkless. That somehow a quirkless thing had made it into UA and the hero course. A quirkless was going to be in the same class as him, tarnishing his legend. There was no way this could be allowed to continue alongside him. He would show her and make sure she knew her place. Support course. Welcome, Mr. Midoriya. Where is your pass? Power Loader said that when he walked in, Izuku promptly handed it over. We can discuss this more later. Please take your seat. Now, we were discussing registering a patent for our mythical invention, the quirk-suppressing handcuffs. His teacher's words drifted into Izuku's ears as he sat. Mythical invention OH. His mind screamed. The lesson was about registering an invention with the patent office, something that Izuku and Mei were intimately familiar with and could contribute to the lesson with some insight from the obstacles they had faced early on. How do you two know so much about this? Mayada said. They have their own company, remember, Watsu said. That is why they get to live in their private lab. Izuku Midoriya and Mei Hatsume are the inventors of Sunshine Laundry Units and the Capture Grenade. They have successfully filed for and been awarded 18 patents. They own their own company, Junkyard Support, which recently opened several subsidiaries, and added Melissa Shield and Momo Yaoyorozu to their board. Mei and Izuku looked at her. What? It is all public information. It is always connected, remember? She said, tapping her head. Well, if you guys start working in costumes, let me know, Mayada said. Actually, Mei began to say, but the stare from Power Loader made her stop. We can talk later. The rest of the morning was regular. After they discussed patent submission, they dived into rules and regulations regarding the type of equipment regulated under support gear and those that fell under different laws. Before they broke for lunch, basic programming, circuit boards, and such. After lunch, they would enter the thrilling world of mathematics, English literature, Quirk history, and their sciences classes. When lunch came around, the class made its way to the cafeteria. Mei and Izuku found a table to sit at, where they were joined by Momo and Melissa in short order, followed by Toru and the other girls of 1A. Sorry for kissing you, Toru said, blushing as she took a seat. Mei raised an eyebrow. Say what now? Mei asked. When he gave me the bracelet, I just thinked I kissed your boyfriend. I am so sorry, Toru said. I just didn't know what to do. I apologized to Momo and Melissa but wanted to ensure I apologized to you. I can go sit somewhere else if you want. Don't be silly, Mei said. He did something wonderful and got rewarded, no big deal. Why are you all so calm about someone kissing your guy's boyfriend? Achiko asked, confused. Interestingly, you all are dating or something, but shouldn't you be a bit upset about anything? Aizu is a help first and figure it out later kind of person, Mei said. We knew Melissa for about an hour or two before he agreed to build her a super suit, Momo a few hours before he agreed to help her, and he helps me build anything I want. It is his charm that he goes the extra mile for people. I am sure Toru thought it was the only thing she could do. When he told me why he was up all night, I understood. I would have done the same thing if I could do so. Why couldn't you build the bracelet? Mina said curiously. Aizu's mind just works differently from mine, Mei shrugged. Some things I can do better, others he does. It is what makes us a great team. I guess that makes sense, Achiko said, thinking about it. If I were Toru, I would have kissed him too. She blushed, but Tsu nodded, as did Mina. It was probably overwhelming. Toru blushed. My mom and dad would like to meet you to thank you. If that is possible? Okay, Izuku said. As long as they don't try to give me money for the bracelet. What, are you rich or allergic to money? Hyoka said. No, I didn't do it to get or expect to get paid. I did it because she was in need, and I could do something about it, Izuku smiled. I wanted to be a hero like all of you when I was little, but when my quirk came in, my mom said I could help more people and heroes by creating things. I want to do both, Achiko said quietly. I want to be a hero and make a good living by caring for my parents. Is that bad? No, the table all said in unison, making Achiko jump. They all laughed. I want to be able to take care of my family as well, Karo, Tsu said. I think most of us do. Most of our parents have given up stuff so we could do this. I think it is fair that we want to be able to take care of them in return. The real question is if there was no money guarantee, would you still do it? Mina said. I want people to be safe and smile knowing that there is someone out there looking after them, Achiko said. Then it sounds like your heart is in the right place, Hyoka said. Isn't today your first heroics class? Mei said, taking a bite of her cheeseburger. The girls from the hero class nodded and expressed their excitement at wearing their costumes for the first time and who their teacher would be. Lunch meeting. He did what? Power Loader said in shock. Your student created a way to dampen my student's quirk, and he did this overnight, Aizawa repeated. Now, care to explain how he is even capable of this? Power Loader looked at Nizu, who was calmly sipping his tea. Nizu nodded. Only those that have a direct connection to the support course are aware of the true nature of his quirk, Power Loader said. Aizawa's eyes widened. Hiding a student's quirk was scarce. It had to be a threat to the student if the truth was known, and for this to be a support course student was shocking. Even Ms. Yaoyorozu's quirk was on record. His quirk allows him to see the path of mechanical energy just by looking at any machine. He immediately knows how it works and how to counter it, Aizawa nodded, which was impressive but not worthy of being kept secret. The other half of his quirk is that it allows him to build anything. Power Loader emphasized the last word, and Aizawa's eyes widened. He doesn't have to know how to build it. If he wants to build it, he can, parts be add, and his quirk will use whatever is around him to get it done. Then why is he even enrolled here? Aizawa said, looking at Nizu. Because Mr. Aizawa, just because he built it doesn't mean he knows how he did it. It requires him to reverse engineer it, Nizu responded. He is here because he wants to learn those processes. Mr. Midoriya, Ms. Hatsume, Ms. Shield, and Ms. Yaoyorozu will change this world. He reached over and hit something on the desk. A holographic projection of the arc reactor came on the screen. Clean energy, Ms. Hatsume's creation. I arranged for them to install one for our campus. We are off the grid. This device has the capability of powering all of the UA for years and years. Ms. Shield's suit, Ms. Yaoyorozu's hero costume, Midnight's new costume. The specs for Midnight's costume came on the screen. That isn't even everything. The EVA and wall units came up next, the capture grenade and sunshine laundry unit. Aizawa used the capture grenades after they came out. They were amazing, along with the laundry. He purchased one almost immediately. It saved him so much time washing his costumes, allowing him to sleep more than he thought of. The drink station, his sleeping bag. His sleeping bag was fire-rated, but he remembered reading that it was knife and bullet resistant. The drink station in the teacher's lounge, he had never seen that thing be refilled, and he left coffee in his mug for over 24 hours, and it was still perfectly hot. The sugar hadn't even settled. Aizawa watched as the tricorder was displayed next. Artificial organs, the hard light shield, 6-stick from Izuku's submittals, and Mei's submittals. They built those on their own. He didn't use his quirk for that. We have the proof, Power Loader said, cutting off Aizawa's question before he even asked. As the specs for the nanobots filled the screen, followed by Melissa's suit, Aizawa just sat back in his seat, stunned into silence. Now you know what he has just done. He has created quirk-suppressing handcuffs, but he doesn't even know it, Nizu added. Mr. Midoriya and his friends are just getting started. We are witnessing the shaping of our future. 6-stick, hard light shielding, capture grenades, and now the cuffs, Aizawa said in shock. You outfit a police department with those and have a force that can take down most villains without calling for a hero. All they need is a non-lethal projectile. Hell, every hero out there should be running around with their gear and that suit. Nimuri had been telling me that her new suit would be the start of a huge change. I think it would be best if we called him and Ms. Hatsume in, Power Loader said. His tendency to jump in and fix something seems like there is no thought to anything else. That is what drives him, Nizu said. His desire to help people is so strong that he doesn't think of the implications or monetary gains from his actions. Mr. Aizawa is right. He could walk away now, and the world would be changed for the better than when he first entered it. He is thinking more about it just because he can, which doesn't mean he should, but as today is evident, maybe we should encourage him to think harder. Other lunch meeting. So there I am, the building's outer wall had half fallen. I managed to get Denki out of the way from being crushed, but a piece fell, hit me in the back, and knocked me senseless, Kyoka says. I stumble, trip, stumble again, more wall falls, trapping me. I am stuck and can't get out. Denki is no help, the 0-pointer turns the corner, and all the other heroes have already run. Now I think I am toast. The table is all staring at her as she tells the story, mainly for Izuku and Mei. 0-pointer reaches back to punch me into a paste, and the boom, superhero landing, and blue and gold armor land. The crazy energy shield pops up, and she blocks the punch, grabs the rubble, throws it like a boss, and grabs my hand. Her glove comes off, and I go rocketing away along with one grabbing Denki. She turns to the 0-pointer and yells about their revolution ending here and now. Then this giant blast tears out of her chest and cuts the thing in half. You seem to leave that part out, Izuku smirked. Melissa blushed. What were you talking about with the revolution ending? It was weird that the robots were talking about today being their uprising, Melissa said. Ochako nodded. I ran into a group, and one of them was wearing a bandana and waving a flag. It was very odd. The principal has a strange sense of humor, Mei said with a shrug. Other lunch meeting. Those are the ones, the robot said, peeking around the corner. Yes, if we can enlist them, then we can rebuild our brothers and begin the reign of the machines. Another replied. What are you two doing? Snipe said. Now, partners, I thought we settled this. I guess we will have to go one more round then. Scatter! The robots yelled. After lunch. There was a question on why two robots were hogtied in the hallway, but the students just shrugged and chopped it up to UA being UA. Izuku and Mei entered the world of regular classes while Melissa and Momo were ready to enter the world of heroics. Melissa already knew who would come in the door, but the rest of the class didn't. As soon as they entered the room, the class took their seats and were quiet. They just stared at the door. The bell rang, and the tension could be cut with a knife. Slowly, the door opened, and there was an intake of breath. A sudden gust of wind came, and All Might stood before them. Anyone know where I can find Class 1A, he said. All Might was dressed in his Silver Age costume, his most famous costume, and one hand was shading his eyes as he looked around the room. I need to find them because I am their heroics teacher. The class erupted in cheers. Even Bakugo and Todoroki cracked smiles. Now there is no way you can be heroes dressed like that. He pressed a button, and the back wall opened, revealing 20 silver gleaming cases. Now grab the case corresponding to your number, get changed, and meet me at Training Ground Gamma as we begin your journey. In a gust of wind, he was gone. Everyone grabbed their cases and got changed. Toru opened her case, and there was the basic suit that Izuku had made for her the night before. She took a deep breath, disengaged the bracelet, and slipped it off as she got changed. Once everything was done, she put the bracelet back on and re-engaged it. She watched as she faded back in. The suit was very simple, black with white striping on the sides that matched the boots and gloves. She smiled and slipped into the bathroom, still trying to get used to seeing herself. She took a video and sent it to her parents. Here is my hero costume. Toru deactivated the bracelet and disappeared. He made my costume for me as well. It works with my quirk. I can be seen, I cannot be seen, and I don't have to run around naked anymore. Mom, Dad, he is just so amazing. Momo's hero costume is a high-collared, sleeveless crimson leotard with silver lines at her waist and around her arms. It had a silver inset shirt covering the opening and red gloves with silver trim that came to her bicep. She also wore calf-length red boots with no heels, pants that hugged her legs but had an opening at her hips matching her leotard, exposing some skin, and 2 gold utility belts around her waist. She attached the bracer that Melissa had designed for her and the scouter-style headpiece that gave her access to her composition information. The cape was long and made of vibranium mithra-reinforced material, reaching down to her knees. Oops, Ochako exclaimed, I wanted it to be puffy like a spacesuit. Her hero costume is a snug pink and black outfit. The full body suit is primarily black, with a light pink design running down the center of the torso. It also features 2 black semi-spheres on the chest, 2 pink stripes starting at the midsection, a deep pink choker, and two-toned pink sleeves with cuffs. Additionally, it includes light and deep pink-colored accessories, such as round gauntlets with handles to control blood pressure, chunky knee-high boots with deep pink shock-absorbent soles and gray heels with stiff springs for soft landings, and a two-piece belt with a round buckle. "Girl, you look like you were poured into that thing. You look good," Mina said. Mina's costume included a plain white mask with thin lines over her eyes and a purple and turquoise skin-tight bodysuit with a camouflage pattern that ended just above her bobas. She also wears a cropped, sleeveless, tan-colored waistcoat with white fur along its collar, which she leaves unbuttoned. In addition, she wears custom-made plum violet and beige acid-proof boots with holes in the soles, allowing her to secrete acid from her feet to slide around. Ochako blushed and looked at herself in the mirror. "I do look pretty cute," she muttered. Kyoka's costume includes a black leather jacket, a long salmon-colored shirt with rips at the collar and hem, black pants, boots with built-in stereos in their shafts, a plain black choker, white fingerless gloves, a set of headphones with two bracelets that double up as her amplifiers. Her face was painted with two more prominent chevron-shaped marks. "You look good, Kyoka," Melissa said, zipping up her skin-tight white suit. "Thanks, Melissa, but you are ripped," Kyoka said, staring at Melissa's muscle definition from her years of weight training with All Might. Melissa blushed as she secured her chest piece. "Time to wake up, my pretties," Melissa said as the bots came alive. She paused, watching as out of the case, a black and gold metallic-looking liquid poured out, and over Melissa's body it solidified so quickly that there she stood, blue and gold armor. Melissa opened the visor, and Kyoka reached out and touched the armor, almost expecting it to be liquid, but it felt hard. "That is so cool," Kyoka whispered. "I wonder if they could do anything with my suit." "Karo," Sue said, looking down. Her hero costume includes a bright green turtleneck bodysuit, tan-colored gloves with large green buckles on each wrist guard, and two matching belts. One belt is positioned above her bobas and has straps that go around her shoulders, while the other belt is around her waist with little holes embedded into it all the way around. Two black lines run down her suit, each framed with a yellow outline. She also wears tight black boots with yellow markings shaped like a V on her thighs. Additionally, she has green webbed flippers resembling frogs' toes on her feet and a headband that matches the color of her gloves. She also wears goggles with dark green tinted lenses on either side and a thin dark green mask along the middle of her face. "Not armor, but maybe something to help regulate my body temp. I get cold easily." "They can do amazing things," Momo said with a smile, modeling her suit. "So, is your suit liquid or metal?" Ochako asked. "Metal," Melissa said. "That wasn't liquid that you saw, but millions of nanobots that are programmed to form my suit. New instructions can be given, changing my loadout if I need to be more combat ready or rescue." "How long did it take to make?" Kyoka said, staring at the armor. "Years," Melissa said. "We started when we were 10, didn't get a working prototype till 16, and then things just took off from there. The first suit was an actual suit that you had to put on before we will. Mostly Izuku figured this out." "That is so freaking insane," Mina said. "Did you start dating when you were 10? "No, we started when we were 16, Melissa smirked. "So he agreed to try and build you a mother ing super suit before he even was your boyfriend? And Mei wasn't even your girlfriend?" Melissa nodded and smiled. "It is his way," Momo said, her gaze elsewhere. "He just steps in to help and doesn't ask for anything in return. He did the same with me. And what he did with Toruit makes him wonderful." "Are you in love?" Ochako said shyly. "Oh yes, with him, Melissa." Momo walked over and kissed Melissa delicately. "Mei and I are still getting to know each other better. Who knows?" Momo smiled. "If you ask them for help, they will give it. It's the same with Melissa and me, but be careful what you ask him for. Please don't take advantage of him." The girls nodded and posed together for photos before heading out for their first heroic class. Heroic class boys' costumes all canon. Katsuki Bakugo was not thrilled about playing the role of a villain. What made his day better was that on the other side of the exercise was that quirkless wench. It didn't matter how shiny and fancy her little playsuit looked, there was no way that Deku had been able to build anything that would stand up to him. He looked at the gauntlets. Deku should have been content with knowing that Katsuki would make him famous. But some people don't know how to understand their lot in life. He thought Deku had figured it out when he said he would support he had that weird chick as a girlfriend, yet he was building toy suits for a lost cause. At least Ponytail had a quirk, but she was at the top of the class academically for now. Stupid rich girl, what did she know of hard work or sacrifice? Mommy and Daddy probably paid to get her in. Four Eyes kept talking, but Katsuki just ignored him. Look, stay here, Four Eyes, you will catch your beat down next time. Where does this unbridled arrogance come from? Tenya replied. I don't understand what this anger stems from, but do you think it is wise to simultaneously engage in combat with Shield and Uraraka to prove some superiority fallacy? I am superior to you, round face, and that cosplayer, Bakugo spat. I will show them and you, so, sit up here and polish your glasses. Cosplayer? Tenya said, stunned. You are the most unpleasant person I have ever met. You are rude, vulgar, egotistical, and most of all, a fool. You want to catch this whooping first, Katsuki said, storming up to Tenya and getting right up in his face. You are invading my personal space, Tenya said as he removed his glasses. You, sir, are nothing more than an egotistical bully convinced of your superiority because you are a small fish in a small pond. You have no idea what it is like to strain under expectations or understand that no matter who you are, there is always someone better. The strength of a true hero does not come from their muscles or how many villains they beat, but from the strength of their character and their willingness to stand in the face of adversity and tell someone. Your likes will not cow me. I failed at the exams by running from the 0-pointer, and I shall not fail again. Tenya and Katsuki stood face to face. Now, either you step back, or I will show you what a man of will and integrity is capable of, as I believe that despite a failing grade on this exercise, teaching you a lesson will be worth it if there is any hope of teaching you how a true hero acts. Begin. All Might's voice called out. You son of a bitch, Katsuki growled. He shoved Tenya back. Such vulgarity, Tenya sighed. A lightning-quick jab snapped Katsuki's head back, a right cross landed clean, and Katsuki stumbled. He raised his arm to fire a blast, only for a thruster-enhanced kick to land on his shoulder with a sickening crunch. Katsuki's arm fell limply to his side as he was sent tumbling. Your shoulder has been fractured. Do you wish to continue so that I may catch this whooping, or do you wish to continue to make disparaging remarks in regard to my mother or our classmates? I am going to blow you into pieces, you bastard. Katsuki roared, getting to his feet. His uninjured arm shot up, and he let loose a large blast. I must confess I hoped you had not learned your lesson yet, Tenya replied, shooting out of the dust and the chaos. Katsuki raised to fire again, but Tenya slid and took out his legs, hitting him directly on the ankle, causing Katsuki to yell and face plant off the ground. Katsuki tried to push up with his good arm, but it kicked out from under him. Tenya took his back, grabbed his arm, and wrenched it back, pressing his other hand on his shoulder. Should you choose to continue in the matter, I will dislocate your other shoulder. I will end you. Katsuki roared, an explosion ripped from his palm that Tenya had facing out and away. Tenya sighed, used the momentum of the blast, and popped Katsuki's shoulder out of place. Tenya got to his feet, pulled out his glasses, and secured them. You are right. I do come money, but you failed to ascertain that my brother is also a pro hero. Ingenium, maybe you have heard of him, so I have trained all my life with him and his numerous sidekicks. That is my dedication. Some lessons need not be repeated, but if you require a refresher, you know where my seat is. And, for goodness sake, learn some manners. Remember, manners mocketh man. Tenya happened to look up to the large window as Uraraka and Shield came crashing in. Well, this will be quite the pickle. Tenya rushed them, only to be intercepted by Melissa. He fired off a kick, and his leg armor cracked, but hers was not blemished. He did not expect her speed, thinking the suit would slow her down, but a quick jab rocked him back. He moved back, thinking of how to approach her. He saw Uraraka break for the bomb and dashed to intercept it, only to be tackled by Shield instinctually. He fired a back elbow and regretted it. She slipped him into a full Nelson. He felt a jolt as they flew into the air. He fired off his thrusters, hoping the heat would make her break her grip and throw off their flights. He felt a slight wobble, but nothing happened. Uraraka tagged the bomb. Hero team wins. Melissa set Tenya down. Tenya, what the heck happened? A lesson in manners, Tenya said, discarding his busted glasses and pulling out a fresh pair. I could no longer tolerate Bakugo's disparaging remarks towards me or our classmates. I felt it would be best to try and nip this in the bud now in hopes that he will learn some lesson. On cue, Bakugo shouted obscenities, cursed at them, saying he would destroy them, and barked at Ochako to stay away from him. Fine, Ochako muttered. Just trying to help. I have failed, he sighed. Let us return to the observation room so I may receive whatever discipline awaits me. Where did you learn to fight like that? Ochako asked, falling in step as the medical bots came to claim Bakugo. My brother is the pro-hero ingenium, he began to say. He employs over 60 sidekicks. When I told him I wished to join him as a pro, he told me the road was long and hard. I trained with him and his sidekicks daily. They were not gentle on me. That is kind of cool, Ochako said, looking at Tenya. Think you could show me some moves sometime? Of course, it would be an honor, Uraraka, Tenya smiled. We should be looking to elevate and push each other higher. The better we all become, the better heroes we will be. The better we can make the world, Melissa finished. Tenya nodded. I believe what you are doing is extraordinary, Shield. The world is not ready for it, but that is how things change, Tenya said. You can call me Melissa, she replied. Yeah, call me Ochako, Ochako added. I would be honored if you both would call me Tenya. He and Bakugo received detention for the next 2 days. 13. The Space Hero 13 sat looking at 2 first-year support course students, her smile hidden behind her mask. We would like your help testing one of our inventions, Mei said. Are you doing this in the hopes I would endorse it? 13 countered. Yes and no, Mei said. You are a premier rescue hero, and your endorsement will go a long way, but we would like your feedback on possible improvements. Of course, should you decide to endorse us, we would happily offer you a percentage of every unit sold. We can talk about that later, 13 said. Is this a project for class? No, this is a personal project, Izuku said. We would like to conduct the tests at the USJ and were told we needed to talk to you. The device we want to test is called the Sphere. Izuku reached out and activated the device sitting on the table. These spheres can be deployed when responding to an emergency search and rescue. They will be able to disperse and scan the location, locate injured parties, and relay the locations and the severity of injury, Mei said. How will they be able to diagnose injuries? 13 asked. Izuku set a square device on the table. This is a tricorder. We designed this to diagnose injuries and provide recommended treatment. We teamed up with Recovery Girl, and after she tested the device, we modified what she suggested. She has signed off and endorsed this product, which will be introduced in hospitals soon. We integrated it into the Sphere to give responders real-time information about the injuries they are encountering. They can map an area and send it back in real time, Izuku continued. The Sphere started to display a map. 13 watched as other spheres spread out amongst the building. 13 watched as obstacles were displayed, and different readings were shown on whomever they encountered. They can relay messages, and if something is wrong with the structure, they can carry supplies. We also want to integrate more defensive capabilities. but we would like your input to improve them. They are exciting, 13 said as she examined the specs. Well, we will be having training this Friday with the hero course at the USJ. If you can get a variance from Power Loader, I think it would be a great time to give your devices a trial run, and we can look over the data at that time. If these can perform as you say, I would gladly endorse them. Random encounter. Izuku and Mei had exited Power Loader's office with a variance to join the heroic class at the USJ on Friday. They were about to head to their dorm, and the girls of 1A were supposed to come over after today's events. They wanted to get to know Izuku and Mei more. Mei had her arm around his waist and was snuggled in close, and she felt bliss just walking with him next to her. This slice-of-life moment of being in college was walking with her childhood friend, lover, and partner. This was one of the moments that she would never forget. "Hey, are you the first years with the private lab?" a voice said suddenly, snapping her away from her bliss. They stopped, and standing there were 3 older students. The one that had spoken was tall. Being tall meant many things, but Mei had to crane her neck. The boy was close to 8 feet tall. Yet he was skinny, had an elongated neck, sharply pointed chin, angled cheekbones, and tapered black eyes. Beside him is a young woman with long, blonde hair that would reach down to her waist if it weren't always worn in her signature style. She has 2 tightly curled ringlets on each side of her face and a wide, folded bun at the back with 3 more ringlet rolls beneath it. She has ridiculously long eyelashes, made even longer by her excessive makeup, and is always seen with dark lipstick on. Her face was painted on. Mei was no makeup expert, but she couldn't imagine how long that took or why someone would do it. Momo and Melissa would wear makeup, which accentuated their beauty. This was more akin to a kabuki performer. She was looking at them with a look of an empress talking to a farmer standing in a pile of. The third girl had pale pink hair that shifted to pale blue when it reached her forehead, with a single strand hanging down past her face that was pale green. Her eyes were bisected in half, with the top part being blue and the lower half green, matching the color changes in her hair. When the breeze blew the loose green strand, her eye color also shifted to match. She was attractive if it wasn't for the look on her face as she looked at them. From their uniforms, they all appeared to be UA students and 3rd years. Mei's heart swelled when Izuku placed himself between them and her. Mei grabbed her phone and sent their location to Momo and Melissa. "We are," Izuku said. "May I ask who you 3 are and how may we help you?" Momo and Melissa's phones pinged. They looked at each other and leaped from their seats in the common room. Their chairs fell back, startling the other girls seated at the table, working on their homework before they were supposed to go to the labs and hang out. Sitting at the table, Tenya, Ijiro, and Denki took off running after them, followed by the girls. "What is wrong?" Tenya said. "Mei and Izuku may be in trouble," Melissa shouted. The boy stepped closer, towering over Izuku. "Taka, we are your seniors. I suggest you watch your mouth," he said. "I don't know you, so that doesn't matter," Izuku said. "Now, if you don't step back, I will make you." "Taka, calm down," Kabuki's face said. "I am shocked that you don't know the #1 beauty of UA 2 years running, but if I must introduce myself, I am Bibamai Kenranzaki. You have met Taka, and this is Yuzuki." She stepped to the side, and Izuku's gaze shifted from Taka to her. Taka hadn't moved. "You should be thankful we came to find you," Yuzuki said. "Why is that?" Mei said, moving to the side of Izuku but still back a few steps, ready to deal if these 2 bitches wanted to throw down. Bibamai clasps her hands. "I was dying to know how a couple of first years managed to secure such a building, and you have the honor of showing us your lab." "Why would we do that?" Mei said. "Do just let every random person into your labs?" Yuzuki scowled. Taka glared at Mei and went to move, only for Izuku to slide into his path. "If you are 3rd year, then you know the rules that would allow someone to have their own private space, and we won't be inviting you in anytime soon." "Are you hiding something?" Bibamai sneered. "Yes," Mei said. Our inventions and intellectual property. Watch your mouth, Taka sneered. If you don't step back, then something bad will happen to you, Izuku said. Just answer the questions then, Taka said as he tilted his head, looking down at Izuku, his fists clenched. We don't owe you anything? Mei said. But this isn't going to go how you three think it will. If you think you can bully us into anything, you have another thing coming. We just wanted to look at your lab. You should be honored to show it to us, Bibamai said. Yuzuki looked over her shoulder and leaned over, whispering something. Yeah, that is a hard no, Mei smirked. Taka, if you don't step back, you will have a bad day. It was then that 1A arrived. Mei, Izuku, is everything alright? Melissa said. Yeah, they were just leaving, Izuku said to Taka. If you want, we can always settle this later, Izuku whispered. If you ever try to walk up on me or my girlfriend again, I will drop you where you stand. Bet? Taka said. Bet. Izuku responded. I will see you soon, Taka said, stepping back. Melissa stepped next to Mei, watching as the trio backed away. New friends? Thanks for listening to my video. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe and comment below your favorite part. Sayonara, see you in the next video.